Can I be heard? Can anybody hear me? Anybody deep down in those dungeons? Or are you on the field of Palworld? Oh, that doesn't release till next week. I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry, guys. Wrong show. Wrong stream. I apologize, guys. I thought we were doing a Palworld stream today. I was so excited, man. Anyway, if you don't know where you are, I have to question that logic. There are many places to be here on a Saturday morning, and I do want to start off with, but there's no better electrifying place to be than right here locked in with living SplitScreen, a non-console-centric platform that talks about everything going on within the gaming industry, the home of the RTS perspective. That's that real-time strategy for those who are unaware or unfamiliar, or you've been living under a rock for some time. And all that means is that we pull ourselves out of the world, we look at the darker crevices of the map, we pull our resources together to build up that foundation of those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always talks about. Not only that, I also like to say that me and Pong are also the home of that ECP, that's that educated consumer perspective, because we're not in the industry. We are gamers who have sales, customer service, people experience, many years of it, and like to bring a lot of that perspective here, which is why it's the ECP, baby. We also got some big numbers thrown out there in the chat here. You know, we already got to get on that hype train before we get things started. And I'll let my brother from another start that up. But I'll introduce myself first and then pass it off to the uncanny gentleman himself. I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's He is a 7 everywhere. Type in Google if you want it to be the easiest place to get all that information or where you can find me. But other than that, I do frequent the streets of Xbox and Twitter. Just everything just works so well in tandem with each other. I've been into quite a few things this week. I jumped into a little bit of Call of Duty again, Warzone 2, or would this be Warzone 3? This is Warzone 3, actually, excuse me. So jumped back into that. That's been a good time. Was really running some solos. Ended up running a couple games with some homies. That was cool. Doesn't quite feel like the finals though to me, man. You know, that moment-to-moment gameplay that you get. I was still having fun with it. Again, there's nothing like it. I felt like I was zooming all over the place, felt really fast and whatnot. So I might put that back in rotation, but I've been playing a little game called Elden Ring here recently. I put over 300 hours into it the first time. Never did another playthrough, only did the one, mainly because this Souls game, unfortunately, unlike other Souls games, it doesn't really give you a reason to go back through the game. Now, of course, there's always a reason if you want to level up. But before, what I mean is they used to give you upgraded armor and stuff like that if you play through the game again. Just they give you different things to do to really enhance that experience more. That was part of the reason why I didn't do it again. But I'm playing through it with my brother, seamless co-op mod, bunch of other different mods, the Reforged mod also. It's completely reworked Elden Ring from the ground up, has made it more challenging in areas, but also has made it over the top in a lot of other areas. The moves and the combat's been really dope. I showed a little bit of that on X this week. Trying to retrieve my souls, but yeah, I mean, that flavor has been really good. I think I've just been really prepping myself, right? Because Tekken 8, I'll be completely honest, is the most anticipated game for the end of the month, especially for January. I forgot who I brought this up to. I think it was my homies last night, because we were talking about Tekken 8, and he brought up Mortal Kombat. He was like, "Yeah, man," because I bought Mortal Kombat, and I didn't play it. I think I wasted my money. I was like, "Yeah, I'm right there with you, man." I got Mortal Kombat also. Again, I played halfway through the story. It's good, but it's not Tekken. And I think that's where my heart is right now. And that's the fighting game that I want to spend my time with. Not only that, but February is going to be on Smash, on fire. We got Helldivers around the corner. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, which is looking ages better than I even could have imagined, especially for a game that was a gotcha game, and becoming its own thing right now. It's a completely pay to play experience, right? You get everything, all the content for paying that full price. So, yeah, man, for those interested in that, definitely look forward to that. But, yeah, that's been my week thus far. But I got to introduce the uncanny gentleman, the X-Man himself, the guy who he's not Cyclops, he's not Iceman, but he is my brother from another, the one and only, Pong. What's going on, baby? How you feeling?
What's going on, brother? Before we get to the Pong Soul, we got to talk about what's happening.
It's going crazy
to the hype train, because we've got to warn the towns that the hype train is coming through, because we got some people in here who said, listen, Pong Steel, we know you start the hype train at a 2.0, a Mach 2.0, and that's fast. That's really fast. It's really hard to catch a ride on that hype train already, but it isn't good enough to start a Saturday morning. It's not a good enough to get live, raw, and uncut at Mach 2.0. We got to get this train cooking to a Mach 3.0 early this morning. And two gentlemen who showed up with the bags of coal, with the bombs this morning. That's right. We're going to start out with the bold Alpha Wolf Pack coming through with the 5 bomb full of coal. That's right. He's got the furnace burning early on. And guess what? It's not even going to be a Mach 3.0 after I'm done here, because it just continues with these two fine gentlemen.
Yeah, they lit it up.
They're doing the easy layup for all of you. They're screaming out the window, choo-choo, motherfuckers, we're coming through. So Bold Alpha with the 5 bomb early. And then, of course, his partner in crime, Decado, the one and only Decado, says, God dang it, Bold Alpha, I see you. And you're right. The furnace isn't burning hot enough on this train. We got to warn the people. Choo-choo, motherfucker. He comes in with another easy layup on the court with another 5 bomb, buying tickets to the train, opening up seats, adding cars. And then Bold Alpha says, you know what? I saw that, Decado. I saw that. We're going to get this sucker up. We're going to get it to Mach 3.0. Okay. I see your easy layup, and I'm going to do a nice little easy dunk with another 5 bomb in here. Bold Alpha Wolfpack coming through. And then Decado to not be outdone. So I got some more. I found a spare bag. And so I'm going to drop another 5 tickets on everybody to the hype train, the living split screen, the splitters. Train is getting full, because I got 5 more tickets to this ride early Saturday morning. Let's go. Another 5 bomb from the Decado. Do I have all of them, Steel? I think I do. So that was a total of 20. But chat, as you all know, to keep our show ad-free, wink, wink, because you all know we hate ads, wink, wink. And we know this is the start of a new year, wink, wink. Your goal for our channel to help us out remains an easy 69. That's right. You never forget that number. Not that most of you would anyways, but you'll never forget that number, because it never changes here on the Living Split Screen. 69 is your goal. We appreciate all the support to keep this show ad-free, so that we don't have to hawk some beans, some coffee for y'all. You guys just keep doing what you do. And again, if you can't support through buying tickets, dropping bombs, shoveling coal into the furnace, that's okay. We don't discriminate here. You can help us out a little bit by just hitting that like button.
Did you get Tim's chat?
That's what we can do.
I mean, not Tim, but Jacob Novik's.
Jacob Novik. No, I was going to hit Jacob Novik because Jacob Novik has been a member for 4 months, and he came on through and said, do we know if Palworld will be available physically? No, I do not believe it will. It is a digital only thing. But
yes, because it's not in full release yet, because the game is in early access, quote unquote, technically.
Yes.
Although I do want to make people aware, because I am in their Discord. They are on the back half of that, right? There are just some things underlying that they want the community's opinions and thoughts on. And they want more people to experience the game so they can provide their input and everything else. So there's been a bunch of different changes that they've made already due to prior input, but they do want additional input from more people. So that's part of the reason why it is going to early access. I know some people were kind of iffy about that because these are the same people that made, it was right there too. Oh my God. It's still right there and I can't say it. Is it create something? God damn it. It's right, Craftopia. Thank you. There you go. It just came out of nowhere. It is made by the same people who made Craftopia, and some people were making a point. I saw some YouTube videos of people making a point that, oh well, Craftopia still isn't in full release yet. There's no proof that they're going to end up supporting this game. I mean, if they're still supporting Craftopia, I don't necessarily have a reason to deny that they're going to support this game. Another thing too, that people were worried that this game is fake, and I can tell you now that the game is not fake. This is not a day before situation. This is a legitimate game, and these are not bad devs, but I do think that they're trying to find a game that hits for them, that gets more of a mass audience, because I don't think Craftopia did that enough for them. So maybe they applied everything that they had in Craftopia, because that's something else that people brought up too. It was like, I don't know, it just looks like it may not be all together. It's early access. That's another thing. I think from everything that they learned in Craftopia, that's why they moved to Palworld, because they see this is an avenue that I've been talking to for quite some time. And I do want Paul to get his intro in.
No, you just want to talk about Palworld.
I mean, I will regardless. But I think the biggest thing is that we do not have a game that is like Pokemon outside of the Nintendo, right? And I think that this game can be a front runner or a front door opener, at least, for others to possibly try it again, right? We had Monster Rancher back in the day. We had Pocket Monsters back in the day. We had Pokemon back in the day. We had Digimon. You had all these different types. And Pokemon was the only one that kind of stood the test of time, right? As much as I love Digimon or whatever the case. In seeing that evolve beyond what we've gotten with Arceus and with Violet, in the other one I can't remember the name of right now, Scarlet, there it goes. If they can improve on that mythology and put their own flair in it, I think we got something special on our hands, but we'll see. Nonetheless, Pong.
Steele's excited about Palworld, if you guys can't tell. Like, they dropped in the Game Pass just for him. So like he's
Which is
even more
crazy.
excited now because it was an early 2024 gift for Steele to drop in the Game Pass. But yeah, so, and Jacob, no, it was 20, sir. It was 22 each. 5 bombs from Decado and Alpha Wolf Pack. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. We keep in the math right here, right? So, but the goal remains 69, everybody. Keep that in mind as we roll through 2024. And then we got Rescue Squad Culp, one of the OGs coming on through. Member for 2 months this morning. Happy 2 months. Happy 2-month anniversary to you, sir. And we also got to give a special shout out. Another OG that's been around. One of the first dudes I met in chats. One of the early guys I met in chat. Jesse Darby. He's got to work today, but it is his birthday. Happy birthday to you, Jesse Darby. I saw that earlier, so appreciate you showing up here. Sorry you got to work. I've been there myself. I got to work on birthdays sometimes, depending on when it falls.
Yeah.
So, but definitely appreciate you being here, brother, and happy birthday. Anyways, let's get into it. Yes, it is great to be back. Another Saturday morning living split screen with my brother from another steel rain. Haven't talked to him much this week at all. My work decided to just cut office hours.
Okay.
So I don't have flexibility anymore whatsoever. So that was cool. That happened this week. So yeah. So gaming wise, what that means is I really have to get my butt to bed to be able to get the hours in that I need to get in because I don't have an opportunity to start late. So this is going to be that
just means you got to go in at a certain time.
Yeah,
office closes at a certain time.
Right, because we used to stay open till 8. And now they cut that down to 6. So that means my morning hours, I have to be there to get the hours in I need to, especially with PM and the PM on Thursday. I leave early. So yeah. So That means I have to get my butt to bed early. No late nights for me for gaming. So I'm continue to be boring. That's going to change here shortly because we've got some games coming up like Tekken 8, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, which is getting rave reviews from the demo on PlayStation. So you're going to hear some newer stuff coming down the line here as we head towards the end of the month and into February for sure. Suicide Squad's coming right there as well on top of Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. So you guys will be hearing some new stuff from me. I have been legitimately playing a ton. We did play finals last weekend.
Yes, we did.
Steele and I did play finals. We got 3 dubs in a row in tournament play because we were lucky enough to get some good randos, which doesn't happen all the time. But we had a good stretch run, and then we had a frustrating run. But the finals is freaking amazing. If you have not downloaded it, it's free to play. Download it, check it out. If you're into tight gunplay, if you're into ever-changing battlefield-like scenarios in which you can clutch out victories, in which you can change the dynamic of the battlefield, pun intended, by destructibility, play the finals. I think you might enjoy it. Again, it is better if you do have people you can run with. It's 3 players on a team, but it is such a polished, good experience, and they are still updating it. And Bark knocked it out of the park with the finals. Steele and I were having a great time, especially on our win streak, of course. But we were having a great time. And even in the losing times, we still pulled out some clutch plays to get us to the next round. There is no better feeling than when that happens, when you are in 3rd or 4th place in a tournament and in the final minutes, you get the vault loaded or you steal a vault in the final seconds to pull out a 1st place or a 2nd place to move on to the next round. Man, there ain't no better feeling. And Steele and I were having definitely a lot of that last weekend. So go play the finals. Otherwise, the boring side of things, because I have to get my schedule in check and I have to be in bed early. I've just been rocking Vampire Survivors. Know you all probably sick and tired of hearing about Vampire Survivors. It's 2024. Who talks about Vampire Survivors anymore? But man, oh man, ever since I bought the DLC for the new year and re-downloaded it again, Vampire Survivors is just a game that is worthy of all of its praise. Ponicle just knocked it out of the park. I'm just having such a freaking blast opening up the new characters, really trying out the new weapons, getting some now with all the weapons that they have that you can open up and unlock. The combinations, they were insane before, but some of these new weapons, man, I've never seen anything like it in another game. Like what's going on the screen. Plus, Ponicle did updates to the game too. So there used to be, even on Series X, during some of the really chaotic parts that happened in that game, you could get some stutter, you could get some slowdown. That's all gone. I haven't had any of that since I re-downloaded it again. But my God, the visual effects on the screen, the feeling of powering up those weapons, and really watching the time and kind of planning and strategizing. Yes, there is strategy to Vampire Survivors about how you want to go about, collecting some of the power-ups, because you can actually collect over the set amount of power-ups in certain levels where you can find them. They've got new Arcana, which is the cards that you can select from. You can get up to 3 of those on a run, and those additionally power you up in different ways. They've got cursed items too, which can actually increase the amount of enemies and speed at which they attack you. There's benefits to that. It's just such a great freaking game, man. Vampire Survivors is one of those games I see myself going back to. It reminds me of the old shmups, the shoot 'em ups in a way. But I'm addicted. I just absolutely love that game. Plus the achievements I've got, they're up to like 197 achievements, I want to say now. Ponicle's got 197 achievements in there. I've got 145 of them. But every time you unlock a new character, there's an achievement for getting that character, to like level 50 or to stay alive for 15 minutes. So you're always popping achievements. And again, I'm not the biggest achievement hunter. I'm approaching 170,000 gamer score right now. But I'm not an achievement hunter, but it's still nice to hear those pop, and they're diamonds, especially in the DLC. They're all diamonds still. Only 3 to 5% of people have completed most of them. So just rocking out on Vampire Survivors. But like I said, you guys will be hearing me talk on Living Split Screen shortly in the coming weeks about newer games, because I am diving into Tekken 8 for sure day one. I've already got that locked in. I'm ready to rock and roll on that. And then I'm diving into Grand Blue Fantasy Relink on the PC. So you might even be getting some streams from me and Steel on that game, along with, of course, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. You guys now know it's been opened up. The NDA is off. You can't post any pictures or video, but you can talk about your experience. I'm sure Steele and I will have that as a topic today, because there's been a lot of talk around that game now that they opened up the NDA, now that the early previews came out from the media, which mostly weren't good. And we're going to talk about that. But then all of a sudden, Rocksteady said, you know what? Hey, if mainstream media isn't going to talk positively about this, let's open it up to the gamers who actually played the alpha and see what they have to say. And I got to say, versus what we heard from the mainstream media, a lot more positivity coming from those of us gamers who tried it out. Not all positive, for sure. There's plenty of people out there who said they didn't like it, that it wasn't their bag. That's cool. Don't have a problem with that.
I know exactly why.
Right. But for us, those of us that did enjoy it, we got a lot to say about it. And there's been some big posts about this. I posted in our DMs before the show.
Yeah. I'm going to read through that.
Yeah, you're going to read through that.
I think I'm going to start Suicide Squad as our first topic, actually.
Cool. We can do that. We might as well. We're going to start light and have some fun with it. But you'll see Steele and I probably streaming some Grand Blue Fantasy Relink co-op, which is a little different than the main story. We have found out that the main game, it's separate, but we're still gonna have a lot of fun.
It's
again,
dope, because
that game is getting hyped.
The way that they got it set up is that the more you progress and the more that you find things throughout you playing the story, the more you unlock for multiplayer and co-op. Also, you get all these additional missions, and they, from what the people that have been saying that have been playing it, at least the demo for sure, and the dev themselves have hinted at it, but they said that you want to, when you're playing story, make sure that you do explore, right?
Yeah.
They're not these big open world maps or anything like that. It's not going to be set up like that. It is more like Monster Hunter as far as the setup goes, right? Or a traditional, that kind of style where it's puts you on a board, you go through the board or whatever the case might be, or if you got to fight a monster, it puts you boom right there in the fight with the monster, and that's what you're doing for X amount of time, right? And then there's benefits and everything that you get. So
I can't believe how like crazy people are going. Like, I know this game's been, again, I've been watching it, obviously. Knew it wasn't coming to Xbox, but been watching on the side, and especially once I got my PC, I started watching a little bit more about it, because this game has been out, right? It was mobile first, right? Steel, if I'm not mistaken. This is actually a mobile game at one point.
Grand Blue Fantasy, not Relink.
Not Relink, but the original.
Grand Blue Fantasy itself is a gacha game. It started off as a mobile gacha game. And that was people's biggest fear was that they would carry that over into this.
Right.
And the dev said, no, we want that to be completely, so we wanted to create an experience to get more people into it, and expand our story versus what we currently have with the game. They said that they did a great preview over the of course it's foreign, but it does have subtitles and everything, but they did an excellent interview. I actually need to make sure I shout them out, because as devs, to have a gacha game and not carry some of those mechanics into your next game, and you have a game like The First Descendant. I mean, and I get The First Descendant is going to be a free-to-play game versus Grand Blue Fantasy, which is a paid game, fully paid game. I only bring First Ascended up because that is a game where you're going to either have to, like Warframe, pay for the characters up front, or grind to get these characters and then wait X amount of time to get them, so on and so forth, or like other gacha games where you have to specifically roll for a character and hope that you maybe get it one day through playing it, and go from there. Somebody asked if Nixie, he says, Liver Split Screen, did you guys play SS? What the heck is SS?
Assuming Suicide Squad. I'm assuming
Oh,
that's what he
shit.
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
We did.
We did.
We did.
I don't know why I didn't could put. I don't know why I didn't put that together. I'm stupid. I got another half a cup of coffee to get down, guys. I'm sorry. I apologize. I gotta get together. I gotta get it together. But yes, we did play Suicide Squad. We didn't play it together. No, unfortunately, we were going to, but like, I mean, life is life. Yep. But yes, we both have played Suicide Squad. I put about 20 hours into Suicide Squad. I got enough of what I needed. I also beat it for what they were giving to you for that beta test or whatever the case. But I got plenty to say about Suicide Squad. Again, I do want to. I think we'll definitely open up with that for sure.
We'll definitely open up that after we get through our stuff, for sure. But yeah, so you'll be seeing. So if you're on the fence, if you want to check out Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, keep your eyes open. I'm sure Steel will be streaming even more as he plays through. But we'll definitely get some streams in together, and then Suicide Squad as well. I'm sure we will definitely be hopping in.
Yeah,
Mav is day one now, I think.
I heard him.
So
I
we
heard
might
him
be able to get Mav.
Night.
Yeah,
big turn.
Yeah, big turn. So I definitely think you'll be seeing some cool streams of some new stuff instead of hearing me talk about Vampire Survivors on a Saturday morning in 2024. But again, Vampire Survivors is it. I'm definitely looking forward to a couple games that are coming out in that mold as well. I shouldn't forget the name of it, but I forget the name of it. There's a demo out right now, Steel, of one where it is definitely more up to date graphically. But it's based on the same style as Vampire Survivors, but you can transform into a car anytime you want. And you're a person.
What? There's a new one?
Yeah, there's a new one. There's a new one coming.
It's like Vampire Survivors?
Yeah. There's a demo on Xbox right now. You can go play it. God dang it. I'll find the name of it. But anyways, it's set up like Vampire Survivors, but it's set
into a car?
Yes, sir. And you could upgrade your car along with your playing as gods, Steel. You're playing as gods. They have different gods from different. Yes, because it's set in the future. It's like a cyberpunk future with robots and shit, but it's the same exact setup as Vampire Survivors. Same setup, but you actually have missions within the levels too. So you can go complete the missions as well to move on to the next sector.
Oh, what is the name of this game?
I got it. If anybody in chat knows it offhand, otherwise I'll look for it. But let me know. But yeah, it's coming out soon. Demo's out now. It's pretty damn fun, bro. I'm not gonna lie, and it's got a little bit more. I guess I shouldn't say it's got more challenge than Vampire Survivors because the learning curve in these games, you got to learn the different, the different power ups and the weapons and what works together, what doesn't work together. So you got to learn that stuff. But yeah, it's God dang it. Yes, Army of Ruin. It's Timmy. I did try that out too when it was demoed. That is out now too. It's like $10. I was thinking about that one too because that is also very cool. That's kind of a fantasy. I should say fantasy. Vampire Survivors is fantasy, but I'm just saying this is more like a high fantasy kind of classic fantasy style, more so. I did try that one too. It's Timmy. But what is the one that I'm talking about? I know it's out. It's freaking, and I just played the demo, and I should remember the name, but I can't. Vampire Survivors. Pause. We don't do this very often here on the show, but I'm going to do it right now. Like game. Xbox.
I was about to say I tried to look it up by the description and I couldn't find anything. I found some other weird stuff, but it wasn't that. I was like, the fact that there's a game demo of this and we don't know of it is very funny to me. I'm looking at what the current demos is. Let me actually bring this up for you guys on screen in case you guys are interested in it still. Let's just see what is out there in case you want to try something. Let's get this. Let me get this screen on up here. Game demos.
Yes.
There we go.
There
we go. We got Prince of Persia that's up there, which people are really high up on. This game, Prince of Persia, is actually doing leagues better than I was imagining.
The reviews are crazy. I got to download the demo of that too. I really do.
The game is doing leagues better than I was imagining. Again, it's not something I would typically play. Again, I did just play BlazBlue Entropy Effect, which is the same style, but it's a roguelite. So take that in consideration for what it is. I don't know if Prince of Persia is. I think it's a traditional that Castlevania style game where you go through, unlock new areas, whatnot, level up, get new upgrades and stuff like that. I did like a lot of the mechanics that they had, and then the combat was really dope. So there's that. They have the Fuga 2 demo out there. I've never tried Fuga, but I think that's turn-based. I could be mistaken on that. Let's see. We got Alexandria, Colossal Cave, The Land Beneath Us, Champion Shift.
Champion Shift. I think that's it. I think that is, yes, that's got to be it because you're playing as gods, champions.
Yeah, they got gods and then they got cards.
That is it. That is it. Champion Shift. Everybody, if you like Vampire Survivors, you want to try something cool, crazy, wild, wacky, go check that out. So you got a power-up bar for your car, so you can transform into the car, and then the meter starts running down, gives you a time limit of how long you use the car. However, as you kill enemies on the screen, you can collect orbs that will recharge that car. So technically speaking, I had a time frame where I was running around as a car for minutes at a time because I kept powering it up. But yeah, you got to fight mechs, you got to fight robots, you got to fight all sorts of shit. It's like a futuristic cyberpunk era thing where they've captured the gods, different gods from different realms. And yes, go check out Champion Shift. It is demo, on Xbox. It's a pretty extensive demo actually too. So you can play a lot of it. But yeah, bro.
Okay. Yeah. I'm playing it on screen. I mean, it actually.
Yeah. Yes.
Looks like a little fun game that you could jump into.
It is. It's auto attack, but you can actually direct where you want your your melee attack stuff go to.
Okay.
Yeah, you can kind of do that if you want to, but the auto battler works pretty well. But yeah, Champion Shift, everybody. There we go. God, nice. Damn, good call, Steel.
Hey, no, it's all good. That's what I'm here for. I had to scroll down because I didn't even realize I had like a full demo page. That might be something that we include too if they got it up there, just for people to kind of look through it to see if there's anything on there. Maybe we make you aware of some things. Lydian says Fuga is turn-based rock paper scissors combat. Okay, yeah, that's definitely not for me, but that's fine. That's fine.
No, I did not dream it. See, Tim the Sorcerer, I did not dream it. Okay, so you all,
that's why I wanted to help.
Don't make that stuff up. Yeah.
Nah, but it's dope. That is super dope. That's another game that I can put on my radar because I have been into a few of those recently. So that's definitely cool to see.
Yeah,
all right, man. Well, is that all that you had going on, man?
That's all I got going on, man. Let's get into this upcoming week of games, and we can shout out the chat. I don't know if this upcoming week, if we're still in dead zone time, or if we do have a little bit more to talk about. Oh, yes, we do have a little bit more to talk about this upcoming week for sure, which is good to see. Wait. No, that's 2023. Hold on. We got to get to 2024. Come on, Game Informer. Work with me here. Let's see here. What we got? Yes, we're going to get into that.
I don't think there's much.
There's not a whole lot this week at all.
At least this week for sure.
Yeah, no, I'll pull up Xbox Wire again just to see if there's anything that we're missing on here.
By the 20th. I mean, there's a few games on there. I'll bring these games up real quick. Let's see. Oh God, my camera's all kind of crazy. I'm gonna fix that here in a second too, ladies and gentlemen.
What happened to your camera?
I've been adjusting it.
You've been adjusting it?
Yeah, because I was using NVIDIA Broadcast and I went back to using just the cam straight from the source.
Yeah.
And since I went back to it, it changed where I was in my camera. So there's that.
Yeah,
but it's easy to fix. It's easy to fix.
All right, so let's get the chat shouted out here. All you beautiful people, good morning, everybody who has joined us, or good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. It could even be good evening in some places.
I'm not going to be judging about where you are. Yeah.
No, I don't give a shit where you are. I love when I see overseas people. It's crazy to me that we're in this day and age where we do have people listening to us from all over the globe. It's absolutely insane. So, M. Gene, great to see you this morning, brother. Thank you for dropping on by. Ray Oid, of course, is in the house. For some reason, Ray Oid was blocked last night on the Fun Speculation Network. Okay. Mr. Toxic Ray Oid, he's always saying crazy shit. I have no idea how that happened.
What was you saying?
Matt was trying to figure it out. Hopefully, I believe it got fixed during the show. But yeah, that was funny. Ray, great to see you.
Talking a lot of
It's
smack.
Timmy. What's going on? It's Timmy. He says, Army of Ruin is definitely a lot harder than Vampire Survivor. Will definitely challenge you. Thank you for that, because I played the demo, and again, you don't know with those types of games. Sometimes it's just a learning curve, because Vampire Survivors, I died a lot early on, right? Until you figured everything out. So I might be checking that game out as a little break, although again, we're only a week away or week and a half away from some big games coming out. So, I might not need the Vampire Survivors anymore.
Decado.
My early nights. Yeah.
He's Decado says he still wants to play Once Human. That's funny that you said that, Decado, because we talked about that last time too, right? Where we were possibly going to play that at some point on stream. I did do a good thing. I don't know when we're going to end up playing it, because we got a lot of good games that are coming. But
are you talking about Two Human, Decado? Two Human?
Two Human?
Is that what we're talking about?
Two Human? Oh, yeah, you're right. It is called Two Human, not Once Human.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure.
My fault. I'm thinking about Two Human.
I'm trying to think of What's Human. I'm like, does he mean Two Human?
No, Once Human. Once Human is the game that's on PC right now.
It is
only available on PC. Okay. Yeah, it's currently in beta right now, and that's going to be coming. I think it's going to end up coming to consoles, but it's supposed to be released soon at some point. But yeah, it's a game that's getting it's a survival game. Survival MMO.
Horror? It looks survival.
No,
horror.
It's everything. No, it's not. The intro is, but then
post-apocalyptic. Okay, yeah, got it.
It's going. I can't talk right now. It's supposed to be everything that the day before wasn't. Remember, because everything that the day before sold us on, they literally have that in this game and more.
Cool. Okay.
So
all right. Let's check that out for sure.
Yeah. Right now, it's they have it limited to where they can only let so many people get access to the servers or whatever the case. So they're like rolling out keys. So I don't know what's up with that. How long they're gonna have that going on?
I suppose that's better than freezing up your servers and having that issue.
Yeah, so, but they this is I think they're about to end their first season, quote unquote, technically, which I thought was really cool too, that they actually considered it like their first season. I don't know if they're going to consider it season 0 but how they were talking in Discord was just like, hey, it's like they're prepping the launch. That's kind of the vibe that I was getting from it. So, and it looks good, feels good. It's a third person game. I think it's going to be fun. So.
All right, perfect. Sounds fun. Actually, you know me, I like post-apocalyptic MMO shit. I mean, that's cool. I just don't have time as much, but especially with like Final Fantasy 14 coming out too as well. That's coming.
Yeah,
I've got so much this year. 2024 is going to be 2024 is going to be stellar, folks. I'm telling you, it's already started off. We're going to talk about in the upcoming week of games. Obviously, we already mentioned it, but we're going to talk about already an early contender for Game of the Year. There's been some big praise for this game. Of course, but we'll get into that in just a minute here. Let me get the rest of the chat. Eastside Bando, what's going on? Vandal. Great to see you. Oh, you were accidentally banned in Refudge's channel. Oh, I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry. What's going on with you, Eastside? Great to see you. Dark Zone 25, I should say, is in the house. What's going on, Dark Zone? Thank you for joining us. I saw, let's see here. Tim the Sorcerer said it's almost 5 p.m. here. See? Okay. That's what I'm talking about. Tim, great to have you.
Super dope.
Let's see here. Where was I? Lydian Masters in the house says, good morning from the West Coast. It is definitely early for you. Appreciate you setting your alarm and getting up early, Lydian. Thank you for being here, a part of the show. Joe Dunmore is in the house. What's going on? Joe, great to see your face, sir. Rescue Squad Culp is in here as always. Great to have you. Of course, the one, the only Bold Alpha Wolf Pack is in the house. Everybody, you already knew that because he was buying tickets for people. That's right. Great to see you as well. Who else we got in here? We've got the legendary Yobi joining us as always. Thank you, Yobi. Legend. Good morning to you, sir. All love to you, sir. Great to have you in here. We got the one and only Nixie in the house. What's going on, Nixie? Of course, one of the really OGs in here. What's going on? Who else we got in here? We got the Fuzzy Belvedere joining us, brother from another Fuzzy's in the house. I'll be talking to him later tonight, of course, on the Shop podcast. We had a ridiculous show on last night together on, of course, Xbox Ultimate over on the Fun Speculation Network because, my God, we went left early and we ended left. Oh, my God, it was insane. Yeah, it was nuts. We got Jacob Novick in the house. What's going on, Jacob? Always great to have you joining us, sir. Thank you for being here. We got Just Shady X here as well saying hi. What's going on? Just Shady, appreciate you. Froggy T. White is in the house. What's going on, Froggy?
What's going on?
What's going on, Froggy? Great to have you a part of our show today. As always, Refudge Gaming, thank you for dropping on by. I know you are probably picking up some tips from my little version of you. So thank you for dropping in here. I know you want to pick up some of that energy because you could bring a little bit more energy to your e-begging, sir. You could. I'm just saying. But thank you for joining us. Who else we got in here? We got, of course, the birthday boy, Jesse Darby, as mentioned previously. Happy birthday again, Jesse. Great to see you. And I hope your workday goes fast, sir, especially on your birthday. We got the brother from another actually guy, lore master Jasper in the house. He was trying to talk facts last night. Jasper, I went back and listened to the segment that I missed where you guys actually discussed Indiana Jones for about 2 seconds, but it turned into a conversation about circles instead. Jasper was trying to be serious. And of course, the rest of the panel took it left while I was gone. So anyways, I listened to that. It was freaking hilarious.
That's how it goes.
Yeah. Shout out to you, Jaspy. Who else we got in here? We got Scorpio in the house. He's got his coffee rolling this morning. Thank you, Scorpio, for joining us. Masshole 1977 is riding the hype train. That's right. Mach 3.0. I hope you're all enjoying that speed because we're going to keep this rolling. Thank you, Masshole, for being here so much. Web Dave, the great and one and only Web Dave is in the house. Web,
what up, Dave?
Awesome to see you, brother. We got Awful Grim Bones in the house. What's going on,
Bones.
Awful? Great to see you and have you a part of our show in the chat as well. Let's see who else we got in here. Did I miss anybody up this way? Andrew Cullinane. What's going on, Andrew Cullinane? Always great to have you joining us, sir. Let's see. Oh, the one and only Stanley Francois. Stanley Francois is in the house. What's going on, Stanley? Great to see you joining us this morning as well. And I think that's about as far back as I can go. Let's see if anybody dropped in the bottom. That's
as high as you can get
to do. Well,
is that what you were going to say?
No, back in the day, I could get a lot higher, sir. A lot higher. Nico Hunt's in the house. What's going on, Nico? Great to see you, sir. Thank you for dropping in here and checking out the show. Again, we don't do the business side outside of the obviously
the
jokes,
stuff, yeah.
But if you are here, if you do enjoy what you're hearing, please hit that like button, share us out. Big goals for 2024 behind the scenes. Hopefully getting some, like I was talking about earlier, we're getting some more content in, some more streaming together with me and Steel on the weekends. Maybe, even if I get home early and
you already know.
Listen, if you're on board the hype train at Mach 3.0, right? If you are on the train and you are enjoying the ride, first of all, I hope you got that 4-point harness system, the 4-point racing seatbelt system that we have installed on the hype train so you don't fly out the back while we're going at Mach 3.0 plus on a Saturday morning. Please strap that sucker in. I got to let you know that the one and only Dragon, well, he's no longer Dragon. We're just going to say legendary Yobi has flown overhead. He's done it. You ever been to one of those stadiums where they got the military flyovers? That's what legendary Yobi just did. He flew over the hype train and he said, guess what, guys? Mach 3.0 ain't good enough because I'm hitting Mach 5.0. So I need you guys to catch up because we're crossing into the afterlife at this point. That's right. He came over and he dropped a 50 bomb worth of coal right into the furnace. He did a pinpoint accuracy bombing run on us. A 50 bomb this morning from the one and only Yobi, trying to keep this channel ad free, trying to keep this channel coffee free as far as hawking, selling you coffee. But that's right. The 50 bomb from the one and only legendary Yobi gets us up to a Mach 5.0 to match that flyover. Thank you, Yobi. Appreciate that support. You are helping this chat not have to watch ads on our behalf. Thank you so much, Yobi. But the goal remains 69. Don't 69. Forget, everybody.
69 forever and always.
Choo, 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 motherfuckers. We're coming through town. If you got some friends up ahead, waiting on the hype train.
You better tell them. Better call them.
Tell them they're going to have to jump fast. Get on board. That's right. The hype train, Mach 5.0 on a Saturday morning early in 2024. Got to love to see it.
And he says, what does he say? He says, peace, love, life. Brothers, let's start the weekend off right. Keeping my circle of people I support really in the community really small. This is from me to you. Thank you all for what you do. Let's make LSS a pillar in this community. Hashtag horde divorce.
That's right. That's right. Let's do it.
And hors d'oeuvres.
Hors d'oeuvres. Not how Steele's pronounced it, but anyway.
Exactly.
Anyway, Yobi, all seriousness, nothing but love and respect, brother. Thank you for that. Appreciate you.
Much love, much appreciation.
Absolutely.
Again.
Ridiculous. Never expected, always appreciated.
We definitely got big goals, and again, it's going to be nothing but just trying to slam content out of there. That's the main thing. So, I greatly appreciate that, guys. We're gonna work on some things in the background.
KT the GOAT, I see you dropping in here, and
what up, KT?
We're going to talk a little Palworld. Steel already did, but Steel can't talk enough Palworld.
Look, I already got the thumbnail for the Palworld stream drawn up. It's already
about the strap monsters, man. He's all about the strap monsters.
We're about to get my RTS on.
All right. Thank you all again, chat, for being here. Obviously, appreciate you so much for giving us your time, your thoughts in the chat. Absolutely. Again, I can't say it enough. Outside of all the other stuff, that's all we wanted from this show. That's all we started this show for. So thank you all for being here again as we get into the upcoming week of games. And yes, it is starting to roll, folks. It really is. This is going to be the week of January the 15th, starting off on Monday. And we are going to get into this because we do have some games this week. I got excited when I first saw this name, Steel, and I think you probably know why, because I read it wrong and I was like, wait, what? So we're gonna start off this week with a game on Switch.
Oh,
but it's called The Legend of Grimrock, and of course, all you Transformer fans in here know how I read that wrong, right? I thought this was The Legend of Grimlock, and I was like, yo. We doing Dinobots this early? Let's go.
That'd have been dope.
It would have been freaking awesome. Oh my God. Anyways, The Legend of Grimrock, Switch January 15th. This is from developer. What's with humans today? We got human. This is Almost Human, developed and published by Almost Human. It was released in 2012. Yes, you heard me correctly, people. 2012. This game was released on PC. Mm-hmm. It was followed up on iOS in 2015. So we are talking about a 12-year-old game coming to Switch. That's right. It's coming to Switch. It is a role-playing game. So I never heard of this. If anybody's played The Legend of Grimrock about a decade ago, let us know if it's any good. But that's what's coming to Switch to start off the week here. Yeah, very interesting. When I saw the day, I was like, what? All right. Then what we've got Art of Rally coming to iOS. Listen, you haven't played Art of Rally. It is such a chill racing game, although extremely challenging. But my God, the aesthetic Steel, really the minimalistic art style that they took with that game, it adds to the whole feeling of just sitting down. The music is fantastic. The settings are fantastic. Art of Rally is a damn cool but challenging rally game. It is a lot of fun. I played that when it dropped. That was day one on that. Did I win that from? I wonder if I won that.
Did you win Art of Rally? I didn't recall you.
Pretty sure that was one of the ones I won from Indie Gamer. I shout out to Indie Gamer too. I haven't chatted with that man in a long time. Indie. If you're into indie games and you're not subscribed to Indie Gamer, go subscribe to him. The dude has interviews. The guy is one of the best in the community when it comes to that. That's his specialty is indie games. He covers them like nobody else. I've been on a show a bunch of times covering indie showcases and stuff. Dude's awesome. I haven't talked to him in a long time, but shout out to Indy. But yeah, Art of Rally, I believe I did win from him. But that's coming to iOS January 18th. Bulletstorm VR.
Oh,
I
okay.
can't imagine if they don't get this right, Steel, the vomit-inducing nature of trying to
it's
play
gonna be crazy.
Bulletstorm in VR.
That's gonna be crazy. It's a good
Talk
game for it though. It definitely it's like Doom style kind of
if
thing.
they hit it right, yes, absolutely. Bulletstorm is freaking amazing, right? It is an awesome game.
It's fun.
People Can Fly did the original, of course. They're doing this one. It is go check it out if you're into VR and you're looking for something. Again, if they don't nail the frames right, I can't imagine how quick I would vomit on this game. But Bulletstorm is freaking incredible. Still fun time to go back and play again. That is coming to VR. So shout out to VR getting some stuff. Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. We
Big
mentioned this, Steel. This is coming out January 18th. It's coming out to basically everything. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC, January 18th. You and I both, the early showing that they had where they kind of picked the wrong music for it. But there was a lot of hate trains trying to start rolling on this game when they first showed it off. People were like, this is not the Prince of Persia I wanted. Oh God, it's Ubisoft. This is not going to be good. Steel and I and some of the Fun Spec family that were watching, because we were co-streaming. I can't remember what show it was exactly, but we were co-streaming it.
It was the Ubisoft show.
Was it the Ubisoft show? Okay. So we all said, I think almost in unison, all of us were like, no, this actually looks really good. Like it looks like it's got a lot of potential. This looks cool. Love the art style. Freaking main character is freaking dope. Animations look solid, like really, really good. Bosses look cool as hell. So I got to say, we were early on this. And then they had another showing last year in which it presented much better. And the hate train kind of died off and more people were like, okay, I can kind of dig with this, right? And I can kind of get, I kind of want to see this and want to play it. Well, guess what? It's knocked it out of the park, Steel. It's knocked it out of the park. I think it's currently like an 87. What is it?
I think it's 87. Rest at 87 overall. But overall, like most places are giving it a 9.
Yeah, PC Gamer. Jesus Christ. How that site has just absolutely imploded again. I have no idea, but they are now in this realm of, we're just going to give low scores to give low scores to be the outsiders to get attention. What did they end up giving it? I think they gave it a 5 or 6. I want to say. Yeah. Just stupid. Jeff Grubb, I'll point out, shout out to Grub. One of our early subscribers, by the way. Nobody knows, but
that
Jeff
is true.
Subscribed to us. Crazy.
Shout out to Grub. Much love to you.
Shout out to Grub. I love Grub. And of course, him and Minotti had a big influence on our 2-man show as well. Absolutely. So that's why we do the backstage green room from time to time, because they do that. Love Grub. But anyways, he put out a post this week on X, Steel, and he said that had this game, he's playing this game right now, and he hasn't finished it yet. But had this game come out last year, 2023, this would already be 3rd on his list for Game of the Year. Damn. He thinks that this might wind up being a game that he likes more than Metroid Dread, which is saying a ton for Grub. Like Grub loves Metroid Dread, like loves. So he's saying that's how good this game. And yes, this game is a platformer. It is a puzzler. It is a Metroidvania. There's a lot of words in there I don't get with, okay? And I don't think I'm going to be buying this day one. I'm going to download the demo. I'm going to try it. It is Ubisoft Plus, and I'm planning on joining Ubisoft Plus sometime this year. I told you all that. I'm going to go back. I want to play Mirage. I want to play a lot of the games that they're coming out. This will be added to that list if I join Ubisoft Plus. Ubisoft Plus suddenly became a real value, Steel, a real value right now, depending on how long you're going to keep it for.
Yeah,
Skull and Bones is coming, and you can shut up.
I mean... And Skull and Bones is actually, again, I guess from the people that are into that, they're really liking it. And actually, the people that I thought were going to be a bit more down on it, are actually like, hey, it's actually pretty decent. So I
might join Ubisoft Plus around the time that Star Wars Outlaws comes out. I think that might be the time where I hit it. We'll see what else is going on, but maybe I'll do it earlier. We'll see. But anyways, get back to Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. First, really early, January 18th, and this, depending on how the rest of the year, I think this year is going to be loaded. Avatar. Again, we don't have the big stuff. Yeah, Avatar's in it too. We don't have the big stuff this year, like the Zeldas, the Starfields, the Spider-Mans, from what we know,
know
we don't have anything on that level, but we've talked about this, Steel. This year is going to be loaded with a lot of freaking fantastic games. But January 18th, I think this game is going to be in end of the year, game of the year conversations by the way that
That's
people
crazy.
are talking about it. So yeah, really starting off hot in 2024. So yeah, if you guys are looking forward to Prince of Persia, please let us know in the chat. If you've played the demo, which I am going to download and probably check out this weekend, please let us know how you're feeling about it. But right now, the hype is there. So this looks like a big winner for Ubisoft. And for a small game, Steel, we've been talking about the over budgets of AAA games. Another game shows up and shows that smaller games, smaller projects still have extreme value, because I think that this thing is going to sell well. I think Ubisoft is going to see Ubisoft Plus numbers increase just because of the catalog they're now building around it, especially with another game like this dropping in. But this is an early game of the year contender. I'm looking forward to it. Do you think you're going to buy the Steel, or what do you think you're going to do?
No, I'm going to get it through Ubisoft Plus. If I end up playing it, that'll be where I do it at. At that point, I might as well go through Assassin's Creed Mirage and really start filling those games out again. I was in there for a bit when I had Avatar, but I did unsubscribe because I don't think Avatar is a bad game, but right now I'm not going to put it in rotation. And there's other good games that are coming that I would rather play. Unfortunately, depending on how you want to look at that. Prince of Persia is definitely going to be on there, man. There's a few of these games that have definitely hit for me. Again, BlazBlue Entropy Effect was another one that, again, is very similar to this, but it's roguelite, which is different from this is more traditional in its style. So it's like, because of that, this may give me more of a reason to continue to play it and maybe get all the way through it. Because a lot of times that's where I end up finding myself, is like with BlazBlue. You're playing the same content. Not only that, it also comes out full 1.0 release, comes out the end of the month. So there's that to consider too. But a lot of these roguelike games, it's like you play the same thing over and over again. It's like, man, I do want there to be an end at some point, or a continuous story, or you just want good content, a good flow, right? If anything. And I think this is going to probably provide that to me. I tried to play some of the other popular ones that people have always put out there. Dead Cells, I did recently jump into. I thought that was interesting. I haven't. I don't know if it's because I played it on mobile, why I feel disconnected from it. Okay. Right. So I might try that on PC, see how, because I was liking the way that game was playing. It is. Yeah. There's a lot that's going on in there, man. And it's like, and it's not overly complicated. It's like,
it's one of those easy to get into, hard to master games.
It seems It seems like something that was up my alley, at least
for sure. Steel, if there was a game that was going to point out like that to you, it would be Dead Cells. Like I totally think you would. Yeah, I totally think you get into I might play more. I need to download. I'm gonna download it on Game Pass and maybe give that a run in my spare time or something. Check it out for sure. Yeah, Prince of Persia. Again, definitely looking forward to trying the demo.
Hopefully, we get a remake of the old one.
Yeah, that's well. I mean, there's been Prince of Persia's in the works, right? But remember, they had put the mobile one team, and it went sideways because they put an inexperienced team on it, and they totally trashed the game. I mean, again, from what we saw, all of us were like, "Yeah, no." So, but yeah, hopefully this reignites. I mean, Prince of Persia's never gone away just because it's been around for so damn long. I mean, we're talking about decades. Prince of Persia's been around. So it's got that IP value there. I got to believe that Ubisoft will try a more classic style Prince of Persia at some point if they don't already have a team working on it. But this one definitely should give them confidence going forward that Prince of Persia still carries a lot of value, because this game, again, I do believe that this could be one of those long lasting ones throughout the year that still remains in the conversation, depending on what happens this year. There's going to be a lot of good stuff, a lot of smaller games coming out this year, Steel, that have potential to be game of the year as well. So we'll see, but I am excited to try the demo. I just don't know how it's platforming, and there's platforming puzzling. Secrets thing. I love the secrets thing. I just don't do these games anymore. I just don't, but we'll see. Turnip Boy robs a bank, coming out January 18th. Turnip Boy commits tax fraud. Came out, I think, 2 years ago. Came into Game Pass. I actually downloaded and tried it at the time. Turnip Boy commits a tax fraud. It's like an RPG. So if this follows along in that same vein, Turnip Boy they're fun little games. Again, nothing to blow your mind. It's not going to blow your mind. It's not going to be, oh my God. But if you're just looking for a little side game to download with cute aesthetic to it, download Turnip Boy robs a bank. This is actually an action adventure. They call this one Snoozy Kazoo, published by Graffiti Games. Go check out Turnip Boy. It's funny. Another code recollection coming to the Switch on January 19th. January 19th. Developed by Sing or King, depending on how you pronounce it, CING, published by Nintendo directly. And this is an adventure game. Another code recollection coming. All right, cool. What do we got? Oh, Steel, you're popping in day one because they're gonna have factions with this one, right? The Last of Us Part 2 remastered January.
So no.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It's only on PlayStation 5. The Last of Us Part 2 remastered January 19th, coming with the new roguelite mode, horde mode, whatever you want to call it. They're pumping the hell out of that mode, by the way. That's all I've seen on the X feed. Man, they paid, advertised it. Like, they really want you to play dress up with Ellie and Joel. I mean,
that's what's going to keep you in there for a little bit. So
that's what they're hoping for. They're pumping it. I mean, again, they got to. But The Last of Us Part 2 remastered this week. Again, that game doesn't exist for me at all. So therefore, I don't even know what this is. All right, Howl is coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series. Oh wait, did I jump too far ahead? I jumped too far ahead. All right, let's get that's that's too far ahead. Let's jump into Xbox Wire real quick and see what else we missed here. We've got Steel. I did send you the link in the DM.
Okay,
by the way.
Perfect.
So January 16th. Hey, another simulator game. Why not? In 10 years, we'll have every possible vocation or job, depending on how you like to call it, in some type of simulator. Why not? So this one is Food Truck Simulator. Let's go. Ever dreamed of owning a food truck? Renovate your very own food truck with a wide range of customization options with a large catalog of equipment options to choose from. Create your own recipes with a detailed cooking system. Let's go. Food Truck Simulator, January 16th. Brought to you by Ultimate Games. Argonauts Agency 3, chair of the, excuse me. Hold on. My eyes went weird. Chair of Hephaestus. This is join the Argonaut team in a new time management game. Free Peleus from the trap and crack the case of Hephaestus's chair.
Okay.
Say that 5,000 times. No. Construct buildings, remove obstacles, repair damaged bridges, and more. Over 40 beautiful levels coming from 8th Floor LTD. That is Argonauts Agency 3, January 17th. Then we got, God, what's with these names? Nephenthesis. There we go. Nephenthesis. January 17th as well. It's a vertical shmup. That's right, a vertical scrolling shoot 'em up presented in widescreen top-down 3D style. So if you guys are looking for shmups, you got another one coming. Nephenthesis. East Asia Soft Limited. East Asia Soft Limited produces a lot of single A, double A games. They publish a lot as well. Banson Knights coming January 18th. In a world of religious fanaticism, F5 tornadoes and Ford Sierras.
F5 tornadoes.
That was random. That's random. Ford Sierras.
Oh,
you are Boulder, an undercover agent. Your assignment sees you infiltrate the Banson Knights, deadly supercharged cult with an enigmatic leader. In this murky and dangerous world, you must keep your wits about you and stay alive to unravel the mystery behind an old friend's disappearance in this interactive adventure. So again, narrative type game coming from Chorus Worldwide Games. That is January 18th. We already talked about Prince of Persia, Reset Tale. Yeah, exactly. Not a full price game, which is awesome. Reset Tale, January 18th, 2D platformer. Then we've got that one is from Weak Fish Studio Publishing. And then we got Rising Lords from Deck 13. I like Deck 13 games.
Yeah,
I do. Collect taxes and resources, dictate rations and fieldwork, forge weapons, raise armies, and build mighty fortified cities. You've got my attention, Deck 13. I had not heard about this. It is coming out January the 18th. Why does Xbox have everything locked behind birth dates for no reason? I can't. This game is not gory, folks. There's no way this game is freaking violent or gory. I just wanted to check it out and see what it looked like, see what the aesthetic was looking like, because I had not heard of this game. Can't believe you do this. Yeah, no, this is not anything. Looks cool as hell. This would be a game that I play. All
Okay.
right, Rising
Rising
Lords,
Lords.
deck 13. Yeah, shout out to Rising Lords. Looks kind of dope. We'll have to check this out for sure. Don't have a price on it right now. We already talked about Turnip Boy Robs a Bank. Cubics, a platform puzzle game coming January 19th from Raphael VF. Then, of course, we talked about Palworld. No, we didn't get a Palworld in Game Informer at all, did we? We didn't.
No, we didn't.
That was not included. So Palworld, again, if you guys haven't
preview.
heard, Monsters with Guns, Pokemon with Guns is coming. You can also, listen, folks, you can also, because I didn't know this, Steele knew this because he's a Palworld fanatic already, but you can each eat the monsters.
Mm-hmm.
You can send them to factories to develop resources for you, right? You can feed them to other monsters, right? You can ride them.
Mm-hmm. You can fly.
Is there anything else you can do? You can fly. Yes, you can fly them. Again, Palworld, for anybody who doesn't know, coming to Game Pass, early access, 32 people on a server. So this is a multiplayer co-op Pokemon shooter is what this is. So everybody download, I laughed at Steele when he asked me if I was going to jump into Palworld with him. I laughed at him in the DMs. But y'all know.
No,
right? It's Game Pass. I will download it. I will check it out just to say that I played Palworld, just to say that I tried it. Could I love it? Of course. That chance is always there. And I, again, don't shy away from trying new things. I'm not a Pokemon fan, but I will jump into Palworld.
I don't think you have to be. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be interesting.
Maybe Steele and I will even stream some Palworld co-op together because I'm sure the conversations will be fantastic. So yes, but Palworld is January 19th. Yeah.
Oh God.
January 19th. Palworld is coming.
Palm's gonna be complaining the whole time.
Oh,
what
bro.
the fuck is this dumb
bro, this is the dumbest shit I've ever played. No, who knows? I might love it. From Pocket Pair Incorporated. All right. And then finally, Witch Rise on January the 19th. This looks like a little Miss Piggy. Yes, Miss Piggy Witch. Okay. That's exactly what she is on the screen. Witch Rise tells the tale of a sweet, innocent young girl who was turned into a piglet. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, wait, they did not give her a pig nose. All right. So yeah, she was turned into a piglet by the cruel fallen witch. Now our heroine must embark on a quest to overcome the curse and change back into her old self again. That is right. We've got Witch Rise on January 19th, and that's everything from Xbox Wire. So there's your lowdown of the games coming next week to a console or platform near you. We do have some. Hey, 2024 is starting to roll, Steel, for sure.
Yeah, 2024 is definitely on. It's heavy this year, guys. Like I don't know what else to tell you. There's a lot that is going on, a lot of games to play. Just in February, in itself. I mean, we got Helldivers and Suicide Squad to start.
I keep forgetting about Helldivers as well. Oh God, bro,
to start.
Grand Blue
and Grand Blue is right. Is that same week, bro? Like
Tekken 8, Helldivers 2, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, and Suicide Squad all within a week or week and a half. It's
a week and a half. Suicide Squad comes out the next week. Comes out
the second, doesn't it?
No, Grand Blue comes out that following week.
First. Grand Blue comes out the first, right?
Is it the first? I thought it was the 8th.
Yeah.
Or the 7th.
The 8th. Am I wrong? Okay.
I mean, I could be mistaken. I thought that's what it was. There's one of those games that come out the 7th or the 8th.
Okay. Maybe it is that. Maybe I was wrong. February 1st, it says here.
Oh, February 1st. God damn it. Suicide Squad Ultimate is 129. Is 129.
Is that, do we get it early? Is Suicide Squad
Suicide Squad literally releases a day after fucking Tekken?
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Bro, I'm telling you.
Hey guys, I'm gonna tell you one thing. When I got time, you can tune in right here to Live in Split Screen. There's gonna be many different. There's a rotation already right there. What am I supposed to do with that?
Budget's getting blown up early in the year, man. I'm telling you.
What am I supposed to do with that rotation, guys? Can somebody tell me? I don't know. Between Tekken, Grand Blue Fantasy, and Suicide Squad, and then you throw in Helldivers. When is Helldivers? Is Helldivers later?
Helldivers 2. Yes, I believe that's later. That's later in February. I'm pretty sure, maybe.
No, I'm pretty sure that's early too.
Is that? No, yeah, February 8th. That's the February 8th.
Okay, that's the one. That's the phone. Okay,
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
Well, okay, there's a little bit of a break there. Okay, okay.
A week. Okay. three big games, and then you say that's a break. Yeah, no, I need no break.
Look, I wouldn't be able to review them. I would say that this would be a terrible time to be a reviewer.
Oh yeah, no,
right?
No.
3 different, because they're all games are huge games. Yeah, end of the month is ridiculous, bro. Like Suicide Squad, Grand Blue, and Tekken.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, bro.
That's a nice rotation. That is a good rotation.
It is a nice
for new games. That is a really cool and interesting rotation. And all I'm gonna tell you guys,
fucking else too, God.
Bro. That's with Power's coming in next week. There's gonna be games that are gonna get dropped. Like, I'm pretty sure Suicide Squad. I definitely think is going to be a sit-in.
Yeah,
for me.
That's right. Decado, and then Final Fantasy 14 beta is probably going to be around February.
Because of this, I might have to wait. I might have to hold off because I already know what Final Fantasy 14 is.
Yeah, that's true.
And I could just play the actual game.
So long, bro. I've been waiting
so long. That's true.
But time wise, right now with me, I might have.
If you really wanted that, you might as well just play on PC.
If we're in deep on Suicide Squad and Grand Blue and Helldivers,
I think might have. If Helldivers actually ends up being, because again, I think that's another conversation we can have today. How down people are seemingly on Helldivers all of a sudden.
Whatever.
They're
just not hype.
It's weird.
They're just
really
not talking
weird.
about it.
I thought people would be excited about it because of how it looked and everything else, and it looks interesting. It looks like it's going to be really a fun game to play. And I didn't even play the first one, so it's like, and then people are being weird about it. But anyway, it's just there is so much happening right around the corner, and we're about to get into that Suicide Squad conversation and maybe help some people in the chat or audio listeners, anybody else that's out there listening, decide whether it's going to be something for you or not. Thus far, so Bold Alpha says the first 2 weeks of Tekken 8. That's all I'm playing.
Oof. It's gonna be tough, man.
Yeah.
Good news is I'm not competitive, so I don't have to be on
Bold.
So.
I'm definitely with you. I think that's going to be my. As bad as that sounds, that might be my wind down game.
Yeah.
Even though that sounds brutal as hell for a wind down game.
Yeah. It does sound brutal as hell, but yes, I can see why you would say that. But yeah,
just get in there, pick a character or 2. I already know what 2 characters I want to use, so it's like, I might have to throw 3 in there. I don't know yet. But dog, it's so crazy. What were you gonna say, Paul? My fault.
No. I was just gonna say, first of all, Katie the Goat brought up the fact that you can also breed in Palworld. So yes, he said it's more like Ark than it is actually Pokemon. So yeah. He's got a point. He's got a point for sure. So, again,
for sure.
I appreciate that. Got a shout out, of course, Sith Lord jumping in here. General Spartan 27. Shout out to Sith Lord, by the way, for all the support. Always shouting out the shows during the week and includes ours on Saturday. Appreciate you, Sith, all the time, brother. Thank you so much for that. But shout out to you. Shout out to General Spartan 27 dropping in here as well. And of course, the brother from another, Mav, dropping in here, who is going to be joining us with this craziness in these games. I think he's actually all in on all these games. So nice. Yeah, he's gonna be joining us in this rotation that's gonna be nuts. So it's gonna be awesome. You can just I read that. Yeah. I read Mav's comment very quick. Again, last night's show on Xbox Ultimate. Yeah, I'm still left this morning, but I read that. It's like, yo, Mav, pause. But okay. He says you can beat me up and Tekken to wind down. Yo,
it still don't sound any better. You said
it really doesn't. It really doesn't. Mav's looking to get hit. All right,
KT to go also brought up something. He says, can we be honest, since it's not 2023 anymore? 23 was the most overrated year of gaming ever. Only BG3 was considered great, and that wasn't even a hit anywhere but PC. 2024 will be better in my opinion. Whoa, KT, that's
a strong, again, it's opinion based.
Sure.
You're more than welcome to it. I personally, in my opinion, disagree because obviously Starfield was game of the generation for me. And my all-time favorite game, along with obviously BG3 being a generational game as well, as far as CRPGs go. And then I'm not going to even though I don't play Nintendo, people love Tears of the Kingdom. There was a lot of posting about that game, about people creating machines. There was a lot of hype around that game. Spider-Man 2 for the PlayStation community. I think some people are starting to admit that it wasn't like the greatest of all time, but they still had a great time with it. I got it. And then throw in all the other games that we played, last year. Remnant 2 Steel obviously was huge on our list. There was so many games last year. I think it was one of the greatest years, if not the greatest year of all time gaming. But again, it's opinion based. Love the strong hill you're standing on, Katie DeGoat. If it wasn't for you, hey man, hey, you got things to look forward to, because Steele and I talked about it. Mav and I talked about it. 2024, I do believe can match, maybe not with the big games, but I do believe it can match from content and quality wise. I think it can match or surpass 2023. And the way we're starting out, like we said earlier, we're already starting out hot. So I think this is going to be a great year. Dragon's Dogma 2 coming as well down the road here. There's a lot to look forward to. So Katie DeGoat, I hope 2024 impresses you more, and I hope you find more to play this year that really stands out to you. But I appreciate you standing on that hill for sure. I'm not going to argue opinions because that's just dumb. I mean, it's opinion based.
Definitely won't argue opinions, but the only thing I will do is I'll give you my personal kind of list of games, and based off of this, that's why I can't say why 2023 was lacking, right? And I'm just going to only give you the ones that I were my standouts. So we had Hogwarts Legacy last year, Jedi Survivor, Diablo 4, Remnant 2, Armored Core 6, Fate Samurai, Starfield, Mortal Kombat 1, Forza Motorsport, and then there were others too that dropped in there around that list. And so like when you say, 2023 was kind of overrated, more so just speaking to that point, I don't agree with that. I think it was one of the greater years in gaming that I personally have experienced. And I think now, to your point, KT, is that 2024, I think will dwarf that because of the type and style of games that we're about to get.
Yeah,
there's about to be a wide variety of high quality games, not just mediocre indie games. I mean, again, no downplay to those games, but when we talk about those high quality, we're talking about whether it's graphics, gameplay, known devs. Those are the things that we're speaking to. Things that have been cooking for some time that need to start releasing. 24 and 25, there has to be some things in there that
there's going to be big stuff
we need answers to, right? Yeah. And if that's the case, then oh man, it's about to be a real avalanche of things that we're going to be able to get involved in, play, and when we look back to 23, we'll look at it as like, damn, it's not slowing down.
No,
it's only progressing. And I think that's the way I look at it more so.
No, I agree, Steele, and we talked about it. I think it's ramped up for the next 2 years at least, if not 3. I think we are in. No matter where you're playing, no matter what happens in the industry, I think they've already got it lined up. And I think that we are going to be continuously kind of repeating the same stuff each year about that year that we did from the previous year, because I just don't see any let up and I don't see any breaks. I don't see, again, it depends what you consider great. It depends what you look at as, that's quality or not quality. It's going to be opinion based. But for us, again, look at what Steele and I just named off coming in the next 2 weeks. Like it's for us right now. Again, Golden Age of Gaming is here for me. And now that I have a PC on top of it, being able to play Helldivers 2, being able to jump into Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, plus all the stuff I've missed on PC, plus all the stuff coming to PC. I got Homeworld 3 this year that I want to jump into. Like, it's ridiculous, man. So depending on your perspective, I just don't see any let up. I see this industry is hitting on all cylinders outside of the layoffs, which is, another conversation that we always do have here. Layoffs are hitting the industry tech wide, from all different divisions and departments, but really gaming wise, yeah, man, we're stacked. We're stacked for the next 2 to 3 years, at least. We are set to go, and we could be talking about new consoles after that point, which we know is going to have stuff to talk about. So, but yeah, no, I hear you, KD. Shout out to Jason Max jumping in here. I see you. Shout out to Fahim Scott, of course, jumping in here, bringing the extra spice and flavor to the show as well. Appreciate you all jumping in here as well. But yeah, we're as content creators too, Steel, we are set, bro. We're gonna have stuff to talk about each and every week, man.
1000%.
It's gonna nonstop.
1000%.
All right, Steel. So you said you wanted to jump into the Suicide Squad.
I think that's the perfect springboard, man, because there's a lot of divisive things happening. I think a lot of the content creation space is pretty down and negative on it. I think it would be honest for us to say that we kind of expected that the entire time, right?
Maybe not to this degree.
No, not to this degree, because the one thing that I will say is that me and you were pretty up on it when we first saw it, right? It was like, oh man, this seems like it's right up our alley. It's something we could be interested in. And shout out to IGN. They're going to be the ones providing this gameplay that you guys are going to be seeing on screen. Just because I wanted to show a little bit more in the gameplay that I have, I can't show.
3-bit. So I see you, brother.
Brother 3-bit, what's going on? How you feeling, man? Hopefully you're having a good morning. Suicide Squad. Pong, man. I have a lot of things to say about Suicide Squad, especially coming off of Arkham Knights, right? Another game that I thought was also much better than people said. Another game that I had a lot of fun with. I jumped back into with Mav and Jasper most recently, and we had a lot of fun in there, even playing in co-op. And I thought that experience was really dope. But Suicide Squad is definitely offering something different, right? And I knew from the first time that I saw the trailer that it was going to be a different type of game. That the people that were expecting an Arkham Knight styled game, that they were going to be somewhat frustrated with this. Then that's easy to acknowledge, because when you start seeing King Shark, Captain Boomerang, Harley Quinn, and Deadshot rolling around, and you're like, oh, the title is Kill the Justice League, and then you start seeing leaks and things, or people putting out pieces of the story, and you're like, oh man, we're actually defeating the Justice League. And I guess somehow that turned people off. And again, I get it. You never want to see your heroes be taken down by this no-name crew like that. Suicide Squad has been struggling in the box office for quite some time. The movies have been up and down and inconsistent, although we've gotten iconic characters from it, right? We got the new Joker for Jared Leto. However you feel about that. I feel like wasn't great, which is why they kind of canned that.
Not compared to previous Jokers. No,
yeah,
it was hard. Even though I know it's a different Joker, even though
it's hard,
I understand those basics. It's hard to watch him. Yeah.
We did get a good Harley Quinn, and I do think we got some other good representations of those other characters. I want to start off by saying that Suicide Squad is probably this game is probably the one piece of content that has actually made me care more about these characters and the direction of their story than any of the movies combined. Point blank, period. The way that the game starts off, I mean, and at least from what I was able to play of the closed beta, since we're allowed to talk about it now, the way that the game starts off is rock steady quality. Yes, does the game feel are you not Batman? 1000%. You are not Batman. You're not the Green Lantern, which I think would have been something else. You're not the Flash. You're not Wonder Woman. You're not any of these other characters. You are the Suicide Squad. And the most basic thing that we have to understand about the Suicide Squad that they blatantly tell you and are very upfront with you in the game is that they cannot hold the candle to the heroes of this universe. They know that. Which is why,
in fact, they have to steal from them.
If in matter of fact, which is why these heroes have a rogue gallery, right? Right? So, with that being said, obviously these characters need something to give them some form of advantage, quote unquote, moving into this new world. Although Suicide Squad is supposed to take place after Arkham Knight. That in itself is the most interesting story piece for me because they keep reiterating that. Hey, this takes place as with Arkham Knight. One of the most recent dev things that they did. Hey, this is right after Arkham Knight. We wanted fans to know they feel that they representation, the things that they're coming out about the Joker now. Apparently, that's going to be DLC, and then playing with universes is also an interesting concept. These are all things that you wouldn't have been able to do in a Batman game, which I think is really unique because I feel like Suicide Squad has allowed Rocksteady to kind of expand their vision on a different style of game. Yes, let's focus on gunplay. Let's focus on traversal. Let's focus on what makes this game fun to play. For me, and I get if people don't like this up front, the game is heavily based in movement. I played a lot with Deadshot. You do need to be versatile, especially with Deadshot. Some of the other characters, I did use all the characters though, but especially with Deadshot, he has this thing about him, and it's what's crazy is that they somehow still were able to get the Arkham dance into this game once you get into the flow of it. Once you understand that, hey, if I shoot the legs, that gives me kind of a critical, that gives me a chance to get my shields back. If I go in and I'm aggressive and I get the kill, because you still have to, you can't just sit back and shoot these enemies all the time. Certain characters can, again, Deadshot can, but I still found myself a lot of the time being aggressive. Oh, I got to get my shields back, because that is the one, there is no other way to get shields back. And if shields is the one way to protect yourself, because yes, you do have health also, but why wouldn't you want armor? Right? And if armor is the one thing that's really going to keep you in the center of the fight or keep you active, you can do this thing where you're kind of, especially with Deadshot, where I was in and out of traffic all day long. I was in the air, I was down here, I was rolling on the ground. They also have this timing thing where when you're jumping from your movement mechanic and you roll or use the crouch button at the right time when you hit the ground, it not only refills that meter, allowing you to almost instantaneously use your traversal mechanic again, which it doesn't do that any other time. But it also keeps your momentum up, right? Which is something that you want in this game. Even somebody like King Shark, although you think that he's a tank, he's jumping on folks, he's climbing up walls, he may feel a little bit heavier, but even him, you want to keep the momentum up, because he can still be in and out of traffic all day long. Same with Harley. And I felt like all of their movement mechanics made sense for what they were trying to accomplish in this game. If you would have done anything else, what else were you going to give Harley? You're going to give Harley Quinn the Batmobile all of a sudden? How else was she going to traverse through the world? Running around as Harley Quinn just in Gotham wasn't going to be fun. No. Running around as King Shark throughout the world wasn't going to be fun. Captain Boomerang without the flash mechanic, and they address it in the story of this game. Oh man, I always wanted the flash powers. They tease this thing and play with it. And it's like they're extremely conscious about how this game is perceived and the angle that they're trying to attack us with. Bold Alpha says, Steel, what's the team's energy like? For me, since I didn't play in co-op, even having AI companions, I felt like the team was very in tune with what I had going on. They were shooting people that were around me. I didn't feel like I was getting jumped and I was by myself a lot of the time. They were pretty consistent about staying together with me. It felt like there was good AI in here as well, right? So there was a lot of different elements to this game that I at least felt unique and had a lot of that Rocksteady quality, especially when it comes to the story content. There is nothing if there's one thing that if you cannot sleep on, it is definitely the story of this game. The graphics are not to be, this isn't something they just threw together. It does not feel that way. And my issue with the way people are attacking this game, like when they compare it to Crackdown, it just feels like people are purposely, and again, feel however you want to feel about the game. I'm not going to sit here and tell you how you should or should not feel about it. What I will say though, is that I feel like people are trying to degrade the game just because it's not what they wanted. People wanted another Batman game. You're not getting another Batman game. That trilogy also ended. If you didn't like that ending, or wanted a continuation with that, if you paid attention to Arkham Knight, I don't think it was going to be with Batman anyway. If anything, I do think that the rumors we were getting before about them possibly working on Gotham Knights previously, I do think that that was more of a probability than Suicide Squad was. And we talked about that previously, where WB essentially made them swap roles. Suicide Squad was in a worse place, so they said, "Hey, Rocksteady, we need you to get this together." And again, yes, Rocksteady has come out and said, "No, this is the game that we've wanted to create." And I can believe them even if that's not the case. I can believe it, because there's no portion in this that says, "Oh, they just need to throw something together. Oh, they just need to make money for the company." Sure, there may have been some of that. But even what we saw previously, there hasn't been so much change in here on the live service element of it. And again, the live service element is just cosmetics. But there is nothing here that would detract you from the experience, and the game still gives you stuff. You still get cosmetics in game. It's a looter at the end of the day. If you don't like the looter aspect of it, I don't know what else to tell you. Maybe that's a turnoff, and I get that. And you wanted a traditional action adventure game. That's not this. And they had to do something to make these characters more appealing. And I think they hit the nail on the head with this one. That's my quick breakdown. Of Suicide Squad. There may be a few more thoughts that I'll put in there. Dakota's bringing up some things that I'll read real quick, and I want to pass it off to you, Pong, on your initial feelings about the game, because I feel like, for me personally, I've been solidified in my thoughts of the game. It's day one for me. I'm glad I didn't doubt it. I'm glad it is everything that I was looking for from it, to be quite frank. Dakota real quick says, exactly, Steel. I got into it with a friend because he was complaining because it wasn't a Batman game. He didn't like it when I said that. Mentality is why studios do not grow. That's 100%. Yeah. That is not a bad thought.
Correct.
It is 1,000%. People want these studios to continuously make the same things over and over and over and over again. Not everybody's in that scenario. Not everybody's the Coalition. Not everybody's 343. Not everybody's Insomniac. Not everybody's Naughty Dog. There's only a few studios that do that, and they do that for a reason. Just because they've traditionally made Batman games, wouldn't it make sense that they just play around more in the universe, do something new? They did the same thing for 3 games. Well, let's do something different. I don't know. Pong, how do you feel about Suicide Squad? What was your impressions? Do you feel a bit justified on your initial impressions of the game? And then how you feel currently with what you've seen from the community and whatnot also?
Yeah. Again, you can have whatever opinion you want. I'm not the guy that's going to tell you that you have to like something if you don't. I'm not going to tell you, be the guy that tell you to go buy something that you don't have an interest in, even if your reason is because it's not what I wanted. Right. Like I'm never going to be that guy. Right. So for me, again, and I've seen this community is just absolutely ridiculous when it comes to this stuff. When the hate train starts rolling or the hype train starts rolling, either way, anybody who says a positive thing about Suicide Squad is suddenly capping for this game. You guys all know out there in the chat, you've been listening to me for long enough at enough places. I have zero reason to cap for this game. I'm not a superhero fan. The only interesting part about this game is Harley Quinn for me, right? As far as the superheroes go themselves, or the anti-heroes, whatever you want to call them. Harley's the only interest I had in this game initially. Initially, when it was announced, I was like, whatever. Again, another superhero game, cool. Don't know anybody on the Suicide Squad outside of Harley, whatever. I didn't have any interest. As I saw more and more of the gameplay, right? That's where my interest started to grow. And I know it was the opposite for people, because people wanted to see another Batman game. They wanted the Arkham dance. They wanted the hand-to-hand combat. Everybody was like, why are you giving them guns? This is stupid. I don't want a shooter from Rocksteady. For me, it was the opposite. Then they said, oh, it's a looter shooter too. I'm like, oh, okay. Now you're starting to speak my language. I have zero reason to cap for this game because I could care less about superhero games in general. Right? Playing the alpha sold me the rest of the way on the game. Like I only played it single player. Again, Steel and I did not get a chance to link up and do co-op. I only played it as a single player game, but I enjoyed the hell out of this game. Once you get the controls down, I've seen other people say this, the people that are, saying some positive things about the game, they've also agreed with me that it does take a while to get the controls down, to feel natural with the movement, because like Steele said, this game is all about movement. You are constantly on the move. But once you do, the controls become more intuitive and you can really get from point A to point B in an impressive manner. Like that's what, no matter who you're playing with. Now I played mostly with Harley. I did try the other characters through the tutorial. They have you try the other characters, kind of learn their moves as well. I obviously played most of my time with Harley, but all the characters have unique abilities to get you from point A to point B. And once you get them down, it works pretty flawlessly. Now, again, I won't say that with my time that I had enough time to say, oh, it became second nature, because it wasn't. There were still times where I tried to do something and I would miss the mark or whatever the case may be. But overall, I loved traversing the city, both, again, cross the city and verticality, right? Wise. I loved it. I thought it was great. Story. Steele brought up the story. That is the first thing that grabbed me. Again, as somebody who doesn't necessarily know these characters like that, who doesn't know backstories, who doesn't know any of that, instantly was drawn in by the writing. I was chuckling. I was smiling to myself. Again, Tara Strong, obviously reprising her role as Harley. Again, I mean, one of the all-time classics doing Harley. She is phenomenal throughout this game. But all the characters, I was laughing. Sure, is there some dumb stuff? Of course there is. I'm getting old, so some things I go, really? But for the most part, everything hit, and I want to know more about the story, right? So that right there. Then you get into the city, like Steele was saying. You get into the city, and my God, it's beautiful. It might not be that dark, oppressive atmosphere that you get with Batman and Gotham, right? But at the same time, what they've done, and with Brainiac taking over the city and obviously him looming large literally over the entire city and all the stuff going on in the city, it never felt like action wasn't more a step away. The graphics were bold, beautiful. The colors popped off. Was playing on PC. Colors popped off the monitor, right? Just really enjoyed the whole look of the game. Character models were fantastic. Loved all of that. Again, Rocksteady's DNA, even if this was not the game they initially wanted to make, even if WB came to them and said, hey, you're going to make this type of game. And we do believe that there was some of that pressure, obviously, from the higher ups, because WB is not in a good spot. Hogwarts made it a little bit better spot, but they're still not in a great spot. So even if they forced Rocksteady did not come into this game, you can tell, with their heads down. They said, okay, if we are going to do this, we're going to take this as a challenge. The Rocksteady DNA is here. The Rocksteady polish is here. Again, I said it on PM and the PM. If the alpha is any indication in the final game, and obviously it was a short bit of the game, but if it's any indication of what the full game is, this is going to be a polished game. This is going to be one of those games that I don't think is going to come out and have a whole lot of problems. Now, it could be wrong. Could come out broken. We've seen plenty of games that look great. Star Wars last year obviously looked great. Everything we were seeing, reviewers like, oh, it's great. There's really no problems. Well, it comes out and it's broken, right? For a lot of people. It could happen here, but I don't think it's going to. I think Rocksteady took their time. They've polished this game. Everything is great. Shooting mechanics, everything I experienced, good to great. And again, from Steele's point, when it gets into the nitty gritty, when it comes into the strategy, the Arkham dance that we talk about that you got with Batman that everybody else has now copied, Spider-Man, the Arkham dance. No, it's not that here, but is that, like Steele said, once you get into it, once you start learning the mechanics, once you start realizing you got to keep your shields powered up and what goes into that, there is a dance here. There is a Rocksteady combat dance, and it is fun when you are nailing shots and you are getting your shields repowered up, and then you're going in for the melee kill. that all feels great, especially when you're coming off, like, let's say with Harley, when I'm swinging and I land in the middle of a group of enemies and I wipe them out. It can feel masterful. Like it can feel like, okay, I was in rhythm there. Right. And I'm not the rhythm guy, but again, you can feel like, oh, I'm pulling off some crazy stuff here. This is feeling really good.
Mm-hmm.
The guns felt good. The shooting, again, good to great, in my opinion.
Especially with that person. Yeah.
Yeah, especially I didn't play enough or get to experience enough to talk about the loot system. Now we do know, Steel, and I don't know if you read this or heard this, but they took away the gear score. So there is no gear score anymore attached.
Okay.
So they're opening that up. And that also means, Steel, that if you find a weapon early on that you love, you'll be able to keep that weapon and keep powering it up, and it'll be usable even towards the end game, right? So they've done some tweaking there, and all this stuff sounds good to me. But
so it's not even a looter anymore at that point.
Right. It's not really a looter anymore. Obviously, you're still looting stuff, right? Yeah. And you're still going to be finding new stuff, but it's not necessarily straight up a looter. As in the terms that we think about, I think they're still going to have rarities, but they're just not going to have the gear score attached to it. But I just feel that the alpha sold me on this game, and I have zero reason to cap for it. So I'm not out here for any reason other than I enjoyed the game. Is the game fun? Yes. Does it help that I didn't have any expectations of the game? Of course it did. For all the Rocksteady fans out there that want that next Batman, that want that Arkham feeling, that wanted all that, I get where your disappointment is. I've had plenty of developers develop games that I wasn't interested in. I went, oh, that sucks. But the hate train based upon that is a little over the top. And again, the reviewers that came out, the mainstream media, yet again, coming out and kind of in unison, writing their opinion pieces that way, instead of writing from a neutral position, instead of writing about what the game does do. A lot of them wrote, from the ones I read, a lot of them wrote about what it didn't do because it wasn't the game they were looking for. Like Steele said, like Mav and I talked about on PM to PM. This is where I think it's wrong when they do that, because then the masses, and again, that includes this community, because there's a lot of one-dimensional people out here. And I'm not saying that to anybody in the chat, but I'm just saying there's a lot of one-dimensional people, a lot of sheep, a lot of straight line people who simply just take on whatever the current narrative is because they want to be in the conversation and run with it, whether they played it, whether they had interest in it, but then all of a sudden read these reviewers and went, oh, well, I can't come out here and say, well, I want to play this game. I would rather be on the other side of the majority. That's what we see a lot of. We've seen this with other games, Cyberpunk obviously being a big one for different reasons. You can be critical. You can say this game is not for me. You could say, I didn't want Rocksteady to make this game. I have zero interest in it. That's fine. But to absolutely dismiss this game out the gate before people have their hands on it. And again, I'm not telling you go buy a game you don't want to buy. I'm not that dude that says you have to play a game before you can say anything about it. Bullshit. If you've been playing games for decades, if you've been playing games for a long time, you can look at a game and watch video gameplay and have criticisms, knowing that what you see on the screen, you can translate that in your head. Right. No, is it the same? Can you talk about the controls? Can you talk about how it feels? No, but you can take some general assumptions from video if you've been playing games for a long time. Yes. So I'm not going to even say that, but to dismiss it right out the gate and say this game is already dead on arrival because that's what the media is telling you, or because it's not the game you wanted. That's where I go, no, that's not necessarily true. And for everybody who's on the fence still, right, about this game, and I see a lot of people saying, I'm going to wait for a sale. Hey, I tell you guys all the time, stay away from the FOMO. If you guys can wait for a sale, pick it up later. But watch people when we do get into it. Tune in here if we do some live co-streams or some live streams of co-op gameplay. I think that's going to sell it, Steel, to more people as people watch other people jump into it and start to play it, because this game is going to be, I think, not a surprise hit by any stretch of imagination. I still think it's not going to do the numbers WB needs it to and Rocksteady needs it to do. I hope Rocksteady does not have layoffs due to this game. I don't want to see that happen, but I think there are going to be converts from the hate train when they start actually seeing other real gamers play it. And I think that that's a credit to what Rocksteady's done here. They took an IP that is obviously not popular. They took a concept that a lot of people, especially superhero fans, don't want to play, which is playing the anti-hero or killing your heroes. A lot of people want to play the hero. They don't want to play the other side. So I think those people may be converted once they start seeing more and more people jump in and kind of get the experience and kind of understand what we're talking about. It's easy to talk about this stuff or to explain it, but until you really see it, you won't understand what we're talking about all the time. And I think more and more people will kind of see the videos, because I think curiosity still, even from the haters, curiosity, people are going to be jumping in and watching other people play this. So I do think there's going to become some converts. But overall, I think Rocksteady is going to deliver a high quality product here. Whether this is for you or not, that's something you are going to have to determine. Again, I'm not the dude who's going to tell you. I'm just saying, let's slow down the absolute hate and be like, oh, you guys are just capping, just dead on arrival. It's a terrible game already. I already know it's terrible just because it's not the game I wanted, because why are we doing a gun shooter from Rocksteady? Why are we using these characters? That's just all terrible. Listen, you can say you're not interested in it, but to say it's completely a terrible game before it even comes out, that's where I think it's a little bit too far. Again, even with like games, even with games that I haven't been interested in, or I've said I'm going to wait on a sale, or I'm going to say wait and see what happens down the road. Even those games, I never came out once and said it's terrible, right? Like that like Redfall, for instance, when I came out and talked about the 30 frames and that I wanted the 60 frames option, and I was going to wait until that happened to play it on console, me and Steel wound up playing on PC, and then we lost progress, and you guys know the rest. That's another game killer. I wasn't saying the game is terrible by any stretch of the imagination. I was just saying I was choosing not to play it at 30 frames on the console. I was going to wait for the 60 frames. I thought the first person shooter needed 60 frames. I think that's the way you go ahead and discuss it. But I just see way too many people going, oh, this game's already terrible. Look at the UI. Listen, those UI screenshots, by the way, folks, were multiple layers of UI all put together in one screenshot.
Yeah, it's not
the UI. Listen, UI doesn't bother me at all. So I'm not going to be out here saying, oh, I'm the,
UI critic.
I'm the UI critic, because most UI I've played some, crazy MMOs and shit that have UI everywhere, and it still doesn't bother me. So I'm not going to be the UI critic, but I was looking at those screenshots and I was like, yeah, no, that's not how it looks like on a regular basis. Like, that's layers of different things happening at one time that they put all into one screenshot, or it happens so fast, some of that stuff, that you don't even notice it while you're playing the game, because the action is very, very intense. It can get chaotic at times too. And I saw people having criticisms of, Destin came out with his famous showing off how many frames the flash special move takes, and there's no way you can react to it. Okay, those are valid criticisms, but honestly, that doesn't take away from the gameplay to me. There's cheap AI is in almost every single game that we've been playing forever. Again, when I hear some of this stuff, I'm like, how long you guys been playing games for? Again, loading screens wasn't like, so you hated every game that had a loading screen? You hated every game that had cheap AI in it? You hated it? Bro, that's all we played back in the day, was cheap AI. Like, again, that kind of stuff overall does not deter me from playing a game, right? And again, I would come out here and tell you if I was frustrated with the game. Obviously, you guys know me. I don't like frustration. That's why I don't play Souls games. I get frustrated easily. It was a learning curve for the controls. It was a learning curve for some of the stuff in the game, but it wasn't so intense that I was frustrated. I was just like, nope, you just got to practice a little bit more.
New game.
Just not used to the controls. New game, new system. Got to get used to it. And like I said, the more I played, the easier it got, the more moves I was pulling off. The counter system will be the one criticism I have, and it might just be a skill issue. I told you this, Steel, while we were playing it. I could not pull off the counters as well as I thought I should be able to. There was times where it seemed fluid, and there was other times where I felt like I was hitting that counter and it wasn't registering, or it wasn't happening on the screen. I was missing counters. So yes, it could have been a skill issue. It could be timing, it could be whatever. that was the one thing I thought could be made a little bit easier, or at least a little bit more pronounced still on the screen to be able to pull off, because maybe that's the other thing. But again, that could be a me thing, because there's a lot of games nowadays at this age where I just know it's just, again, hand-eye coordination is still really good, but it's not what it used to be. And I do realize that in a lot of games nowadays. But yeah, that was the only thing that really kind of pulled me, or that I noticed while I was playing, where I was like, oh, God damn, I really wish this was a little bit easier. But outside of that, love the game. Sold on it day one. You guys know the drill. And again, if anybody out here is going to be telling you how they really feel about a game, it's me with Suicide Squad, because again, I had zero interest in this game. Don't like superhero games in general. They don't appeal to me. I shouldn't say I don't like them. They just don't appeal to me. They don't have a draw for me. I have no reason to talk positive about this game. It is truly just a fun game that I had a lot of enjoyment from. So looking forward to Suicide Squad. And Steele, we got some new information too this morning. I don't know where you're going to go with the conversation, but Ames posted something today as well.
Talk about
yeah, if you want me to go ahead. Okay, so Ames posted, they had a Discord Q&A session, or AMA, whatever you want to call it. And they had an interesting, this at Boogie Mob asked, is it true that my squad of friends can select my character when I'm not playing? I'm at work or something. And if my squad takes my character with them, I also get mission loot and experience points. And one of the devs, RS_Axel, responded and said, it doesn't work quite like that. If anything, it's even better, as you're not just going to be limited to friends, and that person can also be online when you get their character into your squad. We call this feature Social Squad. Guys, gals, keep in mind that we talk about but this is Dragon's Dogma 2 level stuff here. When I read this, keep it in mind that this is like the pawn system from Dragon's Dogma 2. I had no idea this was in the game.
I didn't either.
With Social Squad, if you are playing alone and you're not planning on playing certain members of the squad, you can replace those squad members with those other players. And as we mentioned before, they don't even need to be your friends. If you want, you can go to the leaderboards and find the best players in the world and get their characters into your squad. Or maybe you have a favorite streamer and you want their characters in your squad. Social Squad teammates will keep all of the gear, cosmetics, and talents that their original owners have equipped, just as if you have joined them in a co-op session. It's a really interesting way of getting that feeling of playing with others, even though you're just chilling in a solo session. The original owners also get a kickback if their characters are used in someone else's squad. When they next jump in game, they will receive a small portion of the resources and loot you earned while playing. This is separate from the rewards you earn for yourself, so it doesn't take away from the loot you've earned while playing. They've got a pawn system, Steele.
That's crazy. Yeah, and the fact that they even implemented something like that is insane, because that is an idea that I've only really seen Dragon's Dogma do. I don't really see many other games do something similar to that.
Didn't Valhalla have a system like that?
Valhalla does have a system like that. Now that you mention it, I always forget about it because I don't use it.
Yes.
They also have a similar pawn system where you can create a character or whatever the case, and you outfit them with whatever you want to outfit them with, and they go out on hunts and they come back and with other people, and they come back and bring you stuff. So I think that would be really dope.
Yes. I mean, I don't hear. Last thing I'll read off here, Stu, and I don't know if you want to continue the conversation on Suicide Squad or move on, but the last thing I'll bring up is that there was a post made yesterday on X from Batman Arkham Videos. And if anybody doesn't know this, he's got 59,000, almost 58,000 followers on X. He's got what's his YouTube channel at? Let me look at the YouTube channel. 962,000 subscribers on YouTube. This dude is an OG Rocksteady Batman Arkham fan. Okay. And again, you can say, oh, he's just capping for his favorite studio, whatever you want to say, that's fine. But I'm going to take him for his word. Okay. He made a long post yesterday, because this is, again, we see this a lot. A lot of the communities have OG groups that have been around for a long time, and they're the first to come out and criticize.
Those are most people speaking out. Yeah.
They speak out, and we've seen a lot of that, especially in this game. So this was an interesting kind of opposite of what we've heard a lot of. So starts off in the post saying, I personally spent some quality time in Suicide Squad game alpha test. Spoiler alert, game experience details ahead. As a diehard Arkham fan, I can say that I was thrilled by the rich Arkham lore woven into the game, from the iconic Hall of Justice and interacting with the holograms of the Five Leaguers to listen to the audio logs and that horror segment in the Batman Museum. Needless to say, the game is packed with Easter eggs of all kinds. I caught a Man-Bat jump scare nod, references to other DC characters scattered throughout the city, and even spotted Batman stalking you on rooftops while the Suicide Squad tackles objectives in Metropolis. I did not catch that at all.
I didn't see that at all, which is even creepier because Batman is creepy as fuck in this damn game.
Right. And if he's stalking you in daylight, look out. By the way, Kevin Conroy is as fantastic as ever. And obviously for all you voice actor fans out there, rest in peace to Mr. Conroy. Obviously, I've never been big into the voice acting scene. I just mentioned Tara Strong doing Harley, but obviously Kevin Conroy was iconic as Batman. And this is his last role as Batman. Where was I? Oh yeah. His presence in the game is significant, and it's fascinating to witness him taking on the role of a villain this time around. I understand that some Arkham game enthusiasts won't like Batman killing people after all he's been through the Arkham games, and I completely get that, but I'm hoping for a surprising twist at the end of the story. Rocksteady has already stated that the narrative will continue through seasonal content, all offered free to players.
Which is classic crazy.
Yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying. Again,
they're doing all the right things.
If they dialed back the games as a service stuff, then obviously we as gamers won, right? If they heard the criticism and went back to the drawing board and dialed it back, and some of this stuff was supposed to be paid, well, we're winning, right? We did win. Because offered free to all players. Classic Arkham elements make a return, like overhearing Brainiac minions bantering throughout the comms, a nod to Batman's eavesdropping in the Arkham series, collecting Riddler trophies and solving riddles. Though they are fewer and easier to find compared to Arkham games. Thank God.
Yeah, it's just
Thank God. I hated the Riddler.
It doesn't need to be a fucking task.
I'm a collector. I'm a collector in games, and I see icons and I want to go get them. And they actually got really monotonous. The Riddler, I did not like them. Some of them were cool, but some of them were like, what? And listening and watching the TV transmissions throughout the city with Lois Lane this time around. Moving around is a whole adventure in itself. It demands skillful moves like chaining boosts, sliding and jumping, creating spectacular moments when combined with the gunplay. Exactly what I was talking about. Yes. You feel really good once you get it down. I've never been a diehard fan of weapon customization or other RPG elements, but I never disliked them either. I've played various looter shooters with a particular fondness for the Borderlands series, which I thoroughly enjoyed. In my perspective, this game seamlessly combines elements of Arkham and Borderlands, and personally, I find that blend satisfying. If you're anticipating a classic Arkham experience, this might not be the game you're looking for. Exactly what we're talking about. You're the bad guys this time. No redemption arc, meaning you'll have to take on the Justice League and experience some unexpected moments that might catch you off guard. For a full exploration experience, solo play is ideal. Grinding for XP and loot through missions and objectives is better enjoyed with other players through matchmaking or friends. The game may take a bit of time to get used to, but I was hooked, clocking in 25 plus hours by just replaying the early section of the game. Rocksteady's quality shines through, and I genuinely can't wait for the full release. So there's a perspective. Take it with a salt or whatever you want to. Perspective from somebody who is obviously a giant Arkham fan, and different from some of the other stuff you may have heard out there about Suicide Squad.
If I see Fahim touching on some things because he's not because he's going more so in the story side of things. Yeah. And because he's like, oh, Batman would be prepared for something like this. And look, if you followed the Arkham trilogy, you saw where Batman was at that point. He wasn't right. He wasn't prepared to be finessed to take the Joker poison to be exposed to that and then not have a cure for it. And then you saw the way Arkham Knight ended. It ended with something that was unsure. So there was no telling, and his headspace, there was no telling where he could have been at that moment. And Brainiac, at least the way that they're making it seem in here, I mean, again, if you have the heroes fighting each other, and again, Batman is always typically the smarter dude in the scenario. But if he has been on top of it this entire time, he was already on a decline. Now you have your fellow heroes also fighting against you. Batman is not superhuman. If the Flash, Green Lantern, and somebody else changed up and all switched up on Batman, they could probably square up with Batman. Right? He'll probably fight back for sure. But if he doesn't have a get out strategy and you got all this other stuff going on behind the scenes and then Brainiac comes in out of nowhere, like, there's so many things that go into that, which I think it's actually dope that they're going more mature with this again, because that's what people were asking for. Oh, I wanted this game to be gritty. This game is fucking gritty. Even from the beginning, they let you know that this is about death. They literally in the beginning of the game fight over, and they don't even know it, who's going to get a bomb put in their head. Lo and behold, everybody gets a bomb put in their head. And that's like the reality of the situation. And of course, that's traditional to the fucking comics or whatever. But up front, it tells you the circumstances are extremely dire. And when you meet these certain heroes, like when I met the Flash or I met Green Lantern, it wasn't like a one-off or it wasn't believable. It was like, oh shit, he's actually bad. Like, he actually literally doesn't seem like there's a comeback arc for this. Unless we somehow beat Brainiac, which right now I don't see how that's possible, right? Along with going all through all this. Anyway, needless to say, Suicide Squad definitely is interesting. Off of that, just off of Batman Arkham videos, is his, and again, followed his X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, 57.9. Also has a YouTube channel if you guys want to follow that. Gets into a lot of the content. He has about almost 1 million subscribers on there. So again, this is somebody that actually cares about it. And again, just because he's speaking to what we're saying doesn't mean that, oh wow, he's the most right. Listen to anybody who you need to listen to. Find out for yourself whether the game is for you or not. The only perspective me and Pong are coming from, or we were already interested in it, right? And Mav says, gonna watch the new Suicide Squad again before I play the game. And I wouldn't even do it. That would do the game a disservice, honestly. The way that these characters are representative and the quality of the storytelling, like, I really enjoyed this version of them much more. It's kind of like Guardians of the Galaxy. Even that, I said I did enjoy the game version of them more than I liked the movie version. It just made more sense. It was fun. It was intuitive. Good storytelling there. Again, and I think that's what I'm overall speaking to. Good quality game. So
and we got a tease already too of future DLC Joker.
Which is crazy.
We do have the DLC, and there's some. Somebody pulled a GIF from somewhere, or a screenshot from somewhere where they do tease the Joker. Supposedly this is Rocksteady. They're teasing the Joker coming in, and there's somebody who claims that they know already the background, and I'm not going to get into all of it, but this Joker will be the actual Jack Oswald White. He's not an imposter or somebody else wearing the Joker mantle. So for you Joker fans out there, sounds like the Joker will be joining the crew. And it sounds like that he was transported from a different, obviously, alternate universe, as we all know well, but he is the actual Joker. So it'll be interesting to see their portrayal of him as well, because I do like the Joker too, what he brings. I think they're lined up still. And again, because this is going to be an ongoing game where they're going to be adding stuff. I saw some other posts too, still, with some people who supposedly have inside information. I didn't post them.
Okay.
But there is some other people out there already claiming to know stuff. Supposedly, they already have a great roadmap for end game stuff, for co-op stuff, for multiplayer.
That'll be better than Arkham Knight already.
Yeah. Supposedly they're already ahead of the curve. I saw a couple different posts from a couple different people with different information saying, listen, Rocksteady has this down. They know what they're doing, that they're already ahead of a lot of games as a service games when it comes to this stuff, and that people are going to be extremely happy with the end game stuff, and that the co-op stuff is going to continue, that you're going to have reasons to come back to this game time and time again, and that it's looking very, very positive. Wow. So
that's quality too. If they really, maybe that this time, that delay that they got helped them flesh that out, so they can really know what they're coming with, and when they do announce that stuff, that they can really stand on it. So that'd be really dope to see, man. Again, I think again, personally, Rocksteady's quality is shining through and through, whether it be the gameplay elements, the story elements. The only complaint that I have is that the melee combat is a little lacking. I feel like there could be some additional moves in there.
Yeah.
Some additional animations.
It's more like a finisher than
is.
anything. Yeah.
You only have like a 3-hit combo that you could do it really at most. But yeah, it is supposed to be treated more like a finishing move than the
or when you run out of ammo. That's the other thing. I did run out of ammo. And I had to go melee. Yeah, I ran out of ammo with Harley. I did. So
yeah, I guess I can see that. I mean, I guess because I was so in and out of combat all the time, I was able to go in and get ammo and whatnot. But yeah, it is definitely a shooter first more than anything else, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun to play in co-op. So we'll see how things.
Yeah, and like Mav said, criticism, people not buying a game because they don't want to play it, all that is normal. That's, again, not everybody plays every fucking game. We know this, right? There's going to be hits and misses in the gaming world. The thing that Mav brought up and the thing that we talked about a lot with Cyberpunk 2 Steel was I just don't ever want to see a game from a great studio like Rocksteady or CD Projekt Red or anybody else, just any studio in general. I don't want to see a game fail before it even gets to launch because of a hate train based upon the reason that we talked about, oh, this isn't the game I wanted from them, right? I never want to see a game fail. I never want to see a studio fail, especially a studio like Rocksteady. Like I said, do I think this is going to do the numbers that they needed to do? No. Do I hope that WB in the position that it's in? Again, Hogwarts gave them a little breathing room here, but I hope they don't, I hope Rocksteady doesn't lay off people. I hope we don't see potentially a real Batman Arkham game down the road.
People don't support.
Yes. Right. I don't want to see it happen because of this hate train, because the mainstream media decided to come out in force and say, this isn't the game we wanted. I don't like this game because of that. In a lot of ways, they did that. There was fair criticisms. There was fair takes, but I'm just saying in general, I don't want to see it happen because of that. I just don't.
Yeah, that would be extremely weird if for whatever reason, because the game didn't get support. And again, maybe it ends up on Game Pass or whatever, and that gives people another reason to jump in. I can see that happening too. But I mean, that's what it's kind of leading to so far, is that people are very iffy about supporting the game. They probably won't. And I really hope that doesn't lead to a negative, because I mean, again, I want to support it day one, see what it brings me, and then kind of go from there. It looks really dope, looking really and I'm looking forward to have some fun with it for sure.
The thing I need to know though, Steel, is if they're gonna have a 60. I need to know where I'm gonna buy it.
It's targeting 60 frames on console.
It is.
Yes.
Okay, so they are targeting 60 frames on console.
Yes.
I don't like that word, but
that's the word that's
good
use.
enough for me.
That's
good enough for me. With VRR has done wonders on console for a lot of games for me, and because I don't mind 30 frames, if it dips there every once in a while,
what we need to do is I'm gonna send you a link for this.
It's going to be cross-play across
keyboard.
everything.
I mean, I get that.
It is.
I'm going to send you a link for this keyboard. That's a keyboard and mouse all in one. It's foldable and everything.
But I still want to play.
It's $30.
I know, but I just want to be able to play on controller, and
maybe
I'll hook up the PC. I know. Maybe I will take the time here in the next couple of weeks, and I'm going to hook up the PC to the TV, see how well it works, right? And maybe I will wind up just start buying things on PC.
We'll get you situated so you can sit down and have a good time on the PC. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Nah. But no matter where you get it at,
but I want it for all the console only players too. I want it to.
Yeah, no, 100%.
It needs 60 frames.
No excuse.
That's what I talked about on PMP. I was worried because if they pulled, because again, I played Gotham Knights on console.
This cannot be 30.
That was awful. This game, though, with the action and the shooting, cannot be a 30 frames like that. Would not work in this game as well. Yes, you'll still be able to play it, but this action requires the highest frames possible. So I really do hope they get that 60 frames at a good point for the console players, for the high end console.
And
players.
for him, I mean, if you're gonna end up playing, man, I mean, I'll be running crossplay. Is supposed to be a thing day one. So anybody in chat, if y'all gonna be playing Suicide Squad, y'all want to link up, we're gonna run around the city, tear stuff up. We could do it.
This could be my new looter shooter, man. Even without the gear score, this could be my new looter shooter where I'm just addicted to playing, and I'm playing it all the time. I get addicted to looter shooters.
Something
we got a lot.
Could turn out to be mindless, right? You get used to it. Turns into something that you're just get off work, jump in, run around the city a bit, get some missions done.
Yeah,
maybe pull in some co-op partners that. Maybe you couldn't play with Mav, or you couldn't play with me, or you couldn't. Yeah. But you could pull in those people. Pull in those characters. Again, I think that element in itself is going to keep people coming back. or at least keep people invested, because although your buddies may not be there, you can still get that feeling of playing with them. Which is super dope. And again, so completely unexpected from them.
Yeah, that was a completely unexpected addition. So, and again, if their roadmap is as good as what some people are claiming to know, then we're in for the long haul on this one. And this might be a game we just keep coming back to, Steel. So they can expand it in a lot of ways. So again, they're competing with a lot of games. I can't. I'm just thinking, bro, we got Starfield DLC this year. We got a new Diablo season dropping. We got so much stuff coming. We've got the upgrade for Fallout 4. I'm going to wind up going back to Fallout 4 again. Like, bro, I am. Last year was bad. This year is going to be even worse, I think, overall. It is.
100% it is. Speaking of worse, I mean, did you want to talk about how Xbox is going third party? Because Sea of Thieves and games like Hi-Fi Rush and Xbox is going to sell themselves to PlayStation, and because they're getting out of the console market, there's going to be third party publishers from now on. You're not going to get any first party games, because they're all going to be on the competing platform.
Can you give me? I don't know why, but YouTube stopped tracking time for me. So
it's all good. Right now we're at 11.
What time?
11:23.
11. No. Give me the time. How total hours?
Total hours. We are at 2:12.
2:12. Thank you, sir. Okay, 2:12. No problem. So yeah, we're gonna talk a little Xbox here and what's going on. Are we gonna roll in the direct?
We're gonna roll straight into the direct. Right, roll straight into the direct. We can include that part of the conversation.
Yeah. Because I think it's a part. I think it's a part of the conversation as well. So, let's do it, brother. Let's do it.
All right. So supposedly, GameFile is reporting that Xbox has considered bringing Sea of Thieves to PlayStation. GameFile can currently not confirm if that's still the plan, and that was also reported by Jeff Grubb at the same time. Jeff Grubb kind of went out this week and was correcting some people on some things that he had heard. Again, correcting quote unquote. We still don't know anything for sure. It's all a possibility of things that are happening in the background. This started off with Hi-Fi Rush potentially coming to the Switch. I believe that's how the rumors were starting. And then also that kind of went away for a little bit because it got clarified that it was actually supposed to be coming to PlayStation. And then that got corrected to now supposedly Sea of Thieves is supposed to be the game that's supposed to be coming to different platforms. And this has brought up the conversation about Xbox third party and first party and what matters, what doesn't matter. And we had this conversation on the Xbox Factor podcast, which I'm also live now every week with Mr. Boomstick XL.
Shout out to Boom. Shout out to you, Steel, for joining the panel.
Hey, thanks, man. And I guess I'll bring my thoughts here. We'll start off with the whole ideology of the third party and Xbox's position right now and where I kind of see things. Because a lot of people, again, I saw some conversations happening this week that the only way for Xbox to succeed is to go full third party, and that's their overall goal anyway. That everybody else, PlayStation is going to continue to invest in hardware. They released VR this year. I don't understand why people are sleeping on the fact that PlayStation VR 2 released 150 games this year. 2023, excuse me, that were playable on that device, and people are saying that device is a failure. They were also, I heard some things along the lines of PlayStation is the one that is constantly innovating in the space. They don't need to do what Xbox is doing because they're getting the sales. People are buying the hardware. So, they're really confused about why people feel like these moves, if Xbox does bring games like that to other platforms, why they would even consider that, considering the fact they're in third place. There's not going to be a reason to own these platforms anymore. I could just get everything on PC, although I am still supporting Microsoft in that case, by getting Windows and being involved in that ecosystem. But still, me investing $1,500 versus the $300 to $500 for a console, I think is more valuable to me because, again, I'd rather have a supercomputer that I watch my porn on and game on. I think that those are the best options. I mean, that's what I heard, Pong. I'm just trying to tell you what I've heard. And again, I mean, I added that in there just because I think that's what's actually happening, right? You got to, people like to watch these things in HD quality, you know, and they want a good connection, and they want to make sure that they don't have any, because now, you know, people are worried about antivirus and all these other things come into conversation when you can start getting Xbox involved, you know? So for me, Xbox is definitely moving in a direction that if we were doing things the old way, right, where exclusives were all that was selling your hardware, where you are possibly number one. Let's say we're in a different timeline. Let's say Xbox was number one and they made all the moves that they just made. And in this timeline, Xbox is PlayStation. I do see a world where Xbox would have kept everything first party if they were PlayStation. And no matter what, you would have had to invest in an Xbox or that ecosystem. You know what, Pong? A matter of fact, that sounds like the timeline that we're in right now. Oh, shit. That's kind of crazy. You mean we live in a timeline right now where Xbox is giving you the most ways to play, has told you that no matter where you are, if there's a Game Pass, that you'll have access to it. And then not only that, although we're dropping frames like crazy, I don't know what's causing it or why this is happening. Apologies to everybody who may be watching live. On the back end, it should end up fixing itself. So for those who are rocking with us, greatly appreciate you. For those who can't, my apologies. I don't know why it's doing this. I looked at some things behind the scenes, and I literally don't have anything that should be causing any network issues at all. So I don't know what's going on with that. But anyway, Xbox could and maybe should have everything with everything that they currently have in their library and have coming out only release on an Xbox, only release the Xbox ecosystem. But even with that, we're starting to have a different conversation. We're talking about ecosystems instead of hardware. And Xbox has already conceded the fact that they do not believe in only doing delivering to the console piece of hardware. They're also doing PC. And if you're going to include both avenues, I can hear the conversation of people saying that Xbox is going to be third party some point in the future. I can hear that. But to be quite frank, isn't everybody going to be third party at some point? Like, wouldn't that be the best option for all of them? If you were just able to subscribe to their service.
No, Steele, that's the death of the industry, according to some people. If everybody goes third party, it's the death of the industry, and none of us should ever talk about that happening, because that will be the death of the industry.
That is definitely a possibility, and I hear that. You know, you won't have a specific piece of hardware to invest in to separate yourself from everybody else. You know what's interesting to me, I think more than anything else, Pong, is that I think this entire situation has exposed that people don't want to be part of a community. They don't want to be part of the gamer conversation. They want what they want.
Yeah.
No, they want to be, they only want,
they want the tribalism still.
They want the
console wars.
They want the team. They want the team nature of it, which again, and that's not ever going to go away. What's also funny to me is how the conversations continuously move, as if Xbox is going to be putting their games or their services in places for free. And then I start hearing arguments like, oh, well, they would have to put their games in these places for free because PlayStation has more eyes, so they would have to pay more money to do this. No, they don't. Because now, technically speaking, Xbox is in the driver's seat as far as that goes. You would have to have Xbox doesn't need you to compete. They have Microsoft now, which was the key piece that they were missing previously. So they don't need your base to do whatever they need to do. Matter of fact, since they started releasing games on PC, their base has opened up. And matter of fact, what we've come to find out is that the retention is quite well on the Xbox side of things, in comparison to their competitor. So with those things taken into consideration, it seems, at least to me, that Xbox is aware and they are comfortable moving in the direction that they're going, but also they're not just going to give things to people for nothing. And again, I get that people are saying that that's the way that it feels right now, whether it be Nintendo, whether it be PlayStation. You know, you give games, but you don't get anything in return. You do get something in return, money. You get the money in return. And I get you on IP and games and whatever else on your platform, and I do agree with that. If we ever get to a point where any of these other publishers decide that it's okay, because that's the first part of the puzzle. If these other places, Sony, Nintendo, whoever, Google, whoever, say that it is okay for Microsoft to put their services on that platform, the question that I brought up to Boom in the panel on Tuesday was, who is really at fault at that point? If Microsoft is allowed to put Game Pass or any of their games that are Microsoft games on any other platform, whose problem is that? To me, I think it's Sony and Nintendo's problem, because you don't have to allow that. If you think that it's going to hurt your base or it's bad for competition or whatever else the case, that wouldn't make sense for you to say, yeah, come on, bring your games in. It would make sense on a financial standpoint. Again, if we were able to pay, if there was a form of Game Pass on the Nintendo Switch that you could curate the Switch 2 releases, and there's a curated version of Game Pass on there that you could subscribe to for $4.99, $7.99 a month, something to that nature, and you get this list, that would probably sell some additional Nintendo Switches, especially to Xbox fans. They're probably already going to get a Nintendo anyway, but if the Switch 2 had the capability of these things, maybe you go get one. Wow, now Nintendo's selling more hardware. Guess what else that's going to happen? Maybe now Nintendo says, oh, well, you know, that was such a benefit to us. Maybe we do give you Bayonetta 2 and 3 now. Maybe we do give you, you know, Smash Brothers, a new generation. Now it's available on Xbox also. Not available on PlayStation because they don't want to play nice. Or they want to charge us for whatever, which we have also come to find out that is something that they do. They will charge for all those extra things, cross-play, cross-saves, all those great things that we kind of come to expect on one side versus the other. But for me, that's the angle that I try to attack it from more so than anything, because this isn't handout pass. This isn't Microsoft spending $100 billion, $100 billion almost, and giving away their identity. I don't think that that's what's happening. To me, at least. In this, I want people to also understand, I'm not saying that exclusives don't matter, because they do. I just think that we have to move forward in the way that we think about these things. More so in the way that we look at Disney Plus, Netflix, Hulu. All of them do share content. There is also content that is exclusive to either one of those platforms. They cut deals and do ABC things. And again, gaming is very different from video content, or you watch movies and shows and whatnot because you're more involved. So I do think that the gaming side of it is intrinsically would attract more of an audience over time than kind of what we're seeing, than at least for us as gamers, than what you're kind of seeing from the video market. But Pong, like from what you're seeing in this situation, like so far, and I know you touched on this a couple times throughout the week.
Yeah.
Do you? Because I know you brought the opposite side of it too, where it's just like you do think that there may be a little bit of a loss of identity there for sure, if that is allowed to happen. But what is your overall feeling about the potential of being a third party? Do you agree with me on some ends, or maybe disagree with me about my overall vision of Xbox at the end of the day would have the cards in their hand, and people would have to come sit at the table to cut whatever deal if they wanted something on their platform. And they would also, these other publishers would be losing more themselves by bringing Xbox in than I think Xbox would be losing.
Well, there's a whole lot to get through here. Unpack, as the kids like to say. I hate that word, but anyways, there's a lot to this. And again, I'll start this conversation the way I always start this conversation. When I talk about this stuff, I'm talking about the big picture stuff, talking about the satellite view. If I was in Phil's position, it would be dark Pong all day long. Okay. I would be playing the old game. I would be more Peter Moore than I would be Phil. I would be playing the game. I'd be looking to, win, as everybody likes to say, the console war race. So, when it comes to this stuff, when I'm talking high level stuff, I try to take a step back from that because I was raised in the old ways, right? I've been playing, for over 4 decades now. I've seen it all. I've seen the crash of the industry. I've seen multiple times where the industry almost died. And I've seen the resurgence, and I've obviously seen what I call the golden age right now of video games, and I've seen everything in between. So for me, I'm taking myself out of that and just looking, and we've had lots over the past 3 years of discussions about the future of the video game industry and potentially what Microsoft and Xbox specifically are looking at versus what Nintendo has versus what PlayStation has created themselves. Yeah. So I think that's where this conversation gets interesting, and whether or not this all becomes true or none of it is true, or like I always like to say, it always falls somewhere in between. That's the case. First of all, the utopia for me personally, you don't have to agree with this. And there's plenty of people who don't agree with this. The utopia for me is at some point I can play any game I want from any publisher, developer I want on any place that I can, right? That I have access to. That I have access to all my games, that I don't have to buy a specific box. That is a utopia for me. I hear people that want to argue and say that that would take away competition, but to Steele's point, no, because there's still going to be ecosystems. And what you wind up with is exactly what we see on the movie, TV show, streaming side of things is subscription wars. So there is still plenty of incentive, even if we ever get to that point. And I'm not saying that necessarily ever happens, or I'm not necessarily saying that that's going to be soon. But I think that you still wind up with incentive for the individual ecosystems to produce the best work, to come up with unique ideas, to promote so people join their subscription services. Now, people can say, I hate that. I won't own anything. You already know that I feel like we don't own anything. We're past that point. That's long gone at this point. Most of the stuff that we do buy, as far as gaming goes, is licensed space. They can shut it off anytime they want to. We truly don't own any of the stuff outright. But as it sits now, when we talk about Xbox and what they might do and what these rumors might say, let's say that the rumors are true. I think this is an evolution of their plans, right? That the ABK deal was one of the biggest pieces of the puzzle that they had been looking for, that it kind of fell into their lap and it accelerated all of their plans. Now, we've seen Xbox and we've seen Microsoft as a corporation be ahead of curves before. We've seen them fail plenty of times, sometimes because they aren't ahead of the curve, they're behind the curve. But a lot of times we've seen them fail because they've been ahead of the curve. If we look back at the Xbox One generation and what happened there, if they were to launch that system outside of the TV stuff, because TV really doesn't freaking matter anymore, right? At this point, outside of that, some of the stuff that they were trying to implement, if they launched that stuff now in 2023, a lot of that stuff's already been implemented. So a lot of us would be like, oh, okay, well, this is no big deal. But back then they were ahead of the curve, and it cost them an entire generation because people were turned off by what they were talking about. I think right now, because they are blazing their own path forward in this industry, because they are setting up the moat that we've talked about plenty of times, and that Matt Booty mentioned in an internal email, around themselves for what they believe their crystal ball is showing them the video game industry is going to evolve into. Because they are doing that, I think that they are now accelerating that process and saying, okay, We are going to take the advantages that we currently have, that we have been working on for a long time, and we are going to set ourselves up for that future so that when that future does arrive, we are ready. And part of that future is your games going elsewhere. And we've already seen this. This is nothing new. The PC is, Xbox PC day one has now gotten to the point where nobody even talks about it because it's like, whatever. We talk more about PlayStation. When are they going to finally start putting all their games day one on PC, right? And obviously Nintendo's in their own world. We don't talk about them because they're doing their own thing. But eventually they will be drawn into this at some point. When that is, I don't know. But eventually Nintendo will be drawn in. Because from a business standpoint, Steele, to some of your points that you made, from a business standpoint, you make more money by having your games elsewhere. Right? Yep. You make more money by putting it everywhere you possibly can. And yes, for everybody who instantly screams, but Nintendo doesn't and PlayStation doesn't, absolutely, of course, you are 1000% correct. If PlayStation decided to put God of War on Xbox, of course they would sell more copies. Of course they would make more money. Same Spider-Man, same with Mario, same with Zelda. Of course, this is general business sense. But the fact is, if Xbox and Microsoft believe that we're moving closer and closer to that future where we do not need the hardware. And we talked about this, Steele, and you just said it, right? Eventually, it is our belief that all hardware, as soon as the companies can ditch the hardware, move everything to the cloud or whatever they call it at that point, whatever developments happen, and you get a seamless experience. Phil has talked about this. Right now, hardware is necessary because technology isn't up to where it needs to be to give you the same experience through a cloud, through streaming that you can get. But the minute that tech does get to that point, I believe, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe that all the three major players will ditch the hardware and move in that direction because hardware R&D, hardware time, hardware resources, and because outside of Nintendo, the two other major players in the hardware business lose money on the consoles, you're damn right they're going to lose the consoles. They're going to drop them like a bad habit. Because again, bottom line, business-wise, that's what makes sense. And again, we love to sit here and talk about video games are art, should be treated as such. We love to sit here and talk about how much entertainment value we get out of video games, all that stuff that matters to us, right? But when you look at the big business side of things, it's big business. It's numbers. It's a game. It's a money game. It's not about these most of these big publishers and devs, or I could almost probably say to a T, all of them, don't simply make games out of the goodness of their heart to bring joy to gamers, okay? It's a money-making business. Sure, does the end content wind up being that joy for us gamers? Absolutely. But if the business numbers ain't right, you ain't getting games. Right. We already see a lot of problems with the AAA development and the costs that are now involved in that. We've already seen the stagnation, kind of like we did in Hollywood, the beginnings. Now we're full-fledged in Hollywood. The stagnation of ideas, right? Not taking risks, especially from the big publishers and devs. The good news is we still have the indie devs trying to push the gaming industry forward, trying out new ideas, taking risks, etc. But the big devs, the big AAA stuff that we love so much, the big bangers, they're not taking risks like they used to because of the costs involved. So money at the end of the day still rules the world, always will. Money and sex will always rule this world. As much as people like to fight against it, it doesn't matter. That's going to continue to be the same. And for the video game industry, it's about the money. That's why we're getting all of this content. So anytime that they can make more money, they're going to look at it, especially a $1 trillion corporation or a $1 trillion corporation like Microsoft, a $1 billion corporation like Sony is always going to look to how to make those ends meet. Now, as far as brands go, I agree wholeheartedly that from a brand marketing standpoint, you can dilute your brand. You can absolutely erode your brand so that the brand no longer matters or has power. If you decide that you are just going to be a full third-party publisher, then yeah, you kind of got to lean into that. And you are what you are. Sure, we know our EAs. Sure, we know all that stuff. But can you sell hardware? No. That's why EA doesn't produce hardware. That's why Ubisoft doesn't produce hardware. because you're going to be a software brand at that point. So yes, is there a tipping point that if they start putting their games elsewhere that they could eventually just dissolve themselves hardware wise and just become a third party? Yes. Could that be their ultimate plan? Yes, it could. As much as that sucks to say, yes, it could, because we need competition in the hardware space. I saw clips, speaking on this real quick, Steele, I saw clips this week from one show where these people went from saying that the reason why Sony is not giving a roadmap, the reason why you're not seeing new games from Sony yet, the reason why they don't seem to have any, what do I want to say? They don't have any fire lit underneath them right now, is because they are selling consoles at such a rate over the competition, meaning Xbox, that lack of competition is allowing Sony to kind of sit back, as we've talked about that they did during the PS4 generation, and get, take a break and just kind of bask in their own glory.
So it's Xbox's fault.
But Steele,
okay,
in that same show, within a matter of minutes, the same people were saying that Xbox should just go third party because they can't sell hardware. So they should just go third party anyways. They bought all this IP. They own all these devs. They should just go third party anyways. So 1 minute you're complaining about Xbox not competing to the level that you think it should to keep Sony honest. But then the next minute you're saying, just go Xbox, just go third party. This is the absolute moronic side of this community. Because what do you think is going to happen if Xbox does exit the hardware industry and Sony and Nintendo aren't ready to? Then you're down to two. You think, honestly, somebody else is going to jump into this mess?
No,
this business at this point?
Amazon's still struggling.
Amazon? Maybe Apple. But are you going to rely on one of those two to actually show up when they've just been dipping their toe this entire time? You think they're honestly going to try to get into that? Maybe they do. But anyways, I digress. That was a side tangent there because I couldn't believe I was hearing this. 1 minute you're saying that Xbox needs to be better because Sony's relaxed, and then the same minutes later you're saying just go full third party. I don't think Xbox is going third party anytime soon. I think they're in for the long haul. I think Phil has people out here this week have been loving to say, well, they're telling you exactly what they're going to do. Just listen to Phil. Just listen to everybody. They've told you the consoles don't matter anymore. None of this matters. We're going to put our stuff everywhere. The CFO is out here telling investors that, they're going to, transition to putting more content in more places. Just listen to what you're being told. Yes, but we've also heard that the hardware isn't going anywhere, that they are developing new hardware because the hardware is another access point that is still viable, even if they don't sell as many as PlayStation, even if they continue to lose 2-1, they still are going to wind up with tens of millions of customers through the console directly. And a lot of those consumers, that is going to be the main way they access the ecosystem. They are not going to just abandon it just because, we can't sell as much as PlayStation, so let's just go full third party. No, they're trying to break into the mobile sector. They're trying to increase their PC market. They're doing other things to supplement because they're going after a much bigger pie than the console market. But the console market still, even if Phil says we can't win the console market, we lost it. We lost the worst generation we possibly could. So we're not going to win the console market. Even if they take that approach, there is still value to the hardware, to Xbox and to Microsoft for having that access point to the ecosystem that still tens of millions of people enjoy doing so on a daily basis. They're not going to give that up just cause, right? Just cause. But they may consider putting some titles elsewhere. And would I do it? No, personally, me. No, personally, me. No, never. All exclusives. Come get them if you want them. They'd be hoarded. Okay. Absolutely. Just like PlayStation, just like Nintendo, I'd be like, hell no. These games aren't going anywhere. They're a part of your ecosystem. But if you take the big picture and you look at Microsoft as the parent company, as you look as Xbox as an actual independent company underneath Microsoft that does have to produce numbers, Does it make sense to pick and choose certain titles to go elsewhere? Certain titles that maybe aren't the Game Pass subscriber drivers, they're still going to be there, right? They're still going to have value in Game Pass when somebody subscribes to Game Pass. A Hi-Fi Rush being there is an added value to Game Pass, right? It's going to keep people around. But overall, is it going to push the Game Pass? Is it going to push your ecosystem if you keep it exclusive? I think they start looking at those titles. Right. And I think that that's why I do believe this is potential. Now, whether or not any of this is true, whether or not Hi-Fi Rush, whether or not Grounded or Sea of Thieves, whether or not any of that's true, it really doesn't matter. Do I think Microsoft is looking at it? Yes, I do. Do I think Xbox is considering the possibility? Yes, I do. I do think the ABK deal did kind of expedite this whole process of them looking to try to get their brand awareness in other places. Those places aren't going to allow Game Pass deal. They're not even going to allow a curated version of Game Pass. They won't allow it. Sony is not going to play ball. Nintendo, maybe eventually. They got a really good relationship with Nintendo. They're trying. Would I love to see a return if they are going to do this, that these other places give back and say, okay, Nintendo says, okay, you're giving us Hi-Fi Rush. We'll give you Bayonetta 3. Yes, of course I would love that. I would love for the other two companies to be on board with this, but they're not. And I don't know if anywhere in the near future they are going to be. Maybe something changes. Maybe something has already subtly changed in the background we aren't aware of yet. But right now, as I see it, no, they're not going to. And I think that that's the sticking part for a lot of people. I understand the conversations. I understand the heated conversations from the loyalists. I understand that the Xbox fans that have been through this war, maybe since the OG Xbox, have just stuck with Xbox this entire way. They finally see Xbox has all these devs, has all this IP, right? Steel, even if it's some of it is already third party. Let's be real. Xbox is already one of the world's largest third party publishers just on the backs of Diablo, Call of Duty, etc. Yep. Already they are. But I try to look at it from everybody's perspective. I understand. You finally see Xbox make all these moves, Microsoft all in. You got a chance to finally dominate. And if that's your mentality, like I said, if you got that Peter Moore mentality, you got that King David mentality, hold the line, and you want to see them crush their enemies, PlayStation and Nintendo, and they finally have a chance to do that, could I see it being disheartening to start hearing some of this stuff? Of course I do. Of course I do. I'm not in that mind state, but of course I understand it. But I think that realistically, from a business standpoint, what they're looking at doing is expanding the brand. They're not looking to go full third party. I think they're realistically trying to entice some people to try some of their games, maybe look at their ecosystem. If they do it too much, as I've stated elsewhere, Steel, if it was like Starfield all of a sudden decided to go multi-plat, that big games start going, then I'll have some questions about really what the end game is. And really, honestly, is it third party for you guys then? Right. Are you ending your Xbox, hardware sooner rather than later? I would have some serious questions about that. And then I would say, well, to your consumer base, I know you guys, you say you care, and I'm sure a lot of you, Phil, Sarah, I think you are genuine in caring about the gamers and about this community, but I don't think the higher ups necessarily do the way that they do. And the numbers guys certainly don't. But if you are going to go that route, then you better start speaking on it, and you better start to being real with people about what you're doing.
I agree.
Because then you're taking everything as a fan base that you developed, even if it's not as big as Nintendo, even if it never winds up being as big as PlayStation or Nintendo. You take that fan base and you're pretty much rubbing their faces in the dirt by not being upfront. And again, business isn't like that. Business don't care about your feelings, but because you're so consumer facing, I think the fans deserve it. But again, that's not the conversation that's to be had now, because right now the rumors are smaller stuff. The rumors of Sea of Thieves, which from a games as a service, we want as many gamers as possible in this game. It makes sense to do it.
Yes.
So we're not even talking about that. I'm hypothetically speaking, but I do understand the loyalists. I do understand the heated conversations, people being disappointed if this happens. I do get it. For me, it's not that. For me, it looks like they're trying to see if there's other avenues where they can get more brand awareness by dipping their toes elsewhere, by giving some games here and there to other places to see if they can start attracting more people that way. The console market's capped, right? Well, it's still growing, technically speaking, a couple percent here and there. It's still growing, technically speaking, but we know that for the most part it's capped, and they're just looking big picture here still. Again, when they go mobile and they open up that mobile store and they go after the mobile market, I've said it, as these phones get more powerful, the full games are going to go day and date on to mobile too. There's no question in my mind that if the phones are capable of running the game, Microsoft's going to put it there day and date, just like they do with PC. So I just think that these are little signs that they are really moving into the future with a set goal in mind, that they do want to go after the 2 billion, 3 billion people, but they think that they have found a path still. Yeah. And they're trying to see what they can do to clear some more of that brush out on the path by opening up other opportunities. And again, it's not full third party. I don't believe it. I believe we have another console. I believe we have another 2 consoles in us. At least, but I do believe we have another 2 consoles in us. But I just think that that's what Xbox is looking at, and that's where the smoke is coming from. And again, it's hard for people to understand because the other 2 big players aren't considering this. They aren't talking about doing this. MLB The Show is a one-off because MLB themselves stepped in and said, lose the license or put it on Xbox. Sony decided to do it. They're not out here voluntarily talking about maybe, or even any rumors of them voluntarily maybe putting their games elsewhere. So Xbox being the only one out of the big 3 to be talking about it or to have rumors pop up, they're not even really talking. Well, they are kind of in a way if you listen to CFO and stuff, but them being the only ones, them being the trailblazers, right, for a community that has put up with a lot of nonsense, especially here, obviously on social media, has put up a lot of nonsense. I understand how it can be hard to swallow this is even popping up. And again, who knows? Next year we might be talking about how all those rumors were bullshit, and Microsoft has got more exclusives than they ever had before, and Game Pass is now growing the way that they thought it could. It's over 50 million by next year, and they're dominating, and it looks like the up and up. Who knows? That might be the case, but it is a good discussion to have because I think people do need to realize that this industry is at a transformational time right now. We had those conversations previously, Steele, that we are getting to witness a very transformative era for video games. And Xbox is doing a lot for what they feel that is going to be. And the ABK deal was gigantic. People don't realize it. They don't realize how much that actually means. We're going to see it. And next generation is going to look different. Next generation is going to look different in a lot of ways, I think.
Yeah, especially with what we're hearing about the hybrid console and all that. And I think that's even going to be different. The way we're thinking about that is probably a little bit short-sighted just because of the capability that it may have, being able to offload certain things. Again, a lot of what's happening right now, at least to me, Xbox seems to be trying to find ways to continuously make the platform accessible, but also make sure that we don't get to a point where consoles are literally $1,000 so that you can get invested in the ecosystem and play. If we're able to come up with more ways to access the cloud, to pull in peta to even more bytes of information in at one time using the internet or whatever the case may be, just other ways to create games, I think we'll see a huge and a major boost from that. The whole thing with the cloud implementation in the console, again, if you're able to get the processor in that console and the graphics hardware, if you're able to open up some space to allow you to maybe allow some other things to run a little bit hotter, that was one of the number one things that we've been seeing, because the ARM hardware that they're currently talking about is hardware that we're already using in our phones, right? And that's what they're trying to make a hybrid with the next console. One of the number one complaints or issues that we have with current modern day consoles is the heat generation. If you want to get more performance out of these boxes, the most unfortunate part about that is even in a small form factor PC, unless you go the liquid cooling route, which on a mass production line, I could see why consoles don't have that option. I think that would be terrible. on a mass production level to introduce water cooling into our hardware, that there has to be a different way to do it. And if we're getting software that is now, because the other thing too is that between ARM and x86, which is what we're using right now, they've transitioned. Oh yeah, x86. Sorry, x86. Yeah. But x86, the architecture of x86 and ARM, x86 has just been a console transition because they were kind of working off a version of that previously, because again, everything gets made on PC first. The biggest issue, the reason why things don't get released on PC is because you just can't release a game on PC where only people with the top line components can play it. That just doesn't make sense a lot of the time. So that's why it doesn't work. That isn't why it doesn't happen that way most cases. But I know I'm also breaking it down very easily, but making it seem much more simple than it is, because it's not. The biggest thing is finding a way to get around that heat and everything. And if you think about it, your phones, if they currently have that ARM architecture in there, ARM hardware in there, even, what would that look like if you were able to apply this into a console? Right? Sure, my phone gets hot, and I'm sure Samsung, Apple both have had issues with heat, batteries, and all those great things. But still, the capability of this, and to see where we're going with our software, again, to be able to play Resident Evil 4, even though it's 15 frames right now on iPhone, from what I've seen, is still remarkable in itself. That means we're close. We're knocking on the door of what is possible. And again, it's not about having the same experience across the board. It is about having a similar experience across the board, which I think is what Xbox is really tapping into, which puts them in a very unique situation. Because the other part of what Pong was talking about, and the other part that I'd like to get into, is if Xbox is the one that everybody's concerned with going third party, then what is your concern with everybody else in this space outside of Nintendo? Because, and really, the only other conversation that we can have is Sony, because they're the ones truly complaining about it, right? Outside of Google, who honestly just didn't come into the industry in a way where they had even enough skin in the game to understand what they were looking for. But what does that say for Sony then? This is the point that I brought up on Xbox Factor. Also, you have one brand that's telling you what they're doing is working for them. You have another brand that's telling you that what we've been doing isn't working. We have to figure out new ways to do things. This other brand, PlayStation, has also made it known that they want to bring their games to PC because it opens up the player base. Although you have your current player base saying that it devalues your console because you no longer have true exclusives. When the exclusive is your ecosystem. The conversation has already changed. You are 10 years too late to try to talk about what is coming to your platform or not. And if you honestly didn't believe it, then don't ever invest in the Xbox. Do not ever invest in the Microsoft. Do not play any of their games. Don't write things out in Microsoft Word. Don't buy Windows, run Linux, or use Mac. Literally do not invest in this company then, if that is truly the way that you feel. If it is not, and you're a gamer, why is it such a terrible thing that what people say is devalue is actually bringing more value to more gamers? Again, one side says this isn't working. The other side says it is. But you want me to believe people want you to stare them directly in the face, webcam, pictures, whatever they got on these podcasts, and tell you should still go buy your games. Go buy all of them. Hey, Sony should just they don't need to be Microsoft. I agree. They don't need to be they don't need to be Xbox. But what other choice have you presented? What other choice is a good option for you? And just telling people to buy games isn't working. Returnal, a brand new IP, maybe almost sold 600,000 copies. Is that supporting the ecosystem? Are you expecting to get a Returnal 2? I hope you do. I hope I do. But if people aren't buying it, brand new IP was only available to PlayStation. Nobody bought it. Spider-Man, biggest game there. People aren't buying it the way they're supposed to. Again, you can talk to me about 10% all you want to of your player base. That's great. We know that that's good for a baseline. We also saw those budgets. Baseline, budgets. It's skyrocketing. And I don't see a Spider-Man 3 having the same sachet that the first two games had. Because even number 2, this is the other thing that I think has been, I'm not going to say it's a fail, but when you compare Spider-Man to Batman, Batman progressively got leagues better game to game. I haven't played Spider-Man 2 yet. I know there's different traversal mechanics. I know there's, some good scenes in there, some good combat to be had in there. But I'm not seeing the same things that I saw when people went from Arkham Asylum to Arkham City. When people went from Asylum to City, they were like, yo, I can't believe this. They did it again. Spider-Man 2, you're getting like this, it's like an off and on kind of thing. It's hot and cold. Like, you don't know whether people are really loving it or whether people are like, it's Spider-Man. Yeah. To Paul's point earlier, man, it feels like Batman. So it's just, I don't know. Yeah. It's a very interesting time that we're in. The third party conversation is always going to be an interesting conversation to have. We here look at the RTS or take it from more of that RTS perspective. So pulling myself out of the world, it's just hard for me as a gamer, as someone who I'm not the first party do. Everything doesn't have to be first party. And yes, Spider-Man and Batman do have their differences. I'm not saying they're the exact same game. I don't want anybody to ever think, nobody should be in a conversation and be thinking that Batman and Spider-Man are the exact same thing. The characters move the same, they feel the same. No, but the combat is fucking the same. It's the same flow, except you want to know the difference? You want to know a real opinion? Take this as a hot take, clip it, whatever you want to do. Spider-Man fails at getting the dance right, where Batman doesn't. The dance is not the same. Spider-Man does not have a bachata. It doesn't have a salsa. It doesn't have a something that you can really, like you can get into a rhythm, but it's not a dance. It's not you really feeling yourself, right? And those would be my main takeaways. And that's something that I still think that they have to work on. Maybe they corrected that in 2. We'll find out. But just to think that Microsoft is the only player in our industry that's going to go this way and that nobody else is going to do this. Again, please demonstrate to me or show me where people have all of a sudden started buying more games. Please show me a service that anybody else has that allows you to get 7,000, 9,000, maybe even potentially 11,000 this year of gaming value in your service. People could tell you about the price of Game Pass all day long. Oh, you're still paying, nothing's free. Sure, nothing is free, you're right. But $200 for a year for $9K worth of content? Even if I don't play everything, I don't think that that's a problem. And it's not stopping me from buying games. So what's the issue? Because, again, Pong, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what people always go back to. But people aren't, Game Pass is preventing people from buying games. It's introducing this, you guys don't get it. It's introducing this mentality that, people are just going to wait to play games. People already do that. That's why games don't get bought now. What do you think the problem is now? If the games are too expensive. Games could be $40 and people would say it was too expensive. Everybody doesn't have the same pocket. Now, and the answer to that is, oh, well, if you're a broke boy, don't shut up. Well, inclusivity, what about that? What about accessibility? What about having more people in an ecosystem? What about having, a community? Again, maybe that's just something that I care about. Maybe that's just something that I look at. I know my brother Pong does, and a lot of the fun speculation fam does. Maybe that's why people think that we're fake neutrals and we don't really care about games like that. But maybe that's me. Am I sipping on some juice or something, Pong? I mean, let me know if I'm tripping. I mean,
no, it's just a perspective, and that's what it's always about. Because none of us know the future, right? None of us know what's going to happen. Again, there's so many things throughout history in the video game industry that nobody could predict, nobody thought was going to happen. Again, right. Who would have thought that we were streaming games at any time, like 20 years ago? Nobody, right? Maybe a little bit longer than that, but again, there's just stuff that always happens and always changes. We're just looking at it as it stands now, in possibly what could be happening. Again, do we have the internal conversation? Do we know exactly what's going on? Of course we don't. We got to see some of it, right? During the court proceedings and all that kind of stuff, the leaks that have come out now from Insomniac, which have been massive as far as even Sony, PlayStation in general, content coming out. So we do have a better idea, right? And we know that we were on track with some stuff. We were off track with other stuff. That's the way it's going to be whenever you're in speculation town. But we do just kind of look at this stuff. So no, you have a perspective. There's people in the chat that have different perspectives. Nixie's telling me crazy, that I'm crazy, that we're never going to have tech that gets to the point where we can have, games all in the cloud and all streaming, because this is the, United States of America, and the infrastructure sucks and the government's never going to get their act together. No, it's going to take, actual individual companies to do it. Obviously Elon with Starlink is providing, internet in one way. I don't know if anybody ever would have thought that cell phones would be where they're at now, but obviously we have coverage nationwide. Is it perfect? No, it's not perfect, but do we have pretty damn good coverage? Hell yeah, we do. But again, that's just a different perspective. Eastside Vandal brought up the fact that Phil told us that the acquisitions were about bringing, exclusives to, the ecosystem, the Game Pass users, wherever Game Pass was available, right? And is he lying? Eastside, to that perspective, you got to remember that in things in business, I don't think Phil outright lies at all. I think that Phil at the time is speaking his truth or his view of things, but in business, and when you have a $1 trillion parent company or $1 billion parent company, it doesn't matter. Things do change, right? And numbers do matter, and plans change, and things happen in generations. When we're talking about video games, even though generations are kind of going away, that do alter your plans. And I saw somebody else, I don't remember who it was, ask, why does it always have to be Xbox first? It has to be Xbox first because of the position that they're in. And people aren't wrong. Nixie was bringing up the fact that, PlayStation again, and Fahim does this all the time too. Again, they've got the mind share. They've got the popularity. Yeah. Kids want to buy PlayStations just because their friends own PlayStations, because it's become the cool thing. Nixie brought up Apple. Apple hasn't innovated very much at all. They've stolen most of their stuff. That's what works. And PlayStation has done the same thing. Not to say that nobody else does it, but I'm just saying you can be extremely successful by just climbing on the backs of others. And has Microsoft as a corp and Xbox done a lot of things that were ahead of the curve, and other people have then later on climbed off their back? Of course they have. But Xbox, I think, underneath Microsoft, and with this mentality now, the investment they've made into gaming, I think that they are in the position, because of where they're at from a popularity standpoint, that they do have to innovate, and they have to be the first out the gates. They want desperately, as a software company, to hit the next trend, as a tech company to hit the next trend ahead of the curve. That's why you see them investing heavily into AI. Yeah. They are going to be a massive player in the AI space if they have anything to say about it, because they do believe AI is the next step. Right now, again, that's a whole different argument for a different day about where AI is going, but AI has so many applications that they feel like they got a winner here. So they're going to be in the front with one of the, with OpenAI, they're going to be with one of the lead horses racing towards that future of AI. So they have to innovate because they have to think outside the box. Again, do I agree wholeheartedly with that sentiment? No. I think that if they had the Peter Moore mentality and they, with Microsoft's backing and Satya was still on board, again, you got to remember that too. There's other reasons why Microsoft's on board with Xbox. There's other reasons why Satya is willing to open the checkbook and make a $70 billion acquisition. It's not just for the pure love of gaming, folks. It's not just so they can win the console war. No, Phil sold him on a whole different vision. So that it was never just about the console when Phil sold that vision. So would they be in the same boat now? Would they have the same opportunities if it was just all about the console market and they were trying to beat the pants off of Sony? No, because I don't think Satya would be on board with necessarily that limited scope vision. They have a much bigger vision. But let's say they were, and I was in charge, and Peter, you had that Peter Moore mentality. Could they do it? Yes, I do believe they could change it. I believe that they could, because 1,000%. Because of the bank account, they could take massive losses and they could come out with the greatest console ever known to man, price it at still a point that people will buy it, and start and on top of all these acquisitions, make everything that they possibly could exclusive and crank out some stuff that would blow people's minds, and they could absolutely start changing that opinion. Yes, I do believe they could do that, right? But again, to Nixie's point that he also made, PlayStation found their niche. They exploited that advantage to the extreme, supplemented with third-party exclusivity, and it worked. They won an entire generation. They're outselling Xbox this generation. So from the console standpoint, they did it their way, and they won the hardware race.
Yep.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying that we're thinking bigger because we believe Xbox and Microsoft are thinking bigger. And again, if it eventually means that they go full third party, am I done gaming? Of course not. Again, Steele said, people say I'm fake neutral. I don't care. No, I'll find a way to game. If all of them go third party and if they're all decided to start publishing on PC and mobile, would I find a way to game? Yes, that's how much I enjoy gaming. If you're one of those people that believes that's the death knell of gaming, well, then, like I've always said, maybe it's time to find a new hobby. If it ever happens, maybe you just aren't happy and you got to move away and you lost one of your favorite hobbies. It happens. It's okay. Things change.
Yeah.
But to me, I can still see bright futures no matter how this plays out. As long as there's not a massive collapse, we are going to see a contraction in the video game industry. We are already headed that way. Right? AAA budgets are way overboard. There is going to be a major change, a shift at some point in the development of gaming. Maybe AI offsets that. Maybe AI catches up quick enough where it can offset some of the costs, right? But it's still going to mean massive job losses. It's still going to mean people are out of this industry. It's going to mean that, a lot of creative people aren't working here. But do I still think that it's possible that they have a bright future? Yes, I do. But could it collapse? Sure, it could. It could absolutely do that. And I'll have to find, like I said, I'll go back to majorly reading books and watching movies or watching my old movies all the time that I have installed. I don't know. I'll find something else. I'll do something else. But again, I just don't see it. It's going to fall somewhere in the middle. It's not going to be utopia. It's not going to be dystopia. It's going to be somewhere in the middle. But I just think it's an interesting conversation. A lot of people are heated.
I like it.
A lot of people are, emotionally charged by this stuff. Just like in any other hobby that you have an extreme attachment to, some people are getting really emotional. I'm kind of past that point. I've had my stages in my life where I was, especially with sports and that kind of stuff.
Right.
But for me, I just can't. I'm excited. I think that the future is fascinating at this point because we are transforming. This industry is transforming, And I'm fascinated by to see where it goes, man. And I want to see what comes out of it, because I think we're going to get some really interesting stuff to come out of it. Because anytime there's change, Steel, anytime people are taking risks, you get some losers, you get some bombs,
but
you also get some really cool, unique ideas that come about. And I think that that's what we're doing. That's why we have Game Pass right now, is because they had to innovate. We got Game Pass, right? You could say it wasn't the first subscription service ever. No, it wasn't the first subscription service ever. But to Steele's point, to the diversity and to the size of the subscription service for one monthly fee, there's nothing like Game Pass. They innovated. So they did their own thing. Whether it works out or not, again, we'll find out. Yeah, but I just love these topics. I love these conversations. I love the conversations in the chat, because people do come from different perspectives, and all perspectives are valid, because this is all speculation at this point. It's all speculation. So, yep.
Yeah, there's nothing to get emotional about. There's nothing to be mad about. There's nothing. Again, I mean, I'm definitely going to adhere to what provides value to me, and then kind of go from there, man. So, definitely a good conversation worth having. I think one we'll continue to have. Let's see. Pong, I mean, where would you like to go from there? The developer direct.
Well, we're gonna go right the direct, buddy. Let's go right into the main. What's the time? What's total time right now?
We are at. Man, we dropped a lot of frames today, but we are at 3:11.
3:11, perfect.
Man, give it
an hour a topic. Let's go.
Give it 3:12. Give it 3:12.
3:12. We're averaging an hour a topic, sir. Let's go.
Are we? Oh God. This should probably be the last one, to be frank. All right. I think I'm going to actually pull this one from Pure Xbox itself, because we got some developer direct news here. And from what we're seeing here, it says we're exactly 1 week away from Xbox's 2024 Developer Direct event, where various dev teams will provide closer looks at their upcoming projects. Last year's event was Microsoft's debut effort, and we're expecting big things from its second outing. Let's see if I got this on the screen for you guys. Yes, I do. Nice. All right. Here's everything you need to know about the Xbox Developer Direct 2024 event. Recenter that. All right, so they kind of got some different numbers that you can kind of scroll through and just kind of quickly get you through here. But to start off with, well, we know of 4 Xbox and PC titles that will definitely feature at the show. Xbox has announced that Aura, History Untold, Avowed, Hellblade 2, and Indiana Jones will be there, with in-depth look at each title. You can expect a mixture of gameplay and developer chatter as we learn more about these releases. However, last year's event brought a big surprise in the reveal and immediate release of Hi-Fi Rush. We're not expecting the same thing to happen at the 2024 event, but there's always a chance, and we'd love to see it. What date is the event? Well, it's Thursday, January 18th. Hopefully you guys are locked in for that. I do believe Mav is going to have some events going on. That's the day Palworld comes out, so I might be, but no, it comes out that Friday anyway. I feel like there's something else happening this week. Well, anyway, last year's show lasted about 45 minutes, and we're expecting a similar runtime this year. Bethesda has already confirmed that an Elder Scrolls Online live stream goes ahead right after the developer direct. It's at 1 p.m. PT and 4 p.m. ET. So the main show would definitely wrap up within an hour. Where are you going to watch it? Watch it wherever you want. YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. And Pure Xbox said they're going to be hosting it. Well, Pong, I mean, just based off the 4 games that we got here, and they made a good point with Hi-Fi Rush being announced and essentially being shadow dropped last year. Again, I don't expect a shadow drop every time that we get an event or something similar. No. But it is, like they said, it would be really dope to end up getting something to that. Like if we got a Towerborn shadow drop, I think that would kind of... there's been some rumors behind the scene too, so there is some of that. Decado says Diablo is also before, isn't it still? Oh, that might be what I'm thinking about.
Season 3 Diablo
that comes up next
showing.
This week.
That's on 16th, I want to say.
Yeah,
Tuesday.
so that comes out this. Yeah. That might be what I was thinking. Good call on that. Good one, Decado. I appreciate that. As far as we talked about this a little bit on the Xbox Factor podcast as well. For me, what I'm expecting from the Xbox Developer Direct is honestly not much. Last year they showed Forza Minecraft Legends, which they're stopping support for this year. So that was only out for a year. They are moving on from that, so take that for what you will. We got Hi-Fi Rush. What else was there? It was something else. Two other things. The two other things there, Pawn. What were they? I can't remember. Anyway, it'll probably come to me here in a little bit. But going off of last year's, I thought that was pretty well done. I think I gave last year's about an 8 for everything that they showed. I was more interested in Minecraft Legends that I ended up being, which is unfortunate. I thought it was going to be a little bit better, but I thought it was an 8 at least for that show itself. We needed some information at the time, and then getting Hi-Fi Rush on top of that, I think that's what really put us up there. Thank you, Jasper, for coming through. Redfall was in there. I think that was the one where I was just like, I don't know, guys. Like, this game is kind of off to me. And then the game comes out and it was off.
No, you were consistent with that.
So it was Redfall and Elder Scrolls Online. Both, I think that was when we were talking about Necrom, releasing that content.
Yep.
So shout out to that. So this time around, I mean, with Aura History Untold, that's not a game that I'm going to jump into. Although I heard you guys talking about it, it is a big game. It's coming to Game Pass. It's going to be a game that
PC Game Pass.
PC Game Pass. Oh wow, okay.
Console's been delayed. It was supposed to come out day and date. It was supposed to come out last year. They came out early last year and said we're putting all our effort into the PC side of things for now. The console version will come later, and then obviously the PC version didn't even make last year, and they pushed it to this year. So we're still assuming that the console version will come maybe even later this year. Don't know. They haven't said anything, but right now it's just going to be PC only, PC Game Pass.
Okay. So shout out to Aura. Again, not going to be for me, but there is for PC. I think that's going to be a good game for those for that. To expand that audience a little bit more, at least give them more things to jump into. And I know Pong's into it for sure. I'm pretty sure he'll break that down and get a little into it. Avowed for me is definitely another one that's kind of lower on my list. I saw some people talking about it this week. I don't feel any way about it either way. The game's not going to be in third person. And that's the main way that I'd want to play that game. It being a single player focus, it's not my style. I haven't played Outer Worlds. I haven't cared to play it.
I know.
Not like they're bad games or whatever. They're just not up my alley. And then with other games that I have around, I'd rather just go replay Elden Ring at this point, which I'm currently doing. So it's kind of that. But shout out to Avowed and everybody that's interested in it. I really do hope that people. And again, I saw this conversation too. Oh, why people are hyped for Avowed? It's not even realistic looking. It doesn't look like this or this and this. And I'm like, bro, not everything needs to have the exact same fucking art style for it to be a good game. There's a different art styles for a fucking reason. If it's not your bag, it's not your bag. I'm telling you right now that I'm probably not going to play the game, even with it being a Game Pass. There's literally nothing that's pulling me towards that game. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that the game looks bad, that it's not going to be fun potentially, or that the developers put very minimal effort into it. Like,
so the game you're not gonna say because it's not what you wanted.
No,
that it's
man,
dead on arrival, man.
Stupid
that it's toast. That it's garbage.
That's stupid as hell, man.
Okay.
Like, just because I'm not going to play it doesn't mean the game's terrible all of a sudden. People tell me all the time that multiplayer shouldn't exist. Does that mean it shouldn't? No, man. Like, that doesn't make sense. And I don't get the thought process on that. Again, shout out to everybody who's excited for Avowed. I'm pretty sure it's going to be great. I think it fits the Xbox catalog, especially on the RPG front side of things. And I think it's going to bring something to the table that people are looking for. Again, you look at the Outer Worlds and how people talked about that. They were really high on that. And I expect for this to be along the same lines. Again, no reason for me to think otherwise. Hellblade 2 is definitely the main standout out of the 4 games that they were talking about here. Again, I love the first Hellblade, played it for the first time. I believe that was last year or the year prior. I still got gameplay for it, I believe, and really loved everything that the game brought me from an audio level, gameplay level. No, it wasn't perfect, but again, for a studio that had very minimal, was able to deliver the type of game that they did, to now having almost an unlimited budget, I would say. At least I would think it feels like probably to them. They have at least 10 times the budget that they had previously. Why would you not be excited? This isn't just it's going to be a walking sim. Oh, it's just going to be this. Again, if it's not for you, then it's not going to be for you. I'm not a scary game dude. And Hellblade, at least for me, is able to traverse that line that feels good for me, and I think I'm really going to enjoy. Some people were downplaying the most recent combat that they showed, said it's still not enough. Again, we saw some people breaking it down and saying that there's too many, it's fake, it's not real, there's too many stop frames here in this place. And again, I'm not expecting for Hellblade to automatically turn into Heavenly Sword all of a sudden, but I am expecting it to be more in line with maybe people saw in God of War. Maybe not even that much to that level. I think it's going to do something similar, but in its own vein, because at the end of the day, Senua still feels more realistic, at least to play, more human-like, I should say, to play than some of those other high fantasy kind of games, right? Even though this is dealing with some of those elements as well. Not only the mental thing, but also some of the mythologies and whatnot. And then Indiana Jones. For me, Indiana Jones is cool. I grew up watching some of the Indiana Jones films. Again, Indiana Jones is kind of whatever to me. I don't think he's aged the best, unfortunately. I think that's the one thing that's really downplayed Indiana for me, is that over the years, the movies got worse. I remember being really young and being really into the movies, and then seeing some of the other movies as they came out, as Harrison got older, and thinking like, it's okay. It's not what the other ones were, right? And I can go back to some of the older ones and really sit down and enjoy those. And then with the most recent movie not doing the greatest, hopefully this is a great reset for Indiana Jones. Because the one thing that I do know and can't acknowledge is that he is literally the grandfather of that genre of game. There wouldn't be an Uncharted, there wouldn't be a Tomb Raider if there was not an Indiana Jones. That's where those ideas came from. Matter of fact, Indiana lines up more with, actually, I think Indiana blends Tomb Raider and Uncharted in ways that both games lacked, right? So if Bethesda is seemingly able to, and Todd Howard is seemingly, with him directing it, more so since he's overseeing it, if he's able to deliver what I mean by that, then I think we have a very unique experience here with Indiana Jones. Though with it being Machine Games, some people are like, I think it's probably going to be first person. I am leaning towards it being third person. I think this is going to be an opportunity for them to do something different, something outside of what they would normally do. Again, if Playground can do it, why can't none of the other studios do it? And that Machine Games isn't some run-of-the-mill studio. They put out Wolfenstein, right? Like, they make good quality games. So I'd imagine with all the time that they've had, right? I think somebody did the math. I believe it was K Asante. Shout out to K. That was on Thursday, where they've had 8 years in between projects to do something, right? I believe since the last Wolfenstein has been 8 years since the game released. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's a shorter time than that. I could be off. I could be off on that. Somebody please correct me if I'm wrong.
I think Wolfenstein Youngblood was 2019. I think we looked it up.
I think people weren't counting that. I think people weren't counting that one. Though.
Wow, you still got to count.
Okay, so I mean, if we're counting that one, then it has been much more recent than that. But even with that timeline, you considering 4 or 5 years, there has to be something else in the tuck. So again, I could have been misunderstanding that. It is only the 4 or 5 years. If it's first person, yeah, it will be different. And again, if it is third person, it's going to have to definitely stand out even more so amongst its cohorts, right? But I think that's going to speak more so to the studio than anything. If anybody's going to get it right, I think they could. I just don't see it being first person because as Indiana Jones, being in those temples, if you've played Tomb Raider and you walk into some of those areas, it's very impressive. That's why, that's why a lot of the times Tomb Raider is used as a benchmark tool, right? Because it can be graphically intensive. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of detail that to be had there. And I think Indy could do a lot of those same things. So if that's the case, then I think doing it third person would be a better option. I don't think that there should be a first and third person transition. I think that would just be weird. You'd be probably doing too much. Maybe if you're driving, sure, you can maybe do a first person thing. But even that, I would want to be third person across the board. Again, for me, I want to see if it's Obsidian can make Indiana Jones more relevant than Tomb Raider and Uncharted ever were, and also defeat the kind of downed nature of what the movies and that the visual content has brought Indiana Jones over the years. Not only that, considering Harrison Ford is getting up there in age, he can't be Indy forever. So is this going to be a way that we can reintroduce Indy and maybe possibly get someone recast to, again, since we are in a generation now to where we're getting movies based off of games instead of the other way around. And that would be cool if this game does well and we end up getting a movie based off of this, and that restarts that whole indie thing that I know you get excited about, Pong, and other people who are indie fans get excited about. And honestly, you should be excited, as, again, he is the grandfather of it all. Outside of that, I'm not expecting much more. I'm going to take it as a grain of salt. I'm going to take it for what it is. But Pong, I mean, what are you expecting from the developer direct based on what we saw last year to go into here? I know you feel a little bit differently than I do about these 4 games that they are showing, especially Aura and at least Aura, Avowed, and Indie, whereas I'm only strong on Hellblade out of the list. But what are you thinking, man?
Yeah, it's a great way to start the year. I'll tell you that much.
It is.
Sorry, I was kind of distracted there. I think you asked me a question, but my mind was in a different place because just a little side tangent still, because we like to point out mainstream media. IGN posted an article 2 hours ago, Steele. Put it in the DMs. Title of the post that they made on X says, Xbox finally has some first-party games coming this year. And it surprisingly looks more promising than the PS5's 2024 offerings.
Interesting.
They can't stop themselves, Steele. They are addicted to the hate clicks, like as much as the people who will respond to this and repost it and me talking about it right here. It's unbelievable. How can you legitimately call yourselves a video game news site that has been one of the biggest for decades and legitimately act like Xbox didn't have first party games last year, Steele? This is 2024. Mm-hmm. I think Xbox had a lot of first party last year, Steele. Somewhere around 6 first party, somewhere 6, 7, depending on how you label them. And PlayStation had 1 last year. How they just continue to delegitimize themselves time and time again. I don't know how anybody can take them serious. They still get the first, like I've been clicking on their Dragon's Dogma 2 stuff because they still get access. Like I said, that's one of the worst parts about it. They can do whatever the hell they please because they still get access because of the biggest thing in the world when it comes to video games. But I don't know how anybody can take them seriously. I don't understand. Anyways, as far as the developer direct, hell of a start to the year, especially coming off the Game Awards. Don't forget, Xbox already had a big showing at the Game Awards too, right? They were there. And they showed off tons of stuff. So to come right back the following month, not even end of the month, mid-month, pretty much, and have a developer direct and showing off 4 big games that we are all assuming are going to be this year. Now things change, but we're also assuming we might get some dates here or windows on some of these as well, is huge. And we could have a 5th surprise too. A lot of people are guessing that there was a lot of smoke out there for a fifth game, Shadow Drop potentially, maybe from Double Fine. Killing was a game that they've been working on since, like, I think the first showing was like 2017 or something like that, but they put it on pause while they finished up Psychonauts 2 and all that kind of stuff. Some people believe they finished that game and it's going to be Shadow Dropped here. Whatever happens, the 4 games that we do know about here, pretty fantastic. Again, from my perspective, again, not everyone's going to be for everybody. Not everybody's going to be excited about this. Not everybody's going to be hyped about this, but assuming they keep the same format, and already aesthetically, they are keeping the same format that they had from the direct last year, assuming that they do that, I'm even more excited because we're going to see some of the developers that actually work on these games talk about the games. We get to see their excitement. We get to see kind of their mentality behind the scenes. Again, the stuff that we don't always get. I don't need 40 minutes. If I want 40 minutes of dev talk, I can go find stuff on YouTube. I am kind of thinking that's what the Hellblade 2, not 40 minutes, but I'm thinking that Hellblade 2 isn't going to be a whole lot of new gameplay.
No,
I'll be happily surprised if it is. A lot of people are sick and tired of seeing Hellblade 2. From the way that they worded it, I think it is going to be more developer talk, and we've already had enough of that. We know more about Ninja Theory's developers and their studio than we do about the game. I said that last night on Xbox Ultimate. At this point, we have had so much behind the scenes with Ninja Theory, which is great. But if that's what this turns out to be, I understand why they did. Don't get me wrong. It's Hellblade 2. It's one of the biggest games of the year. I might not have put this one in the direct because that might be the lull moment. Now we'll see what they do. I don't know yet. We'll find out next Thursday. Talk about it after that. But that's why Hellblade 2, I've seen plenty. I don't have a problem with seeing more gameplay. If they're going to show me gameplay, every time I see new gameplay,
I think it's good.
It does get me a little bit more excited for Hellblade 2. I'm already excited for Hellblade 2, but it does get me a little bit more excited because it doesn't matter. Combat, non-combat. I'm finding stuff where I'm going, oh my God, look at that.
Yep.
Did you hear that? Like every time it impresses. So if they want to show me more, I'm cool with it. I'm not in the camp that says we don't need any more. If it's just dev talk, I'm going to say that was a lull moment here, but we'll find out. Needless to say. So let's get Hellblade 2 out of the way. Excited to see it. Really hyped for that game this year. Not my most anticipated, but definitely excited. And it's definitely going to be day one play for me because I want to be wowed graphically and sound wise and atmosphere wise. And I know that game's going to do that in spades. So I am excited for it. Just, it's not my overall hype. Then let's go to Aura because you touched on Aura. Aura's niche. It's a grand strategy game from Oxide Games. They are changing the formula in grand strategy. There's a couple hooks that they've got when it comes to the Aura. I will be playing this day one on PC Game Pass. I will be checking this out no matter what else is out. I want to play this game. One of the major hooks that they're doing, Steel, is that in most grand strategy or 4X strategy, most strategy games in general, there are set goals that you have that allow you to win the game, right? There are set, markers that you have to do in order to win the game. They are stating that in this one, there is no set path to victory.
Okay.
So it's wide open. Okay. It's wide open. That sounds cool to me. I want to see how that plays out. I want to see what they mean by, I want to see what they mean by that. Drink some protein. Jeez. I want to see what they mean by that. And then the other thing that they're doing, normally in grand strategy, 4X strategy, right? You plot your move, you move, and then you wait and the AI moves, right? The AI kind of goes, and then you can kind of see what they did and you can kind of strategize your next move in response to their moves. In this one, in Aura History Untold, they are doing all moves simultaneously. So your moves and the AI moves will all be completed at the same time. So you won't be able to see ahead and strategize. You will have to start to think and try to determine what they're going to do, right? More like real life, right? World, politics, battles, etc.
Right.
You're not always going to know your enemy's move. So you're going to have to kind of predict their moves and make your move based upon that prediction to see what happens. So this game has my interest. It looks beautiful for a grand strategy game. Oxide has put a lot of work into this game. Like I said, they took the focus to the PC to get the PC version done. So I am really hyped about Aura. I can't wait to check it out. Then the next two are neck and neck with each other as far as my levels. I'll start with Indiana Jones here. I have massive nostalgia for Indiana Jones. The latest movies. Now I haven't seen the last one that just came out. I will be seeing that once it's streaming. I'll find it somewhere on streaming and watch it. I haven't seen that one. Crystal Skull was as bad as most people, even as a huge Indiana Jones fan.
You didn't like it either?
Even as somebody who finds entertainment in most things, even dumb movies, because it was Indiana Jones, because it didn't live up to Indiana Jones, I had a problem with it. It wasn't good. It had its moments where Indy's Indy and Harrison is just freaking fantastic
Right.
as the character. So there's no taking away from that. It's not like Harrison sucked or anything. The story just sucked, right? And what's his face was not good either. Sure. So I did not like the Crystal Skull, but Indy has huge nostalgia. I grew up on Indy. Indy was that adventurer, treasure seeking character that kids fall in love with. When I play Legos, I'd pretend I was Indiana Jones, right? We'd build sets around it. Again, that got me into that whole realm of that type of experience. And so Indy and Harrison was fantastic. The writing was fantastic. Everything about those movies is just beautiful, and they all hold up to today. I don't care what anybody says; they hold up to today. You go back and watch them. I just love them. So I have huge nostalgia for this. So this adds to my excitement for Indiana Jones from Machine Games, which we're going to see the first bit of gameplay from. I got to say, I'm the most curious about this because I don't know what they're going to do with this steel. I don't know if they're going third person or first person. I'm personally expecting a blend of first person and third person in different scenarios, but I don't even know like what the basics of the game are going to be. If they're going to go full adventure, I don't think this is going to be a shooter because that would take away from Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones is not a shooter. Then and he very rarely uses his gun. Indiana Jones, if I'm to assume, because Todd Howard was the main creative force behind this, he's wanted to do the Indiana Jones game forever. This wasn't like Machine Games going to Todd saying, hey, we want to do an Indiana Jones. No, Todd Howard himself has pitched multiple times for an Indiana Jones game to Lucas. So this is something Todd's want to do. And because Todd's older, Todd, grew up with Indiana Jones too, and he's got that nostalgia, I'm assuming that they're going to stay true to what the movies and what the character is. Indiana Jones, from that standpoint, is big set pieces still, right? Mm-hmm. Big giant set pieces.
Yeah. Tomb Raider's like that.
Right. Tomb Raider is like that, but then you got the adventuring. But Indy is not the one creating. Indy's not the one attacking. Indy is the one getting himself into trouble and then having to find his way out, right? He's the one that gets captured by the bad guys or gets caught in the trap that he set off, right? And he's got to get his way out of that. So I'm expecting that in this game. Very little. I'm not going to say it's Splinter Cell stealth or anything like that, but I'm saying that it's going to be more like the original Tomb Raiders, more peaceful times than action times. But when those action times come, I expect the big set pieces. I expect big time kind of scenery and settings. Mm-hmm. And if he has to use a gun, he'll use his gun. But obviously the whip is going to be a main. His whip and his fist should be his main weapons throughout the game. But I see a third person, first person mix depending on the situation, for sure. And I think I think they're going to nail it. I have the utmost faith in Machine Games, no matter what they decide to do, unless this becomes a platformer, which somebody tried to start a rumor on, then maybe I'll go, okay, well, this isn't the indie I wanted. Shout out to indie, but this is not. But I think if they stay true, we're going to get a really awesome indie game here. And I think it has been in production for longer than people give it credit. I think Todd probably already had parts of the story written. I think he probably maybe even had storyboarded at one point because of how many pitches he did to Lucas for Indiana Jones. Right. So I think a lot of the dirty upfront work, that first year work, was already done. And so I think they've probably been working on this for longer than we know about. Maybe not the full team, but maybe a smaller team has been working with Todd. Even prior to when they got signed the actual license, they might have been in talks for a while and they had a good feeling about it. So maybe they started some work. I don't know, but we're going to find out. We're going to see it for the first time. I am super, super hyped to see Indiana Jones, what Machine Games can bring. Obviously they know World War II. This is supposedly, according to the dates in the teaser, Steel will be set after Raiders of the Lost Ark and before Temple of Doom. Great. Perfect time frame for me. Beautiful. I want to see what they do with the look of Indy. Are they going Harrison Ford? What are they going to do with the voice? All that kind. I need to know that stuff. Like I'm not going to be like upset if it's not Harrison. I'm not going to be upset if they obviously don't use Harrison's voice. I'm not expecting that at all. I'm not going to be upset if Indy is looks or sounds differently or both, I'm not going to be upset about that. I'm going to treat this for what it is. They're giving me an Indiana Jones version, and they're going to give me adventure and puzzle solving with some combat thrown in, some crazy situations. And of course, the other big part of Indiana Jones is the side characters, the characters that you meet, bigger than life characters from each one of those movies that Indy met, right? Or knew previously that he winds up, showing up and oh my God, whatever. That's what I want to see. And I think Machine Games can pull it off. I'm excited. And then finally, let's get to Avowed. Avowed is my most hyped first party title that we know of this year for Xbox. I love Obsidian. You all been listening to me for long enough. They are like right next to Bethesda. I love what Obsidian does because a lot of what they do is very similar to Bethesda, just on smaller scale.
Yep.
I was hoping that Avowed would be their big sandbox open world masterpiece like a Bethesda Skyrim or Oblivion. I was hoping they were going to go big, but I'm okay with the fact that they had come out, I think it was last year or whatever the case may be, and said, no, this is going to be bigger than Outer Worlds, but more of an Outer Worlds experience than it is a Skyrim experience. I'm cool with that. That's fine. I'm still going to be waiting for their first big giant world. Maybe this is a step towards that. Maybe Outer Worlds 2 will be that. We'll see. But I love Obsidian and what they do. They have some of the best writers, RPG wise. They have some of the best mechanics when it comes to making decisions in games and having consequences that alter your game and alter the world that you're playing in. They have some of the best world building, and they already have a world that's built for them because this is in the Pillars universe. The Pillars universe, even though a lot of people haven't played it because it's a CRPG, Josh Sawyer and his crew that created Pillars did a fantastic job with the lore. It is deep. It 100%. It is awesome. So Obsidian's got a lot to work with already, but I think that their transformation into this type of first person action game, action RPG, definitely will give them an opportunity to expand upon that lore. The Pillars world has tons of different environments, biomes, whatever you want to call it. It is deep and dark. So I think that Obsidian is definitely going to have their comedy, their quirkiness, like they do in Outer Worlds. But I also think people are going to be surprised by the seriousness of this game because the Pillars universe is a dangerous place. It is extremely a bad place. Like probably one of the least likely fantasy world I would want to show up in at a given point if you get into it. So I think that they're going to have a chance to dive that and kind of surprise people with that. I think Obsidian is coming to this direct steal, even if this is not a first half launch. I think this is a second half launch of the year. Okay. But I think they're showing up here because of the showing they had at the showcase, which some of us were like, no, this is cool. This is Obsidian. Looks like Obsidian to me. Feels like Obsidian to me. I'm cool with it. But some of the shine, some of the hype, we talked about this on Xbox Ultimate last night, and I think it was a good discussion that Matt brought up for us. Some of the hype from the Xbox community directly kind of toned down after that because there was a lot of people that were disappointed. They came out afterwards and said that was an older build, that they still had a lot of work to put into the game as far as getting it up to launch, that we would see more. The fact that they're doing a deep dive, they explain this to be a deep dive of some of the gameplay and mechanics. I think they're coming back to show off Steel. And I think they want to recapture some of what was in what people thought the original teaser trailer, which is not necessarily, it definitely was not what was going to be the final product, but a lot of people got a certain idea. I think they're coming back to recapture some of that magic from the first initial teaser trailer. And I think they're going to come show us really a much better look at what Avowed is going to be. And I think it's going to get the community excited. I think Avowed, out of all four of these, I think Avowed is the one that could come away and steal the show.
Okay.
And maybe that's just my overconfidence in Obsidian, but they have a proven track record. They make high quality games. There's no doubt about it. All different types of genres. They've been around the block. Again, this is team that's done some of the biggest sequels to RPGs in history. When you're talking about Neverwinter Nights 2, when you're talking about KOTOR 2, when you're talking about Fallout New Vegas, when you're talking about all of this stuff, they have the pedigree. And now they've had the resources of Xbox behind them for this. They've grown their studio. And like I said, if this is not the big open world one, the big one, I should say, I think this might be a stepping stone for them. And so I can't wait to see what they show. Again, Avowed, me and my high fantasy. Again, that's my number one favorite genre. Love the Pillars universe from what I've played in Pillars. I'm going to go back to them, in fact, before Avowed comes out, because I do actually want to get down and dirty with Pillars 1 and 2 as a CRPG. I do want to play through those and get into them even more than I did before. I'm looking forward to Avowed like no other game from first party so far this year. So I think Avowed's going to knock it out of the park. I think Obsidian, this is between this and Outer Worlds 2, they start to take that step that I said that they were going to do when they were acquired, to become no longer the little brother to Bethesda, that they set their own stage and that they become known as one of the best RPG makers in the world, which I think they should. Again, they already should be. If you play Outer Worlds, obviously, if you played Fallout New Vegas, you played KOTOR 2, they should already be there for a lot of people, but they've always had that kind of that idea around them that they're just not quite there. But that was when they were independent. That's when they were game to game, running the risk of potentially closing down or laying off people, right? That's a different Obsidian. Now that they have this, now that they're underneath the umbrella, I think they got a chance to really pull up and show out. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen starting next Thursday with the developer direct and Avowed. I think Avowed's going to come back and really grab people's attention again. So looking forward to the direct. Like I said, great way to start the year coming off of the Game Awards for Xbox. We talked about this too, Steel. 2024, there should be no news cycle that Xbox is not a part of.
Right.
There will be give and take. And when Nintendo announces Switch 2 or whatever they're going to call it, that's going to be huge. It's going to be the talk of town. If PlayStation does do a hopes and dreams showcase or announces the PS5 Pro or does both, that's going to steal, suck a lot of energy out of the news cycle as well. But Xbox from start to finish has something going on. They have so much content. They have so many things to announce, so much stuff to talk about. This is just the beginning. But what a way to start with another direct. And if we do get a surprise steal, even if it's not a shadow drop, even if they do a fifth surprise with a game that we weren't aware of from first party, or maybe an update to a game that we haven't heard about in a while, hey, I'm all for that. If they do shadow drop a small game, again, I won't go into the next one expecting it, even if they do it 2 times in a row, because I don't think anybody should ever expect shadow drops. But if they do it again, that's going to be a master play for them, especially if the game is good. And I think that Double Fine's killing could be unique and good from what I saw, and Double Fine always puts out quality. So if they do pull something off like that, man, that's going to make a bonus to the show for sure. But I can't wait till next Thursday, man. We're going to have a lot to talk about next Saturday too. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot that is going to go into the next week's show. And again, just having this next week full of content once more as we're prepping for the end of January, going into February. It just seems like it has unlimited potential, untapped potential, as I should say, for what's out there. And there's no telling what else that we'll get during that direct. That seems to be something consistent with Xbox, that they like to drop little nuggets in there and get the consumer excited. I mean, why not?
They have so much.
Yeah.
They have so much, Steel. They have more than we even know about. Like, they have to talk about it, right? They have to. They gotta find time, right? They're gonna be, man, it's gonna be crazy, man, how much starts dropping.
Yeah, it's gonna be absolutely ridiculous. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we keep dropping frames here. I don't know why. I guess YouTube is over here trying to shut us down, but that's quite all right. What we'll do, unless there's something else that you would like to get into here, Pongs, we'll go ahead and start winding things down. Again, unless there's something else that you'd like to go ahead and pull on.
I just want to touch on a couple. No big conversations, but just some. What time? What's the timestamp, by the way?
Right now we are at 3:50. About
350 coming into that 4-hour mark. All right. I just want to touch on a couple small things that came out this week. And again, don't have to be huge conversations, but I do like to touch on some of the funner, some of the more fun things that do happen during the week, some of the cool things that maybe are smaller that don't need big, giant conversations. But Focus Entertainment today, Steele, another game coming out this year, first half of this year too. In fact, one that you even have your eye on that we both agreed, Banisher's Ghost of New Eden.
Yes. I forgot all about.
Yes, that is coming out, I believe, before April too. No, you didn't forget it, but just, oh my God, what else have we got? They announced today they are, and this should be standard. Okay, this is one of those things. There should be very few games in 2024 that come out that don't have this. Unfortunately, there will be. I don't understand why, but they announced today because they heard the community speak up about it, that photo mode will be included with Banisher's Ghost of New Eden.
Wow.
Because those environments they have in that game, and they showed, they gave 4 screenshots on the post as well. I can't wait, bro. I'm going to be stuck in photo mode in that game. That game
that's kind of dope.
Phenomenal. So they announced that. Going back a little bit. We also got today too, Steele, posted this morning, is that Zampella and his team working on Battlefield are hiring specifically for a 3D, what do I want to say? Special effects person to join the team that should have a specialty in creating highly destructible, some of the most destructible worlds or lands, environments, whatever that you've ever seen before. They are hiring specifically for this. So in Zampella we trust, Steele. Zampella might have realized that the destructibility, like we see from the old team over at Embark in finals, might be kind of important to the Battlefield franchise, and they might want to enhance the destructibility like they used to have in potentially. So that was a little exciting. But in Zampella we trust. That was pretty cool too. I hope that's exactly what's happening right here with this. We did have massive layoffs. We'll talk about this that hit Lost Boys. They were co-developer on Tiny Tina's. Love Tiny Tina's Borderlands. Love that game. Steel. The end game wasn't what Steel wanted, and obviously it was lackluster for me too. Overall, the DLC wasn't up to par with the other Borderlands. However, as a game, as the main game goes, we had a blast playing through Tiny Tina. We were laughing, we were crushing. I mean, it was so much fun. Tiny Tina is a great game, but they had some supposedly massive layoffs. They didn't give exact numbers, but they employ around 400 people. So I'm assuming it's quite large what they laid off. And of course, they were with Gearbox, and that's Embracer Group, and Embracer Group's having problems. So, Starfield, massive update coming, Steel. They announced this the other day too. Next week, January 17th. We didn't talk about this, but January 17th, Starfield is getting a massive update. So the biggest one yet, with over 100 fixes coming to the game, improvements across the board in all areas. So this is going to be, they've been consistent, Steel, with the updates, and it looks like this is going to be ongoing. They're going to work Starfield for years, which outside of the modding community, we already know the modding community is doing stuff, but they are bringing big update. So be on the lookout for that. Came out this week, Steel. There was a little post. Of course, LinkedIn is a favorite place of information gathering for some people. And Michael Gumlet, who is a part of now ZeniMax Online Studios, but he was a part of Raven, right? Raven underneath Activision. And he had a little byline in his LinkedIn that stated that he was working on 2 unannounced former Raven IP.
Okay.
Hexen and Heretic. We got to know that's what it is. We got to know why that Phil has been out here wearing Hexen t-shirts and talking about Hexen. He knew, Steel. He knew that this had already been in production. They supposedly started production in 2019. Obviously, LinkedIn doesn't state whether or never it kept continued production. Maybe Phil saw it during the acquisition process when he first got to look at everything and said, oh, we're firing that back up right away. Maybe he gave it to a different team. I don't know. But Hexen and Heretic are two of the Ravens' biggest IP, and obviously both of those make sense. And they were working on kind of proof of concept projects at the time back in 2019. So, gotta believe that Phil has revived that.
Yeah,
I gotta believe that we are going to eventually. Most people did that. We're going to get Hexen. There was more leaks, Steel, from Insomniac. I'll just mention this because it's personal to me. I already posted it in the DMs earlier this week. We talked about it. There's more leaks of character designs for Wolverine from Insomniac.
Oh yeah, it's for Jean Grey. Talk about it.
There was Mystique was in there as well, and Wolverine's looking good. Don't get me wrong. Wolverine, they got him in his classic outfits. They got him looking good in this concept art.
Yes,
but Jean Grey, fuck off, Insomniac. I'm just gonna say as blunt as I can. If this is the final design for Jean Grey, and again, I'm not going to show it. If you guys want to go find it, I think it was NeoGaf. NeoGaf has it posted. You can just, I think you just search Wolverine Insomniac leak, and it'll probably be one of the newer ones that popped up. David Jaffe even talked about this on his show, and he's even against the Steel, and he is definitely more progressive.
Yeah, I heard him talk about it a little bit more.
Yeah, he ranted about this too. But Jean Grey, and especially the what I'm assuming is their version of Phoenix. Yeah, you can fuck off, Insomniac. We ain't doing this. Again, I was excited for Wolverine. I like Wolverine. I read tons of comics, including the Wolverine spinoffs during Uncanny X-Men days. I'm a Wolverine fan overall, so I was excited about the game. But when I saw Jean Grey, I was like, oh, whoa. Okay, this better come to PC day one because I'm all in. Like, I'm going to do this. If this is the final form, my excitement is gone. This is nonsense. I don't care what the gameplay is like. I don't care about anything. This is not Jean Grey. This is not Phoenix. So Insomniac continues to have this issue with, I don't even know what to call it at this point. Defeminizing their women, emasculating their women. I have no idea.
That's been an issue across the board. It's been an issue. It's been an issue for a while because
again, you don't have to be a freaking.
You
don't have to be a Playboy bunny. Okay, I'm not saying that. You don't have to go Eastern flavor and do fan service. I'm not saying that, but if you are going to go the complete opposite from the comics, I'm sorry, I don't have time for this.
I disagree. I think you should. I think you should go fan service. That's kind of why those characters were created.
But what I'm saying is not like, I'm not saying like
not over the top. It is not
over the top. That's what I'm saying. Again, this isn't.
I say it all the time. You can make characters attractive. They can be fully clothed.
Superheroes, and let's be real, video game, I won't say most, but let's say the majority of video games are a power fantasy. Okay?
Yeah.
They are a power fantasy. The characters that we play in those games, whether you agree or not, you're not looking to play average Joes unless that's what the story's about. You're looking to play the best of the best. You're looking to play with people who look like they could take down armies. So you're looking to play, and that includes being handsome or beautiful. That includes being the best of what humans have to be, but especially superheroes. Superheroes, for the most part, outside of those characters that were never meant to be that, are drawn and have been drawn that way. And there's a reason for it. Again, I'm not talking about getting horny over a character, but I do want my characters to look like who they are. And Jean Grey has always been beautiful. And even in Phoenix form, she was still beautiful. She had her rage moments where she was she looked like a lunatic, and she had all the craziness in her face because she lost control when she was Dark Phoenix. Yep. She's had those moments. But from a figure standpoint, from how she presented herself, still very beautiful, feminine woman, even in her ultimate forms.
Yep.
What Insomniac's got here, again, like I said, I'm not asking for the world, but let's not go so far that we're going to create, like Steel said in the DMs, muscle mommy. Looks like,
and I don't even think it is that.
It's not even that much either. It's just she's wearing. I'll describe. She's wearing plate armor basically.
I mean, even if she was going to be more muscle mommy looking like.
Yeah.
They haven't hit that either. I mean, for me, I think that you should make these characters attractive. Again, the human element that gets brought to a lot of these heroes is the issues that they end up having. They are still human at the end of the day, right? Although they have all these powers and they're special and can be super strong and all that stuff, they still deal with very human things. And that's what connected us to them. Not how attractive or whatever the case may be. But I do think
that was some of it too. Again, sex does sell still.
That's what I'm saying.
The attractiveness of superheroes or heroes in general. That's why it's always been in movies. That's why it's always been. Again, there's times and place for plain Janes or average Joes, right? There's times where the story makes sense, where it's just an average next door person that goes and does something great, something great. That's awesome. Again, we can have those too. But superheroes and fantastical characters that are all powerful generally have always been, like, again, the prime of the prime, very attractive, very powerful, look and fit that. And again, in superhero times, yes, they help sell your games because sex does still sell it. And I'm sorry, it's never going to change as much as people want it to. It's not going to change. And the image, again, Jean Grey is one of my favorite characters. You guys all know this. That's why there's a little extra here. Jean Grey is still one of my favorite characters. Phoenix is freaking amazing, just awesome. But when she doesn't even look like anything close to what's been presented in the comics, that's when I gotta go, what are we doing? What are we? Wolverine does Steel. He's got the classic skin tight outfit showing off his muscles. Yeah, he's short, dude.
He's always been short. He's
always been a short dude, right? But again, he's a muscle bound man who looks like he should be shredding people. Jean Grey had sexiness, she had power, she had all of it in one package, and it was always presented that way. And again, to dull her down to this, I'm like, yo, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just can't stand. I was super excited.
I mean, you're 1,000% right. I mean, again, I always come with, you can make characters attractive while they're being fully clothed. You don't have to submit to the let's make them overly sexualized or whatever the case. But again, a game is a game. When you're selling these characters, especially when they're prominent characters, they should probably look a certain way. And I don't care whether they race swap her or not. I don't have a problem with this with any character. I don't really care about the whole race swap side of the thing. It's more so like, why does she have to be ugly though? It's like I gave you the pass for Mary Jane when you gave me Black Cat and Spider-Man. Black Cat makes up for more than enough for Mary Jane. Sure. Right? She's extremely attractive as a character.
But that's why I don't understand this deal, because they did that with Black Cat. Why?
And they over sexualized the dog.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. But because she's a side character, didn't matter as much. So then they were okay with that. But the main characters can't be like.
I would think that I would just think the reverse, that you would put more effort or want this character because those characters are going to stand out. It's just like Wolverine. Wolverine's not going to be some ugly dude all of a sudden. Maybe he is ugly to some people. Unfortunately, that's the bias that guys and girls get, right? You have some of that, but it's just weird to. I do agree.
Cast Hugh Jackman for Wolverine, so come on. They cast Hugh Jackman, right? There's a reason, right? There's a reason. Nixie, I'm not. Again, I said up front, if this is the final design, they can fuck off, right? Yeah. Again, if this is the final design, I'm no longer excited for Wolverine. Okay, because I was excited because Jean was in it. Jean's not in enough games. Jean doesn't get enough recognition these days. She's an Omega level mutant. She's one of the most powerful in the universe. And because of how Avengers took off, I'm still jaded that X-Men haven't gotten their shine because Fox screwed that whole thing up. I'm still jaded in that way. Jean Grey deserves spotlight. And so I was so excited they were putting her next to Wolverine because that whole storyline, that whole three-way relationship that eventually developed between Cyclops, Wolverine, and her, that was always interesting in the comics and the dynamics there. So I was super pumped. I'm just saying, if this is the final design, they can fuck off. I'm not excited anymore, and I'm going to be pissed when it comes out and I see Jean like this. That's all I said. So I'm not judging it ahead of time. I'm just judging what I'm seeing right here, right now from the leaks. That's all. So we'll see.
Yeah, 1,000%. No, I don't have anything else to add on as far as that goes.
Yeah, no, nothing else. We already mentioned it. Diablo season 3. They're going to have an announcement January 16th. Obviously, they'll be doing a live stream for that, talking all about it again. Say what you want to say about Diablo. Say what you want to say about Blizzard. Made plenty of mistakes, fucked up a lot of things, fixed a lot of things, still other things to be fixed. But at the same time, they've been out in the open. They've been talking to the community. They've been listening to the community. These fireside chats they have are great. I'm excited because it says unimaginable arcane power stirs. I'm liking the sound of that already. So I can't wait to see what they're coming with season 3 for that. Let me see if there's anything else in here that I really want to touch on. Sega reshuffled again, Steel. Interesting. I don't know if you saw this, Steel, but Sega did another reorg. And what happened was they have fully removed their amusement and toy business from the video game business.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Remember, they did their first reorg, removed the arcade side of things, right? And obviously, sadly, the arcades shut down, but they removed the arcade side to Sammy, right? Sammy Holdings. But now they've moved the amusement and toys business also outside of the video game. Does this mean they continue to restructure to be more acquirable still? Or is this just Sega reaffirming that the video game business is back and that they are looking to reignite the Sega of old, as they've said, with all these remakes or remasters, whatever you want to call them, that they're doing, that this is a new vision. But this would definitely make them more acquirable, especially for an Xbox, for sure. That doesn't probably have any interest in the amusement and toy business side of things. So this definitely makes them more. And Steel, on top of that, with the announcement of the reorg, they also announced that they appointed Shuji Utsumi as president, COO, and CEO. Talk about having power of Sega America and Europe. Utsami-san helped launch. Listen to this, Steel. I don't know if you've heard this yet. Utsami-san helped launch the PlayStation in the United States at Sony, the Dreamcast at Sega, and was involved in the creation of Kingdom Hearts at Disney Interactive as well as Q Entertainment. Dude has been through the battles. Yes, this dude, and he knows the industry. He knows his industry, yeah. He knows his East, he knows his West. He's got a little bit of everything still. This dude just got a whole lot of power over Sega. And I'm kind of excited about all these, whether they stay Sega and independent, nobody ever acquires them, and they have a Capcom run where they come back. You guys know, if there's one thing I'm going to fanboy, it's Sega. They announced the console tomorrow. It would be on Console Warring, would be on my channel. I would be Sega fanboy nonstop. Okay. I'd be coming after everybody. So I just think that these moves, whether they indicate an acquisition or whether they're just Sega is finally getting it, and after all this time, they are going to pull the Capcom and rise from the ashes. Not that they've been dead, but rise from the ashes like a phoenix and take their place as they should. And they have this massive, really resurgence on top of what they already do very well. I'm all for this stuff. These are great moves, Steel.
Yeah, 1,000%. And shout out to ADM in the chat. He says, y'all more sensitive than a vagina after giving birth. Hey,
whoa.
That's what I like to hear, that kind of stuff. I don't know where we were sensitive about, since you didn't specify exactly what you found issue with, but hey, take it for what you will. Just because I don't like ugly characters in my game doesn't mean, or non-attractive characters in my game doesn't mean I'm sensitive. I mean, again, you shouldn't take iconic characters and make them ugly. They didn't make Iron Man ugly. Why do you think Robert Downey Jr. is playing him? Other than he did rock that role.
And if one thing that Fox did do well with X-Men was the casting.
Yeah. Halle Berry was good.
Nailed the casting,
the original Jean Grey was good. She was solid. Hugh Jackman was good. Yeah, I mean, I think that literally everybody was on point. Why can't you do that in gaming?
Right.
Why? I mean, why do we have to have this big? I mean, again, I don't mind things. There being some sacrifices in some areas, right? You want to be inclusive and whatnot, but you can be inclusive in ways that don't sacrifice the main characters of an IP that's existed for years.
Those are the people that are sensitive.
That doesn't make any
Those
sense.
are the people that are sensitive. If you have a problem seeing beautiful people on screen, I'm sorry. I can't help you. I can't.
Yeah, I mean, that's always been.
I can't. Yeah, bring if they had modeled this Jean Grey after Famke, I'd be all in. That'd be great.
Was that her name?
She was original
Famke?
Famke Janssen.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't remember her name. Yeah, if they did
she was
that,
in
I
Bond,
think that
she was
would
in
be-
Bond as well.
I mean, even if they use freaking whatchamacallit, the girl from Game of Thrones, the newer one, they could have even used her. She would have been a better option than what they choose right now.
Sure.
I mean, if that's the option. And again, we'll see.
If that's the option.
Things will update. We'll see how things go. It's just, there seems to be a pattern here. First, you start with Mary Jane, who was a supermodel and very attractive in Spider-Man, and then now you're doing Jean Grey, who's probably and arguably probably one of the most important factors to X-Men. I don't know about that, because there's literally a specific storyline just for her that you have to have. Like this isn't.
You think so? You think so?
But either way, I guess it's not for me to decide. Again, we'll see how things play out, and we'll go from there.
Nixie was ADM or Adam or whatever. Was that a part of the chat? Was that like you guys going back and forth? Is that what it wound up with?
I don't know. I just saw ADM say. I just saw ADM say he doesn't look like he said much else in chat.
Because Nixie said, "Man, I thought this genuine discourse, and it took a turn." So I'm assuming.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Maybe they had a little beef going on.
No. And ADM, Adam, if this is your first time here listening to us and having discourse in our chat, we welcome discourse as long as it doesn't get personal. That's why Steele kind of pointed out your comment there, because you're starting to get in that personal side of things. No reason to go that route. Again, our chat is pretty diverse with perspectives and opinions. We got people like Nixie and Fahim who come from different perspectives all the time, and they have good discussions and discourse. It can get very intense in there, but it never really ever gets personal. I think Steele and I have had to say something a couple different times, maybe max, in the 3 years we've been doing this. So you're more than welcome to have discourse in here. Just understand it's open discourse, and people are going to come from different perspectives, and we welcome that. Again, just keep it real. Keep it on the facts. Keep it with the facts. Keep it with your opinions, but doesn't need to get personal. Again, agree to disagree, have conversations. That's what it's all about. Again, that's something we've lost the ability to do, because instantly a lot of people nowadays turn into 2-year-olds and go to name calling, go to nonsense instead of continuing the conversation or just saying, hey, got my point across. You got your point across. It doesn't seem like we're ever going to agree. We're cool here. That's cool. That's not a problem, man. That's all it is.
You ain't got to worry about that, Yobi, as far as like dropping the band hammer and all that quick stuff. Nah, you can say whatever you want. Now, people get reckless in chat. Definitely bring it up to our attention so we can at least address it and then go from there, because I don't mind addressing it.
If it gets out of hand, bro, if it gets out of hand, somebody really comes in firing personal shit, then sure, absolutely.
No wonder how, no matter how people feel, I can literally care less. You can debate with me. I can come on your show. I've been on other people's show. What I've come to find out is people don't like when they can't break your armor, when they can't find that chink, or when you purposely take off pieces of your armor so that people can shoot, just so you can try to defend yourself, maybe dodge some bullets or whatever the case. It typically doesn't happen, or there's nothing that they have to stand on when you know what you stand for. So to each their own. Again, I'm not saying everybody has to agree with us. We are here to have a conversation, chop it up with Chad, have different perspectives get drawn in there. I think that's what makes this so great, is that we all don't agree. I know for example, Nick's is banned in many other streets and many other places where we don't do that here, right? And people get very definitive about their position and how they feel about things. There's nothing wrong with that. We're going to include things from the community because we are community driven. Again, we involve you guys all the time. And we're also just involved. I mean, I frequent the streets of Reddit and YouTube and Twitter or X and all these different places to kind of get a collective of how people feel about things. And because I feel like that's my job as somebody that comes here, has a podcast and wants to talk to the people and go from there. And there is going to be spoilers coming up for the Modern Warfare 3 gameplay that is posted up on screen, because I was not joking when I said that the gameplay took about as long as a living split screen episode. So keep that in mind if you didn't want any spoilers for the Call of Duty campaign. There is going to be some that pop up here shortly live in this gameplay. So,
yep. Absolutely.
Steal as the podcast version. I'm not John Wick.
No, that's one of the best things you can do as you get older. If you can ever find a way to not care what other people think, so that when people do say something like Steele said, doesn't crack your armor. You can give two shits less whatever they think about you. It's one of the most powerful things you got in your bag, man.
Because then if I start questioning why you're trying to be personal, then what?
Yeah, then what?
We're going to have a completely different conversation. We're not going to be talking about what we talked about before. And yeah. And from where in the area that I'm from, Florida, and having a interesting upbringing, I can tell you once we go personal, there is no going back. So there's what it is. Why even take it there? Anyway, there's some other people that have come to find out behind the scenes.
Poison. Yeah.
But neither here or there. I don't feel anybody is being lost here. I greatly appreciate everybody for tuning in. I want to apologize for all the connection issues that's been going on. I don't know what's going on. Maybe YouTube is just having a conniption fit. I'm not doing anything else. I was trying to stream at 1440p today, but for whatever reason, that was preventing YouTube from going live. So don't know what's up with that. Well, it wasn't preventing it from going live. I'll say it was actually dropping our bit rate down, damn near cutting it in half, if not more. And yeah, I don't like having that, especially since we already had bit rate issues today. But again, audio listeners, whether you're tuning in, I do want to talk to the audio listeners real quick, and anybody that does listen to the audio form content. I had an issue downloading last week's episode, so you're probably going to end up getting a double dose of Living Split Screen Sunday. So you'll get episode 132 and 133 uploaded back to back. Apologies, audio listeners. I don't know why it prevented me from getting access to the content, but when I would download it, it would download corrupt, and then it would just take too long sometimes, and other times there was something weird going on, and then I would try to get in there and edit it, and I don't know, it was stupid. But nonetheless, so you're gonna have a double dose of audio content coming in Sunday, so be on the lookout for that. And yeah, I think this would be the best time for us to get into our This Day in Gaming segment, because gaming is art.
Steal.
Should we treat it
Time.
Let's do 417.
417. Got it, bro.
Try playing. Oh yeah, Nix is giving out advice out there for people having issues. Try playing the video in a lower res. It helps me reduce the buffering. Yeah, sometimes that is a good way to help, especially if you are watching live. Connection issues happen. And again, the only thing that I can see and point out right now is that it's just YouTube being YouTube. Yobi real quick says, LSS likewise going up in Florida streets. You take it personal. It was be a heated discussion on some men shit, and hopefully it doesn't turn into a fist fight. Yeah, exactly. Really, literally no reason for that. As soon as you make it personal, it becomes personal. It doesn't. Nothing ever needs to be that. Especially when it comes to gaming. That just sounds stupid.
And I'm the complete opposite. I'll walk away and let you stew in your poison. Go ahead,
exactly.
Poison yourself. Go ahead.
Yobi says, which episode I'll download when I get home and see if I can access it. I was able to download it last night, Yobi, when I went to bed. So I don't know what's up with that. I played it this morning. It seemed like I had a good playback on it. So it's just behind. And I hate when I get the audio side of things. I know we got audio listeners, and I just hate when that's behind. So I just wanted to let people know that. But that should be getting uploaded. So
KD the Goats is calling you out. He says you better be ready for Palworld, because on God, he's buying day one. So
hey KT, you better be here for Palworld. Then I'll be there. Again, the only thing that's going to pull me away potentially is probably Tekken, which is out that next week. But we got some time. We got some time for that. Only other thing that I'm playing right now is Elden Ring. And I'll probably get a good couple playthroughs of that, because the mods that I have currently equipped allow us to kind of go through the experience kind of differently both times, or the times that we go through it. And other than that, I mean, other than COD, finals, and other multiplayer stuff that I have currently going on, I mean, that I have it lined up to be my mainstay for sure. Again, with the 32 player servers, hey, anybody that's in chat, if you want to rock with me, whatever the case, hey, I'll be loading it on up. You can come through, and we can get some game in there, man. I don't ever mind that. It'll be super dope.
Oh, yeah. For all you Smite fans out there, real quick too, before we get into this day gaming, Smite 2 was announced this week. It got leaked by a Russian website, and so the developers just came out, and it's being developed for PC and consoles. So Smite 2 is coming. You want to talk about a toxic freaking community, bro? Their community though. Talk about one of the bro.
Get good.
I played Smite for a very short period when it first came out, so it was nowhere near what it is now. But the stories out of that community for people who try to jump in and play Smite, and if you wind up with somebody who thinks they are godlike in Smite and you aren't holding up the team or doing anything right because you're learning how to play the game, they will give you no quarter. They will roast you out. Like they are awful human beings over on Smite. Yes, they will. Yep, they will. And they will get personal with you just because you are newer to the game.
Yep.
Fuck that community, man.
Yes, Smite is extremely toxic.
Complete opposite of what I experienced in ESO. Again, there's so many great communities. Dota's toxic as well. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, any game that has a serious a fan base, classes and all that stuff, Overwatch can be toxic too. And it's all that shit. It's just, again, that's that multiplayer. That's the multiplayer shit that I've always dealt with. That, again, that's how I could have ended up, and I didn't, because I don't see the point of that. Nick says, "Is it really like Pokemon? I don't care for Pokemon. It's like Pokemon and Arc combined. The best way that I can describe it is more like Pokemon Arceus, which was more free flowing, but it has a lot more to it. But again, the best way I can explain it, it's like if Pokemon and Arc had a baby. The amount of stuff that you're able to do in there, get together with your friends, build up your own little base. It's like Fortnite with the whole Lego thing. It's very similar in that nature. I think it has a lot of potential to be something big. The fact that even Xbox jumped in there means that I personally think, because there was a lot of people who were iffy about this game, and again, people weren't saying that it's not fake, that it seemed fake for no reason. I think there's a reason that Xbox jumped in on this, and I think they saw something. And they have some faith, because I don't think Xbox didn't jump behind them when they did Craftopia, but they are jumping behind this. So there's obviously something there. And with Sarah Bond at the top, knowing that she has an influence about what comes into Game Pass, especially with her new role, I think there may be something there. So that's good. We'll find out how that goes.
Real quick, too, Steele, I'll have you give me new time on this because we went a little bit over, but I don't talk a whole lot about movies. I've been watching a lot of old Bond movies and old 80s, 90s movies, but I caught a new movie, and I just want to shout this out to the chat because a lot of people skip this one. An actually original idea from Hollywood that was absolutely incredible. I don't know why people slept on this or why people had a problem with it. This is one of the best movies I have seen in a long time, especially like a new franchise, like just an original idea, right? Original idea. But Damien Chazelle, the director, Babylon, with Brad Pitt, Margot Robbie, etc. A lot of people slept on that movie. It's about the Roaring 20s, about the end of silent films moving into actual sound films. Go watch that movie if you haven't seen it yet. It is freaking nonstop. And how Margot did, and I'm a Margot fan. Yeah, don't get me wrong, but
get it.
But how she did not win awards for this in 22, I have zero clue. Steele, one of the best performances that I've seen. Babylon. It's called Babylon.
Okay.
But her role in that,
she kills it every time.
Bro, this one, you got, no, Wolf of Wall Street, all of it. She kills everything. I love her. She went an extra step in Babylon. So if you've been on the fence, it's streaming right now on Paramount Plus and HBO, I think. Something I can't remember. Or maybe it's Amazon. No, it's just Paramount Plus and HBO. I can't remember which ones. But anyways, go watch the movie. It's 3 hours. It's like 3 hours long. It's a longer one, but it is nonstop. It is so good. It will bring you up and down. It's the Roaring 20s. You don't realize
that's fire.
Why they call it the Roaring 20s. We're talking about piles of cocaine everywhere. This was like the hedonism era, right? There, anything goes era, right? The 20s were nuts. And they capture all of it, plus movie making at the time. They go into all of that. And of course, Pitt does his his usual fantastic self. I mean, again, I love Pitt too. So, and then there's also the Diego. What's his last name? Diego Calva. Newer actor. Hasn't been in a whole lot before. He was also a star in this. Excellent, fantastic job, really good. So go check out Babylon. I never give out movie advice, but
Yobi says Margaret Robbie is sexy as hell, bro. You stupid. Hey, I'll tell you like this, Yobi. If I had more options of vanilla like that when I was growing up, I think there might be some different things happening. I've just, I like vanilla ice cream. I'm not really biased on ice cream, I like all flavors. But sometimes I haven't had very much vanilla, if any, unfortunately. But it's okay because you get the mixed flavors in there, and chocolate ice cream is good. It's
just how I thought the end of the show was going today.
I'm just, ice cream is.
Didn't know we were gonna start talking flavors.
Yeah. I'm about all the flavors, but vanilla's been quite lacking. Definitely for sure. Steel, man. Watch out behind you, stupid. All right.
What time we got?
We are now at 4. Go ahead and put 4:25 on that bad boy.
We made it a 4.5 hours anyway. Let's go.
Let's go. Man.
That's how we do it, bro.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into our This Day in Gaming segment. This is the segment that we go back 30 years in gaming history because gaming is art and should be treated as such. Sometimes there's some older games that you might have forgot about that released some time back. And the other thing, too, it's just great to see where we came from to where we are today and the differences, and I use it as a way to be kind of grateful for the experiences that I get, because even me, sometimes I look at games, I'm just like, I don't know if there's really anything out there I want to play right now, but let's get into it. All right, and this week in This Day in Gaming, actually, this is like acting weird. There we go. We are starting in 1995.
Good year.
And we're starting with the 3DO with Harada Shogo Interactive Eon Cinderella.
All that for a Cinderella game?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yobi says, I love my chocolate man, but always had to let that be known. I was always checking for her until I saw her the first time as Harley Quinn. Yeah.
Wolf of Wall Street. It was an instant sell. That was done.
Yeah. Then in 95, this may be the same game under a different
it looks like
with the longer pronunciation, but this is also in the 3DO. It's called Harata Shogo Interactive Eon Ukami Toshichi Hiki no Koyagi.
Let's go. Got the steel pronunciation, everybody. That's what we love for This Day in Gaming.
That's one more time. That's Ukami Toshichi Hiki no Koyagi. Hopefully I'm saying that right. I could be saying
Shout out to the 3DO, by the way.
The
one console I looked at and saw the $1,000 price, and I was like, nope.
I heard it wasn't worth it either.
I had a couple buddies that had one, so I did get to play it, but I was like, yeah, no, that ain't coming in my collection for $1,000. Thanks, Panasonic. Anyways,
then in 95 in Japan, you got Macaroni Hurin Show Interactive.
Boy, that company was pumping out story games for the 3DO. Jesus.
Then in 95, the 3DO released Peter Frankel Puzzle No Tao.
What the fuck is with this American shit mixed in with the what is this stuff?
Then in 95 in Japan, the 3DO released Tarot Uranai. Okay.
This must have been, was this launch? I did not know 3DO had any presence in Japan. I'll be honest. I don't remember that at all.
This is all
That's crazy.
Japan.
Yeah.
Then in 96 in Japan, the 3DO and PlayStation got Akagi to Haiden. Akagi. I've heard of Akagi before. After that.
Okay.
Then in 96,
I think that was a live action, one of those full motion video games, I believe.
Probably.
Yeah.
Then in 96, PlayStation released a RoboPit. Shout out to RoboPit.
Okay.
Then in 96, PlayStation released Yaku Yujo Dangi.
Oh man, we get a whole lot of Steel accent today. I love it. Let's go.
Then in '98, PC released Worms 2. That was actually
Shout
a
out to
fucking
Worms.
great game.
I love Worms.
Fucking
Bro.
fantastic goddamn game.
And talk about frustrating.
Oh
fuck.
yeah. Between that and
When you
Earthworm
miss a
Jim,
shot-
oh my
my god. Well, Earthworm Jim as a platformer was already difficult, right? But God, missing the shots that you think you got lined up in Worms. Oh God, bro, so infuriating.
End of a run if you miss.
Yeah.
Then in 2000, PlayStation released Touge Max G.
Ooh,
Not
looks
the
like
Touge.
is that a drift? Looks like a drift game, maybe racing game.
It could be.
Looks like it. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's a classic.
Then in
They should bring this
2004,
back.
GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Xbox released NFL Street.
Bro,
Yeah, NFL Street was a classic.
the games against the buddies.
Classic.
2K was already competitive enough, but you get Street with the nonsense that
Bro.
happens in Street. Oh my God, bro, so much fun.
I think those games were better than playing the actual branded sports games. Honestly.
I won't.
Like
2K
playing
at the
Madden.
time. Well, but 2K at the time was so damn good still that no, I wouldn't put them at that time. I wouldn't put it above it. Right. Would I rather play NFL Street right now than Madden? Yes. 1000%. Absolutely. 1000%.
So maybe they were a bit
ahead.
so maybe they were a bit ahead of the game. And if we've got one now, that I think it would probably knock out of the park.
If we get Blitz or we get Street back, I'm fucking there. It's going to be so much fun.
Then in 2004 on the PlayStation 2, we got Star Trek Shattered Universe. Shout out to
Star Trek, not enough games in the Star Trek universe, especially good games. There's lots of games out there, but they're not good. There needs to be more. Shout out to Jasper, who's probably still listening. He agrees.
Then in 2005, Game Boy Advance released Mario Party Advance. Shout out to that.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2009, PC released Cartoon Network Universe Fusion Fall.
What was
I think
that?
I actually played this game.
Oh, Steve.
It's an MMO.
An MMO?
Yeah.
Cartoon Network MMO?
Yes. This was during the era where like a lot of the games were like web-based games. So you were playing them through the browser and whatnot. And
I remember
there was a
those.
lot of
I played a
different
couple
games
of
that
them.
were like that.
Yeah.
It was created through a partnership with leading Korean MMOG developer Grygon Entertainment. That's damn, that brings some memories back. Damn.
Yep.
Then in
Here's another
2009,
classic steal.
DS, PC, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360 released The Lord of the Rings Conquest.
Bring it back, you cowards. Listen, EA, if you're not going to do Battlefront anymore, I'm already mad at you. If you're not going to do Battlefront anymore, that's fine. You guys screwed it up. You should fix it. And you did, but you should bring back the fan base and make another one and do right. If you're not going to do that, then please do Lord of the Rings Conquest. Give me another Lord of the Rings Conquest. Fuck, game was so underrated, bro. The fact that we got better Lord of the Rings games back in the day than we do now is a travesty. Absolute travesty. That game was freaking phenomenal. Conquest was so much fun. Me and the kiddo just played the hell out of that.
They honestly could just remake some of those damn games.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah, it was Battlefront, but Lord of the Rings. Oh my God, it was so damn cool, bro.
Then in 2011, PSP released Another Centuries Episode Portable.
Never played that one. Interesting.
Then in 2014 on PC, you got Nidhogg.
Oh, annoying multiplayer game.
Oh, excuse me. Then in 2015 on iOS and the PlayStation Vita, you got Ambition of the Slimes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Then in 2015, Android got the Ramen Sensei.
Shout out to Android. We got some mobile stuff. Let's go.
Then in 2016, iOS got Harvest Moon, Seeds of Memories. Okay. Then in 2016,
Bold Alpha, Two Towers, and Return of the King.
yes.
Absolutely freaking phenomenal games. Oh God.
Then in 2016, Android and iOS released Pocket Mortys.
Okay. Shout out to Morty.
Then in 2022, this might be a good one for y'all. On PC, you got Waifu Uncovered.
How is she uncovered? Is this an
it's
investigation?
It's an action shooter. It's a shoot 'em up.
So are we removing clothing by shooting? That
You got
won't be the first time that's been done.
You got 8 ecchi waifus to save. You can you have an unlock system that uncensors the characters.
Yeah, 20% off on Steam right now. So if anybody's looking for it, frequent nudity or sexual content.
You can either play fully censored or uncensored.
Oh, okay.
There's an unlockable one-hand mode.
Yeah. That's important.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
this
in case you
reminds
need to
me,
hold your mouse, you know?
Yeah, there's a game on Vita that was that had a mini game within the game. It's one that we brought up before. It's a monster. Oh God, I can't think of it now. Anyways, we brought it up because we've had it in this day in gaming, and I brought it up. It's actually a really good card RPG. But they had a mini game where you would rub the girls and get
nice
points. Yeah, and they would blush and make sounds. And yeah.
Hey.
And you had to find, and your goal was you couldn't just do it anywhere. You could, but you wouldn't get the max bonus. You had to find the sweet spots.
Oh, hey, yeah, that's always the key, to find the sweet spots. Well, ladies and gentlemen, just in case you want a little bit of that, there you go. You got a little bit of that. Then in 2022, Nintendo Switch released Dual Princess. Okay. Then in 2022,
Jasper, you stupid. He says accessibility options. Nice.
I mean, it is. It is. You got to beat the game first. Got to beat the game.
Even if you are two-handed, it's still accessible.
Unlockable one-hand mode.
It sounds like a pony game. Why so serious?
You're so stupid. What happened to decency in game? That is decency.
Bro, these games have been around forever. Bro.
It's an option.
These games have been out forever.
Oh, yeah, no. Say the tech sales guys, like, come on. Look, say what you want. Why do you think Baldur's Gate 3 did as great as it did? Just saying. Yeah, it's a good game. Sure, it's a good game. But it's also doing things that typically aren't standard in most games. Again,
right.
Skyrim has mod pages of very sexy time mods. So somebody wants it. Then in 2022 on Macintosh or PC, you got Synthetic Lover. I mean, that is an era. Wow. That's an era we're moving towards, huh?
Wow.
Synthetic?
It is.
Yeah, I mean, it's becoming more of a reality. I don't know how I feel about that.
Did you see OpenAI just partner with that company? Jez just posted it yesterday. OpenAI partnered with a company, and they're going to manufacture in-home robots. Yeah, and it's creepy as but the things can pick up things and put them in a box and carry the box. Yeah, it's going into production next year supposedly. Yeah.
Something we don't have a full grip on yet. Yeah, just go ahead. We're just going to release it to the market.
It can open doors. Can you imagine? Can you imagine waking up with that thing in your room after you close? That's my worst.
Waking up to it?
Yeah,
standing
like
over your
door
bed?
Closed. Yeah. With it's in the dark, but it's got a light up face because it's a robot, right? No, man. No.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ready for that. I just, I don't think that we figured out a way for them to respect my privacy enough to not be standing next to my bed when I wake up. That would be a way a destroyed robot would quickly happen. Or me, or I would die. One of the two. One of the two is going to happen. Well,
beyond the visual, why so serious? Stellar Blade also looks like Bayonetta, Devil May Cry. So if you're asking that serious question, or if you're asking that along the lines of what we've just been talking about, then I understand. Yes, of course, that's why Stellar Yams, right?
Oh, yeah,
of course, visually appealing, main character.
That's a good,
and of course,
again, that's a good point.
But yes,
it's a newer character, new IP, but that is a very Eastern thing to do. Yeah.
The East still gets it.
They don't care.
The East still
and
they get it.
They ban that shit. They ban that shit. They ban all the nudity and all that shit.
But
they don't have the same problem.
Yeah, no, right.
It's so weird. It is so backwards the way that they do that.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, and again, I agree with some of that, but not the way that they do it. But yeah, I agree with you. Stellar Blade is exactly those same reasons, attractive and
Decado says they're merely there to dress you when you wake up in the morning, Steel.
Nah. It's gonna grab some things I don't need it to grab. I'm good. Nixie says Grand Blue feels like a Nintendo game.
Oh, interesting.
What do you mean by that, Nix? If you can break that real quick, if you can. What do you mean that it feels like a Nintendo game? Because I did see that Grand Blue Fantasy Relink is easy to play, but maybe difficult to master. Because all the characters have their own quirks to them, right?
Yeah.
Supposedly
the bosses are tough as hell.
Yeah, the bosses are tough as hell. So that tells me, like, when you do multiplayer co-op and stuff like that, where you're gonna need people that know what the fuck they're doing, not dying. Because that's not. Because again, that's also another thing of this. This is one of those games where you're rewarded based on your performance, and if you do ass, you're probably not gonna get rewarded really well at all.
Right.
Yeah, I'm really interesting to see. Decado said we will have to start calling you Duke Steel. Why?
Steel?
Duke
Steel.
You stupid.
Oh, okay. Fahim, I'm scared of that Pong because of iRobot. Yeah. I mean, again,
I don't think we're that far yet.
I'm a little bit more accepting of the progress,
gotcha.
right? I'm accepting of the progress again, I do have my fears, right? But I also understand humans being humans. What's going to happen is no matter how much you try to stop it, it's still going to be there and it's going to get out into the wild. And so I just kind of already am prepping myself for that future. And I'm not against intelligent robots per se, but are we on the cusp of another massive evolution that we don't fully realize yet? And the concept of a non-living thing
living in your home, that's a very scary thing to deal with.
Intelligence of whatever level, that does still freak me out to a degree. Like I'm cool with it. And if people want to try it out, I understand why. And if I was ultra wealthy and like I could have it like somewhere like separate, like, yes, I would try it out just because I'm curious about tech and I love that kind of stuff. But just like on an everyday basis to have that thing running around in my house, I'm not there. And when I was watching this thing, the video that Jez posted, and I was watching this thing pick up things off the table and then pick up the box, and then it does this bend down thing and rolls over and sets down the box, and then it showed it stand up and go over to a door and open the door. I was like, nope, we're not gonna do it. I'm not ready for that.
I wouldn't be ready for it to live with us. I having a Roomba is one thing, and I still don't have one of those yet. So it's like, I need a progression scale, and I'll let somebody else try it first, and then maybe I'll
human like robot in my house that stands 5-6 feet tall.
No,
I'm not ready.
That is a big negative. I just it just again. I don't think we're close enough to iRobot yet, but Lord Jesus. And then the last one we got is 2024. Nintendo Switch is releasing pixel coloring paint. And that's your This Day in Gaming segment.
Great. Game of the year right there. Pixel colored paint. Nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to say thank you for tuning in today for Live a Split Screen, episode 133, now in the books. Episode 134 is going to be next weekend, and hopefully everybody was able to have a pretty good conversation today. We went many different places, covered many different topics that I feel like were pretty passionate for us, and we were able to provide some great value to. Real quick, Stratton, I see that you're a new name here. Stratton Shane 81 says, it amazes me how open people are to all this, and they know full well how the cobalt is mined to power all of this. Well, Shane, the unfortunate side of it all is if you're going to pick that out in this situation, then you need to carry that into everything. And most people, and again, I'm guilty of it too. Not everybody's going to be consistent about that.
Majority of the world is.
You're going to draw your lines where you draw your lines, but outside of that, I think the biggest thing for me, and again, I know this is a slight tangent, especially at the end of the show. I think the thing for me is being able to explain, or at least understanding somebody else's opinion or your thoughts on it, right? Because again, I don't have all the answers. I don't know what the true answers are. I don't know how to alleviate some of those things. Again, as we could talk about the iPhone all day and how those devices are made. Well, how do you fix that? You stop investing, do the same thing that we say to people all the time about video games. And guess what? You're still going to buy video games. So you're still going to buy those devices. The same way where people talking about, we should all be yelling about the farmers right now. Everybody should be on the top of their house, yelling about the farmers and them being treated properly and getting all the
The
support.
farmland being bought up by one person.
Which is,
Ooh.
he used to be great and very heavily tied into Microsoft. So, there are many other questions that we should be asking that are much more concerning than where the cobalt's coming from, or diamonds are coming from, or their clothes are coming from. But
that's why we should be looking to get off the planet. That's why we should be all in on exploring space. We should be calling for all the nations to get a joint effort together. We should be talking about mining asteroids. We should be doing exactly what all the sci-fi books from the 40s, 50s, and 60s predicted we'd be doing at this point, and we're doing none of it. But are we going to stop tech? Are we going to roll back time? Are we going to roll back tech and go back to a simpler age? Hell no, nobody's going to agree to do that. So guess what? We got to start looking for solutions. And this planet, no matter what we do, it has got limits.
We can go nuclear.
We
could go
nuclear, which would help. But what I'm saying is we're going to mine this planet dry at some point. This planet is not forever. So we got to look elsewhere. And again, that's what we lost. That's why I will still be an Elon stan forever, because again, the dude decided to take his money, and whatever you think about what he's doing, whatever you think about him as a person, he is pushing where whole entire nations decided they weren't going to push anymore. And we do need to be out there in space. We need to expand. We need to get this human race off the planet for sure and expand out. So that's my take on it. Yeah. But yes,
at least give people a different avenue for sure.
But yes, there's so many different topics that fall in line with that exact sentiment, that on products that we use every single day. And if you break down a product far enough, you're going to find nefariousness along the way, not just one point, probably multiple points. And that goes down to the basic stuff that we use every single day. It's near impossible. Humans are not good. That's humans just are not good. Like, there's good nature, there's good people, there's all of that, but we are animals at our core, and we treat everything such as that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, man. So we'll see what happens. What happens? He said, Decado said, just get Iron Man to build us some arc reactors. Yeah, I fucking wish. Again, you asked me, and I think we'll go nuclear to try to solve some of these problems. See what that does, unless Elon comes up with something else. And there are people that are also working on other ways too, right? So
we could have had free power.
We could have free power right now.
We could have, Tesla proved that we could have free power right now.
There's actually somebody who proved Tesla that you don't even need to charge your vehicle.
Right.
I mean, again,
if they really wanted to, we could have a lot of sustainability. But
self-sustaining things.
Yes,
self-sustaining. The car being one of the main ones. People have proven that your car they can make cars that run on water, but they get attacked every time that somebody comes out with a video about that shit. They've proven so many different avenues. I saw people doing it with cooking oil. There's so many different things that you could do, along with, come to find out, you need an alternator's great, actually. You can use that to charge many other things and make things self-sustain themselves over time, because you're driving it and it just charges itself. You don't need to plug it in anywhere. Man, what a Marvel concept. Anyway. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I do want to thank you for joining us for episode 133. A lot of great conversations, especially as we make our way out of here. Definitely got to get something to eat here, get set up, get for the rest of the day. You can find me, Steel Rain, everywhere. The T is a 7. Type it in Google if you'd like. I do frequent the streets of the Xbox and X ecosystem, otherwise known as Twitter. I am on the Xbox Factor podcast, which is every Tuesday at 11 a.m. Central. So definitely come check us out there. We talk everything going on with Xbox mainly. So if you bleed green a little bit, or just have a favor for that green side, definitely come check us out there. They spit a lot of bars, bringing a lot of high intense energy over there. But it's been great. I love to see the chat and people's opinions in there. I think we actually had one of Boom's higher episodes this week. We had I think we had over 1,000 people could drop through, so that was really dope, especially with all the news and everything. And then every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time, when YouTube says it's okay. We're here, uninterrupted, perfect connection, getting it in, live, raw, and uncut in this golden age of gaming, or as I like to say, the age of accessibility. right here with Living Split Screen, a non-console centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming industry, the home of that ECP, because we don't work in the industry. We're professionals in our own career paths, and we have a lot of experience, life experience that I think we bring to the table to give perspectives on something that we consider it to be not only a hobby, but also a passion of ours right here in gaming. So with that said, Paul, where can the beautiful people find you? And man, what a marvelous show that we had today.
Man, fantastic show again, 4+ hours, and it's all because of you, chat out there, being here, enjoying the content, and again, including yourselves in the content and giving us discussions to be had from your chat, as well as just having good overall vibes and energy when you come here every Saturday morning. We appreciate that. Steele and I feed off of that. So thank you all for joining us. Another amazing episode of Living Split Screen.
Decado said he wanted to end it off strong, Paul.
Oh, Decado said we're not done. We're not going to end at Mach 3.0. We're going to end at Mach 3.25. It wasn't enough for Decado to come through earlier with the bombs, with the coal, getting the furnace burning on the hype train that is Living Split Screen on your Saturday morning. That's right. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Decado said, I got some late tickets to everybody, because once you got a ticket, you're in and you're going to be here next Saturday. So that's right. Decado bought 5 more tickets. We're going to add another car to the hype train, and we're going to keep this show ad free. Decado with the easy 5 layup to end the show. Thank you so much, Decado. That's the way we like to end the show and keep the show ad free, and we don't have to start selling you all coffee. So appreciate that. Decado, thank you so much. Bold Alpha, everybody who joined us. Again, whether you contribute in that way, whether you just contribute through the chat, whether you lurk, whether you listen for 5 minutes or 4.5 hours, it doesn't matter to me and Steele. It is about the fact that you gave us your time today. And of course, Bold Alpha said, well, guess what, Decado? I'm not going to have you be the last one. I'm going to buy one more ticket to the Living Split Screen hype train. That's right. I'm going to buy a single pass. That's right. Join us. That's right. Bold Alpha with the easy single layup to show everybody how it's done. Thank you, Bold Alpha Wolfpack, for that. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Mach 3.27. Oh, no, 6. We'll say Mach 3.26 with that single. That's right. We don't discriminate here. Let's go. That's the way we like to end the show. Thank you so much, guys. But yeah, you all giving us your time just by listening to us. Lurking, talking, doesn't matter. Love you. Nothing but respect in all seriousness. Every show that you guys come out and support. It's not just here. It's all the other shows that Steele and I are on, all the different channels, even channels that we are not a part of. Yeah. That all means something, because that's all part of the community. Even the dark side, the dark alleys that I don't frequent, it's still a part of the community. So again, it matters. It's a part of the conversation in video games, the hobby that we all love. So thank you all for being here for that. Obviously tonight, you know where to be. The Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. That's right. The Shop Podcast, Fuzzy, Belvedere, Blam, myself. He has not announced any guests. Maybe some people roll through, that happens. But right now it looks like it's going to be the 3 amigos, but it is the best way to end your Saturday night. 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. Be there for that. Have us on in the background. Always real cool chats and conversations about, a lot of the same stuff we talked about here, but it goes different because PTK's got a different perspective. Fuzzy does too. So we always have a good time Saturday nights. Be there for that. Next week, it starts all over again. As Steele already mentioned, he is now on panel on Xbox Factor. I always shout out Xbox Factor, even before he was there, because it's still got a special place for me. Double Barrel Gaming is a channel. Mr. Boomstick is the man. All Good Things Green, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time, every Tuesday. Be there for that. And now with Steele there, you get the sauce. You get the extra energy. You get the live, raw, and uncut. You get the cherry on top. That's right. You get the Steel Rain showing up with his, obviously, amazing perspective. So be there for that. And then Thursday, it's going to be special. I'm not going to be able to join the co-stream because I'm going to have to work. I have no choice now. I don't have flexibility anymore. So I'm going to be at work. I'm going to be taking a long bathroom break to watch the direct. And I'm going to be ready to talk Thursday night. But Mav, you got to show up. Fun Speculation Network. I know a lot of people are probably going to be co-streaming it, but you know what you get over at the fam. Fun Speculation Network will be cold streaming. I'm sure plenty of the family is going to show up and join Mav. So be there for the direct. Mav will have all the details going out this week when he's going to start it and stuff. And then I will be there, and Mav and I will get to discuss the direct on our normal starting time, 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time for PM and the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM every Thursday night. But at this one, we're landing on the direct and episode number 100 for PM and the PM. So a little extra special Thursday night for y'all. We're going to have a great time. I'm going to obviously have a lot to say. Mav will have already talked about the direct, but I'm going to have a definite lot to say. So be there for that. And then Friday nights, it's back on the Fun Speculation Network for Xbox Ultimate, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, where the family gets together, laugh a ton. Last night, Game Pass Dad joined us finally. He's finally getting a little schedule free. So Game Pass Dad is joining us more. He showed up last night for the first time in a long time, and everything went sideways. Like, we went totally left to start the show. We went totally left to end the show. But we talked a lot of good gaming stuff in between. So join us there every Friday night for that, for Xbox Ultimate. And then back here, God willing, for another episode of Living Split Screen with one of my favorite people in the entire world, Mr. Steel Rain, next weekend. Listen, y'all, Golden Age is here. You're going to see a lot more of me and Steel streaming. You're going to hear a lot more new gaming talk outside of my Vampire Survivors nonsense in 2024. You'll hear some new gaming talk. Tekken 8, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, Helldivers 2. That's just a short clip of what's to come here. But get out there and enjoy whatever you're playing, even if it is Vampire Survivors, just like me. Go enjoy it. Play what you love what you play. Have a great rest of your weekend. I'm going to talk to you all real soon. Steel, get us out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people, we will see you next weekend for Living Split Screen. Greatly appreciate you guys. Stay safe out there and enjoy the rest of your day. Much love. Peace out.
And the goal is still 69. Don't forget.
Oh, the goal is always 69.
Always.